Most efficient means of coercion and interrogation, including sensory deprivation, isolation, threats and fear, debility, pain, heightened suggestibility and hypnosis, narcosis, and even mock executions. According to Kubark, successful interrogation involved the gradual regression of the personality, most efficiently achieved through DDD techniques and those designed not only to obliterate the familiar, but to replace it with the weird, ultimately rendering the situation mentally intolerable, thereby, through the systematic escalation of tactics, eroding psychological defenses and structures, including regression, and forcing compliance. Kubark was a required textbook for CIA agents and interrogators. Some of the more brutal and deadly techniques developed by the CIA and military were taught to the repressive security forces of third world countries in Latin America and Asia by U.S. consultants working under the CIA-controlled Office of Public Safety. Amazingly considered a form of foreign aid, John F. Kennedy established the OPS in 1962 as part of a larger counterinsurgency effort meant to avoid the appearance of waging traditional war. In 1965, Army intelligence initiated Project X, intended to develop an exportable foreign intelligence package to provide counterinsurgency techniques learned in Vietnam to Latin American countries. Trademark in 1967, the CIA coordinated the diverse counterinsurgency efforts of various agencies, including those of the OPS, in what was called the Phoenix Program, described by CIA Director William Colby as an essential part of the war effort designed to protect the Vietnamese from terrorism, but in actuality was the culmination of the CIA's mind control project. The joint counter-terror operation was headed by CIA Director William Colby and executed, largely, by the Army Special Forces, who themselves relied on the guidance of theories and methods of PSYWAR and DDD as outlined in military intelligence manuals such as Kubark. Phoenix targeted, arrested, abducted, interrogated, starved, tortured, mutilated, and killed untold thousands of alleged Viet Cong sympathizers. PSYWAR also involved staging false flag operations involving a campaign of highly publicized atrocities progressing in stages of psychological terrorism, culminating in mass beheadings and mutilations. The project also functioned as an enormous factory for human experiments of the terminal variety that led to death, as esteemed U.S. psychologists observed and advised. In this nightmare, prisoners, whose status as civilian or combatant was unclear, were abducted and treated to a cornucopia of unconventional methods: Degree 441. 442. The most notorious OPS public safety advisor was FBI agent and CIA consultant Dan Mitrian. Sharing the devilish details of the CIA's newly developed dark art with nearly every U.S. backed state in Central and South America, Mitrian taught, normalized and institutionalized their police forces' use of systematic physical and psychological torture. His school of information extraction was founded upon the theories and methods of DDD, PSYWAR, and Kubark. Mitrian instructed that effective interrogation included placing subjects within cramped temperature and sensory input-controlled boxes, electroshock, sexual humiliation, forced standing, beating, abduction, and the torture of prisoners' families. He demonstrated his lessons to students using pregnant women, children, and random beggars off the street who sometimes ended up dead. Some of the details of the U.S.'s counterinsurgency programs came to light when Mitrian was abducted and murdered in Montevideo in 1970. Ostensibly, in an attempt to eliminate torture, Congress dissolved the OPS in 1975, although in name only, as similar programs under the direction of DOD and U.S. military as advised by the CIA, continued to propagate the techniques of systematic torture. The Army's Project X existed until at least 1991. In a baffling twist of language, counterinsurgency programs came to be known as counter-terror programs, but the methods remain the same. While many of the records were destroyed, several details of the Phoenix program as well as Mitrian's pedagogic work, are echoed in more recent official U.S. interrogation and survival manuals and practices, all clearly based on the foundational theories and writings of West, Wolf, and other MKUltra researchers. Meanwhile, after a 1963 internal audit report by the CLA, MK-Ultra was renamed MK-Surge, and identical research resumed. Countless state and federal law enforcement, military, and intelligence agencies continued to act in conjunction with, and/or under the direction of, the CIA, both domestically and abroad. Never a slacker, West remained quite busy. He not only continued his work on those topics but also took on other hobbies and was appointed to a number of additional prestigious positions. He also wrote extensively on, among other things, LSD, hypnosis, the ability to induce anxiety through hypnosis, hallucinations, suggestibility, sleep deprivation, dissociative reactions, brainwashing, violence, scuba diving, the marijuana problem, inducing false memories, and transcendental meditation. Though West later told the Jones team that he had a pretty good reputation in Oklahoma, a number of Oklahomans remember him as the former head of University of Oklahoma's School of Medicine who, in 1962, accidentally killed Tusco, a 7,000-pound Asiatic male elephant. Tusco met his demise after West injected him with a heroic yet poorly calculated dose of LSD, apparently the largest known dose of LSD administered up to that time, in an effort to reproduce symptoms of recurring elephantine temper tantrums. One recent news report noted, rumors persist that West was on LSD during the experiment and follow-up autopsy. A few years later, West's unfortunate killing of Tusco was mentioned in a news report with the headline, "Elephant never had a chance after LSD shot." The report discussed theories that LSD could actually increase IQ scores, arguments for and against the therapeutic use of LSD, the testing of LSD on 20 hippies of both sexes at Northwestern University and the adverse effects of tests on the hippies. West knew all about LSD and hippies. He admitted to taking LSD himself, first in 1953, at a time, he said, when doctors believed it would help shed light on the causes of insanity. He smoked pot too. The first time in 1946, in order to understand its effects, but did not smoke it again until 1966, when, West explained, I went to Haight-Ashbury. I did it to prove to youngsters living there that I wasn't a narcotics agent myself. The hippies' suspicions were understandable, given their aversion to police in general, but also due to the recent activities of George H. White, Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent and CIA asset. By day, White busted drug dealers and, by night, conducted the MK-funded Operation Midnight Climax, an effort to lure unwitting test subjects to one of 3 CIA safe houses in San Francisco, dose them with acid and other drugs, and monitor their behavior, especially, their sexual behavior. White retired in 1966, just as West resumed his pot smoking with the youngsters. Besides himself and elephants, West had some other notable test subjects upon which to conduct his own LSD experiments, namely, college students and hippies, whom West studied in their natural habitat apartments rented in San Francisco that, like White's safe houses, functioned as labs. One CIA agent described Haight-Ashbury during this time as a human guinea pig farm. Besides just learning how LSD could be used to exploit individuals, the less addled hippies were involved in anti-war demonstrations and other forms of radical politics. LSD, known to alter the existing belief structures and politics of those who took it, presented a possible means of neutralizing undesired political activism and affiliation. West, it seemed, picked up in 1967 right where White left off. An archive of West's work at UCLA contains some of his related unpublished papers, including one entitled Make Love Not War, Notes on the Sexual Customs of Some American Hippies. Whatever West's reasons for hanging out with the youngsters and monitoring them, he subsequently published many papers outlining his deep understanding of hippie culture. One wonders if West ever used LSD to induce temper tantrums in the hippies. 443. 444. Perhaps in an effort to neutralize increasing public panic about the growing use of LSD, a 1966 article in a local Oklahoma newspaper declared that, despite vague and unconfirmed rumors of the drug's popularity, there had only been 2 confirmed cases of LSD use in the entire state within the past year. In fact, said the article, doctors across the state reported the drug is not in use for treatment or research because of its unpredictable side effects. Among the state's doctors quoted in the article was West, who said that, while there'd been a great deal of talk about the drug, there'd been little use, at least in Oklahoma, as young people there were still concentrating on alcohol. Although the accuracy of this report is doubtful at best, LSD use was probably less frequent in Oklahoma, as, aside from the elephant, a good portion of West's hallucinogenic adventures occurred in California. West eventually did gain notoriety for advocating the selective prohibition and supply of pharmaceutical drugs to problematic populations as a way of exercising political control over those who would engage in active, organized, vigorous political protest and dissent. Making a direct comparison to Huxley's Brave New World, and in a suggestion that sounded a lot like the dystopian vision painted by McVeigh to Steve and certainly could not have made his hippie friends all too happy, West wrote, "Control can be through prohibition or supply. The total or even partial prohibition of drugs gives the government considerable leverage for other types of control. An example would be the selective application of drug laws permitting immediate search, or no-knock entry, against selected components of the population such as members of certain minority groups or political organizations. But a government could also supply drugs to help control a population, the governing element employing drugs selectively to manipulate the governed in various ways." In 1964, West, then head of psychiatry, neurology, and behavioral sciences at Oklahoma University School of Medicine, along with Dr. Chester M. Pierce, Chief of Psychiatric Services at the Oklahoma City VA Hospital, presented the findings of their study of the lives of 9 Negro protesters, who from 1958 until 1962, opposed unjust racial laws through civil disobedience. West and Pierce found that, for the most part, they went on to lead successful lives, although they tended to focus more on the race crisis and its ramifications than they did international, national, or even local current events. They had faced many hurdles in their fight for justice, however, including saboteurs, those who consciously or unconsciously try to prolong the conflict rather than resolve it, the cynics, the publicity seekers, political misfits, as well as the psychiatric cases, the neurotically guilty whites. Seeking martyrdom in the Negro cause and neurotically guilty Negroes seeking to perpetrate their own oppression of all varieties on both sides, and antisocial characters seeking a setting for violence. There are conflicting stories about West's views on race. It has been reported that after the 1965 riots in Watts, West recommended that particularly bothersome African Americans and Hispanics undergo chemical sterilization. West continued to study and make horrible recommendations about the proper way of handling rebellious individuals and groups who, according to West, included Black Power advocates of the Negro Revolt and the psychedelic flower children, whose mystical and pharmacological rejection of Western society is perhaps the most profound of all. A recent book, The Protest Psychosis: How Schizophrenia Became a Black Disease, details the ways in which psychiatry and psychiatric diagnosis have been used historically as a means of subjugating African Americans. In the 1960s and 1970s particularly, mainstream psychiatry continuously argued that protest caused schizophrenic symptoms among black folk. The authors offer several examples, including the work of Drive West, whose 1964 paper in the International Journal of Social Psychiatry asserted that civil rights activism led Negroes to become delusional and even develop dangerous, aggressive feelings. On the other hand, according to West's wife, Jolly appointed the first blacks to the medical faculty, and they both regularly participated in civil rights demonstrations. Further, West later involved himself in South Africa's apartheid problem, testifying on behalf of political prisoners there, although some have argued that was a cover for, of course, nefarious activities. Either way, the topic of homegrown insurgency on the part of any race was of special interest for many researchers during this time, but particularly for West. This interest, along with his other specialized and obscure areas of expertise, led to West's involvement in a number of high-profile criminal cases. Pioneer of, participant in, and at the center of the U.S. government's attempt to create perfect Manchurian candidates through inducing structured dissociation, his long and prolific career helped spawn legends about not only West himself, but also a sizable body of mind control narratives of which those about McVeigh are only a small fraction. During the 1960s and 1970s, West examined and became personally familiar with America's most notorious criminal faces of his generation, including Jack Ruby, Sirhan, and Patty Hearst. In March 1964, a jury convicted Jack Ruby of murdering Lee Harvey Oswald and sentenced him to death. Afterwards, Ruby began making public claims about a much larger conspiracy surrounding JFK's assassination. He wished to reveal details about it, he said, but fearing for his life, could not unless he was transferred to a prison location anywhere but in the state of 446 Texas. In late April 1964, Ruby's newly appointed defense attorney, Dr. Hubert Winston Smith, argued that the pre-trial mental evaluations that found Ruby amnesiac but sane, and included a spinal tap, electroencephalographs, as well as other neurological and physical exams, had been inadequate. Because of this, his trial attorneys had found themselves in a situation similar to one where vital evidence is locked up in a safe and the combination lost. They had been able to argue that Ruby acted in a fugue or dissociative state, but never got much further than that. Smith said that since then, evidence had surfaced that Ruby had either an organic amnesia, or has repressed into his unconscious memory certain details about his killing of Oswald. Smith asked the judge to remand Ruby to a hospital where a qualified doctor such as, let's say, Dr. Jolyon West, could perform further psychological evaluations of Ruby, this time using hypnosis and truth serum. A new evaluation, if performed by West, would very likely retrieve repressed material that would then allow Smith to provide the court and society at large with invaluable evidence. The defense was granted permission to retain West. About a week later, according to Sheriff Bill Decker, Ruby asked a prison guard for a drink of water and, just as the guard was about to retrieve it for him, Ruby deliberately rammed his head into his cell wall. Ruby was rushed to the hospital for X-rays. But after being returned to his cell, attempted to rip his clothing into strips. West visited Ruby later that evening. At this point, Ruby's sister, Eva Grant of Dallas, requested that the judge empanel a new jury to determine whether her brother was currently insane. Just before a scheduled hearing on the issue, Drive West told reporters that Ruby was preoccupied with delusions of persecution of Jews and was obviously psychotic. Still, even after Ruby's head-banging and West's opinion, the judge refused to hospitalize him. In late May 1964, Ruby's defense attorney demanded an immediate sanity hearing, to which the prosecutor replied that there was no need whatsoever for such a hearing because Ruby was sane. The judge said he would delay ruling on the issue until 3 evaluating psychiatrists submitted their reports. One of the evaluators, Dr. William Beavers, said that Ruby was suffering from a covert delusional system that revolved around threats to his race and family because of his participation in a larger conspiracy. Drive West also reported that Ruby was delusional and now believed he was responsible for the slaughter of millions of Jews throughout America. The sanity hearing was again delayed, this time based on the reasoning of the prosecutor that if they all just waited until October, Ruby's condition would either have improved or deteriorated to such an extent that there would be no question about his sanity. On June 7, Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren questioned Ruby in his cell. Ruby requested that Warren allow him to undergo sodium pentothal or a polygraph test. He wanted to tell them the truth of the matter, how he had been used for a purpose, but had a psychic blocking mechanism similar to brainwashing that prevented him from articulating all of the details. Plus, he said, his life was in danger. His people were being tortured and mutilated. In the 2 weeks after his chat with Warren, Ruby's condition deteriorated rapidly and he was rushed to a hospital where Drive West met with him. West talked to Ruby for about 90 minutes, after which he recommended hospitalization. Ruby, said West, was in a paranoid state to a degree that he could not be treated from his prison cell. If he wasn't treated, West warned, Ruby would become hopelessly insane, and if that happened, he could not be executed. In 1966, in part based on West's findings that Ruby suffered from a mental illness when he shot Oswald, the Texas Court of Appeals overturned Ruby's conviction and sentencing. Shortly after his visits with West began, Ruby insisted that powerful people were trying to silence him and that they'd poisoned him. In 1967, days before his new trial date, Jack Ruby died of a strangely quick-acting cancer. During their brief telephone conversation, Drive West spoke briefly about the Ruby case to Jones team member Andrew Murphy. He said Jack Ruby's prison conditions caused him to become psychotic and deranged, and implied Ruby's case had relevancy to McVeigh's. I never did publish my account of the Ruby case. I've been told many times I should because I probably understand Jack Ruby better than anyone else, but I just didn't have the heart to do it at the time, and then after he died, I decided to hell with it. There is no doubt about what he did, but the question why and the circumstances under which he then became mentally deranged, which he wasn't before. He was not a normal person, but he wasn't psychotic either, but he did become psychotic afterwards, and that's another story. I can describe it if it comes to that. Over time, the hazy facts surrounding the assassination itself, criticisms of the Warren Commission report, the manufacturing of public perceptions of the event by various officials and agencies, and the claims of Jack Ruby and the involvement of West and his colleagues generated a number of conspiracy theories and ultimately helped usher in an era of public paranoia and distrust. West never did describe it that I know of, but certainly in the years to come legends would have West mind controlling Ruby, as he would, supposedly, do later to McVeigh. Similar to Timothy McVeigh, and other contemporary lone gunmen, eyewitnesses told police that, after firing the fatal shots that killed Robert Kennedy on June 4, 1968, Sirhan's eyes seemed peaceful and he appeared purged. Upon his arrest, Sirhan made strange 447, 448 comments to authorities, including his remark to one LAPD officer that, "We're all puppets." Sirhan had, and continued to have, no memory of the shooting. A number of mental health experts evaluated Sirhan prior to and after his trial. The pre-trial findings, however, only confused jurors. UC Berkeley psychiatrist Bernard Diamond felt that Sirhan was easily hypnotizable, highly suggestible, and throughout his life, was subject to bizarre involuntary dissociative trances. He determined that at the time of the shooting, Sirhan was in a twilight state, out of contact with reality, in a trance in which he had no voluntary control over his will, his judgment, his feeling, or his actions. However, Diamond told jurors, Sirhan had programmed himself through self-hypnosis. Trance or no trance, in April 1969, jurors found him guilty and sentenced him to death, later commuted to life in prison. Psychiatrists continued to evaluate Sirhan after his conviction and made similar determinations, although not all of them agreed that he had programmed himself. Among them was Dr. Edward Simpson Collis, chief psychologist at San Quentin Prison. In Simpson's opinion, Sirhan had been hypnotically prepared by someone, other than Sirhan himself. After noting his conclusions in a report, the prison warden ordered Simpson to cease his visits with Sirhan, after which Simpson resigned. Years later, Simpson wrote that, whatever the truth, it still remains locked in Sirhan's other, still anonymous mind. Adding to this was Columbia University psychiatrist, Dr. Herbert Spiegel, an internationally esteemed leading authority in hypnosis. Sirhan's post-trial legal team consulted with Spiegel, sharing with him all of Sirhan's previous psychiatric reports and other information. Spiegel believed that Sirhan had been programmed by a group of people, one senior programmer and many accessories, part of a larger project very carefully designed by people who were expert in brainwashing victims. After the consultations, Spiegel filed an affidavit with his attorney in the event that something was to happen to him. In the years to come, respectable psychiatrists who evaluated Sirhan echoed the sentiments of Simpson and Spiegel. A motion, filed by Sirhan's attorneys in November 2011, argued that Sirhan was an involuntary participant in the crimes being committed because he was subjected to sophisticated hypnoprogramming and memory implantation techniques which rendered him unable to consciously control his thoughts and actions at the time the crimes were being committed. Throughout the years, allegations have arisen about West's involvement with Sirhan and while unsubstantiated, given the period, the region, the issues at hand, and West's areas of expertise, it's certainly possible. A textbook dedicated to West recounts the story of a patient who arrived at the UCLA hospital. The first-year resident examining the patient had a difficult time diagnosing the problem, and called in the chair of the department, Drive West. West, who published a chapter on dissociative identity disorders in 1967 that was, we are told, years ahead of its time, took a great interest in the patient and eventually discovered they suffered from multiple personality disorder. The resident felt very grateful for West's help, they wrote, because in 1971, only 4 faculty members at UCLA had ever seen a multiple personality patient, but luckily, Drive West had experience in this area. *degree However, even if rumors that West had some type of involvement with Sirhan are untrue, the allegations are understandable given that another MK Ultra-funded expert hypnotist who later worked directly under West at UCLA, Dr. William Kroger, bragged of having hypnotized Sirhan. One author noted that the final chapters of Kroger's 1976 book, Hypnosis and Behavior Modification, Imaginary Conditioning, describe the chilling possibilities offered by combining hypnosis with electrical stimulation of the brain implants, and conditioning. Similar allusions were supposedly made by another Korean War-era MK Ultra architect in the Los Angeles area, Dr. William J. Bryan. He was put on probation by the California Board of Medical Examiners in 1969, after they learned of Bryan's hypnosis and sexual abuse of a number of his female patients. Come to think of it, West was a pretty persuasive guy with the ladies himself, as noted by, among others, his son, who commented on his father's not-so-secret philandering. Rumors about West's own proclivity to combine hypnosis with sexual abuse linger. While I do not know the truth of this one way or the other, I once met a sociologist at an academic conference whose family had been close to the West family. She fondly remembered Drive West, but did mention his numerous illegitimate children, the product of his flings with his secretaries and students. One wonders what in the world could have ever persuaded these women to engage in such behavior. Well, moving on. In 1974, the Symbionts Liberation Army kidnapped heiress Patty Hearst, kept her confined in a dark closet and subjected her to continuous verbal, physical, and sexual abuse. Eventually, Hearst adopted the ideology of her captors and took the alter identity of Tanya, who went on to participate in the SLA's criminal escapades, including a bank robbery, for which she served 22 months in prison. In her participation in the SLA crimes, Hearst adopted more than one alter identity and donned many disguises. During her 1975 bank robbery trial, both the defense and prosecution called in several expert psychologists and psychiatrists. Testifying in Hearst's defense were preeminent MK-funded notables Robert J. Lifton, Dr. Martin Orne and Dr. Jolly West, all 3 leading experts on dissociative pathologies and recurring villains in mind control narratives. 449. 450. Like West, Lifton and Orne made extensive studies of dissociative states in returning American POWs during the Korean War. West interviewed Hearst for over 40 hours after her arrest and concluded that the SLA's use of DDD techniques led Hearst to form multiple alter egos. Her captors' treatment had created intense confusion, fear, and anxiety, causing her to develop dissociate features including lapses of memory, dreamlike states, and a sense of unreality. Her desire to survive her ordeal led to the symbolic death of her former self, and the formation of a new self who could effectively deal with the demands of her captors. West compared Hearst's zombie-like demeanor to that of Cardinal Mindszenty, and said she had the Mindszenty look, often seen on the faces of individuals subjected to mock trials. Lipton, West, and Orne all argued, in their own ways, that the trauma Hearst suffered during her captivity had produced dissociative states, comparing them to shell shock and survivor syndrome experienced by concentration camp victims and POWs. Similarly, court-appointed psychiatrist Margaret Singer, a controversial close colleague of West, Orne, and Lipton, described Hearst as a zombie, as did the jurors at her trial. Historian William Grebner wrote that the defense experts offered numerous depictions of Hearst, Patty as Korean War POW, Patty as Vietnam veteran, Patty as concentration camp survivor, Patty as a communist victim, Patty as a zombie. What was at stake, in a philosophical sense, was an age-old issue that also applies to McVeigh, the problem of the mutable self and the problems of identity performance that have resulted from modernity's disruption of normal expectations concerning community, tradition, and bedrock expectations about one's life and what one could expect from it. Nobody, including Patty Hearst, knew who the hell they were, or who they were supposed to be anymore. It fell to jurors and the public to decide whether Hearst had acted of her free will or if she, as a means of survival, became another person altogether and, if so, whether it had been the other person who committed the crimes she was accused of. Ultimately, the jurors concluded that even as Tanya, Patty Hearst had retained agency for her illegal actions and thus found her guilty, with mitigating circumstances. For some though, West's involvement with Hearst takes a more suspicious tone, given his later involvement with behavior modification experiments at Vacaville Medical Prison in California. It turns out that Hearst's abductor and the head of the SLA, Donald DeFries, had been one of the subjects in these experiments. So for them, what was at stake was something else entirely, mainly these crazy shrinks running around with a carte blanche to perform bizarre experiments and trying to control everyone. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, researchers working in defense intelligence initiatives expanded on the national security-related work of West and friends. The DOD, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, U.S. Army, Office of Naval Intelligence and other agencies continued the search for methods and technologies of interrogation, control, and coercion and, in the process, pioneered newer, more effective uses for mind-altering drugs, other chemical and biological agents, radiology, isolation, high-frequency radio waves, drug-induced comas, electroshock, lobotomy, psychosurgeries, and brain implants. Yes, brain implants. The surgical implanting of remote radio frequency-controlled devices in human brains had begun earlier. In 1952, while at Yale, Dr. José Deligdo wrote his first paper on implanting electrodes into human brains and designed the stemaceiver, a device that, when surgically embedded in the brain, received signals that could stimulate a wide range of behaviors in humans and animals and induce powerful emotions, hallucinations, or physical sensations, including pain. Among Delgado's achievements was his shocking 1964 experiment involving placing a stemaceiver in the brain of a bull, controlling its aggressive rage and stopping it in mid-charge with the press of a button. Delgado also tested his brain implants on, among others, children and mental patients. Although he wasn't aware of the extent, Delgado was not alone in his efforts to control humans remotely through implanted electrodes. It was the topic of several CIA and military-funded research projects. In 1960, after Saul Sell, head of the Department of Medical Psychology at the U.S. Air Force School of Aviation Medicine and soon-to-be founder of Christian Texas University's Institute of Behavioral Research, proposed building a computer that would read and translate brainwaves, he received CIA funding to research techniques for activating the human organism by remote electronic means. CIA reports detail that remote control implants were operational in animals by 1961 and the future of their use in humans looked bright. By 1963 and continuing in the years to come, another implant enthusiast, Tulane University psychiatrist, Dr. Robert Heath, was tinkering around with the use of brain implants to cure homosexuality and achieved at least a modicum of behavioral control in this way. Subjects of these implant experiments were not asked for, nor did they give, informed consent. They included the usual cadre of drug addicts, prisoners, sexual deviants, mental patients, orphans, and minorities. Despite how crazy it may have sounded in the mid-1990s, such implants were no secret and results of some experiments were published in leading academic journals. In fact, the emerging discipline of cybernetics and the creation of cyborgs were 4S1, 4S$2, enthusiastically endorsed by CIA Director Richard Helms. In a 1964 memo to the Warren Commission, Helms reported that the Soviets were already well aware of the fact that cybernetics could be used in molding of a child's character, the inculcation of knowledge and techniques, the amassing of experience, the establishment of social behavior patterns, all functions which can be summarized as control of the growth processes of the individual. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, thanks to major government funding, the development of technologies of remote control was rapid. During the Vietnam War, a CIA neurosurgeon under the guise of a front company called Scientific Engineering Institute, implanted electrodes in the brains of Viet Cong prisoners and through this sent radio frequencies that caused defecation and vomiting in their subjects. The CIA agents then placed them in a room, gave them knives, and then set about stimulating various portions of the brain in an effort to induce them to become violent. After the experiment ended, U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets, who provided security during the experiments, took them out back, shot them and burned their bodies. In 1970, General William Westmoreland, commander of all U.S. forces during the Vietnam War, predicted, on the battlefield of the future, enemy forces will be located, tracked, and targeted almost instantaneously through the use of data links, computer-assisted intelligence evaluation, and automated fire control. History has shown that all of this hard work paid off. The year before, in a 1969 memo written to the National Security Agency, Delgado, who by this time had greatly improved upon his stemoceiver, predicted the use of implantable two-way receiving/transmitting devices in the brain to send satellite-relayed messages, what the military now calls synthetic telepathy. In the NSA memo, Delgado described these as nearly microscopic receiver devices that collect and transmit audio, color, video and location coordinates relayed through satellites to command centers, which could then send encrypted messages back to the receiver in the form of post-hypnotic suggestion. Delgado's memos were pleas for funding. He believed, as outlined in his book published the same year, Physical Control of the Mind, Toward a Psycho-Civilized Society, that the ills of mankind could be cured through the establishment of a society of technological control in which brains were manipulated from cradle to grave. No dystopia, for Delgado, such methods presented a process of mental liberation and self-domination which is a continuation of our evolution. The future man, he said, would be happier, smarter, and more efficient. The only question, for Delgado, was who is going to exert the power of behavior control. Who, indeed. Delgado's work was heavily cited in the 1970 book, Violence and the Brain, written by psychiatrists Vernon H. Mark and Frank R. Irvin. The book, an aggressive plea for funding, succinctly outlines at least some of the already operational applications for brain implants and EEG brain mapping to predict, prevent, and induce violent behaviors including murder and riots. For Mark and Irvin, violence was much more of a brain problem than a socio-cultural one. The year prior, in 1969, West left Oklahoma and headed to California to begin his new positions as the director of UCLA's Neuropsychiatric Institute and chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Biobehavioral Sciences at the UCLA School of Medicine. His enthusiasm for Mark and Irvin's philosophies and methods soon landed him in hot water. In late 1971, a Senate subcommittee chaired by Sam J. Irvin, Jr. began an investigation into individual rights and the federal role in behavior modification. The committee was catalyzed after realizing that several federally funded programs already under investigation pointed, collectively, to the emergence of a new technology of behavior control which posed serious questions protection of the constitutional rights of individuals. A year later, in 1972, the Hastings Center, a leading bioethics research institute, held their conference on control of human behavior through drugs. The topics of discussion were ethical questions relating to personal liberty and behavior control technology and the challenges of both to the accepted medical model paradigm. The Hastings Center's report detailing the conference explained that science now possessed technological surveillance methods and means to control mood, emotion, desire, and ultimately, behavior, the methods to do so becoming increasingly effective at an accelerating rate. Included were psychological conditioning techniques, psychopharmaceutical discoveries, and neurological methods for controlling brain functions electronically or chemically singly or in combination. Conditioning, drugs, and brain implantations are the most important. It was expected that these methods would be implemented in the very near future. Newer biotechnologies on display at the conference included electronic chips, smaller than a little fingernail, which can be implanted under the scalp to serve as transmitters/receivers for electrodes buried deep in the brain. While possible, reversal of procedures such as this was admittedly difficult. The messiness of the brain implants didn't even matter that much though, because, by the 1960s, viable methods of controlling humans through other means had been developed and were in an early stage of operational use. Not mentioned in the 1972 Hastings report, were other government-funded projects that much earlier had sought to and eventually did develop psychotronic, telemetric, electromagnetic, bioelectric, and other energy-based weapons. Such methods, even in their earlier stages, could induce emotions, sounds, words, sentences, thoughts or even behaviors. Perfected in the decades to come, and dubbed the sound of silence by some in the intelligence community, today they are commonly referred to as non-lethal weapons and can be used against groups and, through brain mapping, can target specific individuals. In 1972, the potential social control and military applications were endless. The Hastings report did acknowledge that, while such technologies would help quell criminal and socially deviant behaviors, as definitions of crime and mental illness expanded and the technologies grew more exact and efficient, it would become more difficult to segregate political or quasi-political implementations from its clearly medical ones. If uncontrollable aggression can be flawlessly controlled, for instance, and the victim of it made happier thereby, then its political expression can be just as cured as its personal one, however by the same technique, and the patient will be grateful afterwards, so who's to object? These technologies, their users, uses, and regulation touched upon issues of agency, free will, individual versus collective good, and potentially likely political abuses when, after some initial coercive step, consent can be flawlessly engineered. The questions asked by the community of experts in psychosurgery and electrical brain stimulation about control over psychosurgery and electrical stimulation of the brain, raised unprecedented social and political dilemmas and consequences and therefore demanded a redefinition of human freedom and other civil rights in very intimate emotional, elemental, and biological terms. Another topic of discussion at the 1972 conference was the use and regulation of drugs as a method of control over both individuals and groups. Drugs, like biotechnologies, had definite, if controversial, military and political applications. Several participants supported the view that, rather than simply as agents of healing and pain management, the most effective use of such drugs were as controlling agents when linked with other kinds of social and psychological pressures. Dr. Wayne Evans, representing the U.S. Army Research Institute, spoke of a developing capacity to deliver drugs to large numbers of the population at a time, and specifically mentioned anti-riot and anti-aggression gases. Just prior to the conference, the Hastings Center had begun a project exploring possible ways to identify violent predispositions and ways of controlling violence through technology, medicine, and psychology in general. The 1972 report and a subsequent report issued a few years later, noted the valuable contributions made to their efforts by West, described as the foremost expert on the uses of exotic drugs for, among other uses, medication, behavior reinforcement, self-exploration, counterintelligence and social control. Degree throughout his career, West, patriotic guy that he was, acted as chief psychiatrist and psychiatric consultant to a number of military and veteran administration hospitals throughout the country, and chair of several related policy committees. West was mentioned in several news reports in 1969 and 1970, discussing the inadequacies and underfunding of the VA system and the tendency of doctors to give veterans a chemical brainwash rather than treat them. In 1969, along with a number of psychiatrists and doctors he worked with, West testified at a Senate subcommittee about the desperate need to provide services to the number of men returning from Vietnam who were flooding VA hospitals. West said that there were thousands and thousands of shell-shocked Vietnam veterans drugged up on tranquilizers and walking around in a chemical cocoon. Men like them, he said, could be seen at any mental hospital. We are chemically lobotomizing thousands and thousands of patients, and we can keep it up for years. They are easy to identify because the drugs used make them move slowly and stiffly, with an invisible barrier between them and the rest of the world. VAs around the country didn't even compare to those in California, the worst of which, the Brentwood VA, he said, lagged 20 to 25 years behind current psychiatric trends. According to West's California colleague and associate, Dr. Russell Lee, what was needed was a major program of health facilities and services research at 10 to 20 VA hospitals that would then become centers for such research as well as post-discharge mental hygiene programs. Dr. Stuart Wolf, a colleague and associate of West's from Oklahoma specializing in neuroscience research, also urged the government to approve further funding. A retired colonel said that many men were coming back from the war with doubts about their reasons for being there to begin with and wondered if it had all been a cruel hoax, an American tragedy holding the bag. The testimony caused quite an alarm, and one subsequent editorial remarked that these men had already given so much for their country, and asked if they have to give their minds, too. Apparently they did. The final report of Senator Irwin's subcommittee investigation found that of all the federally funded behavioral research and modification programs, the most notable were those of the Veteran Administration. The report noted some serious concerns about the extensive involvement of the VA in a wide variety of methods of altering the behavior of individuals that likely violated their rights. VA patients could be subjected to all manner of techniques meant to alter behavior against their will and despite their objections. Included were experiments on soldiers such as those conducted at Edgewood Chemical Arsenal in Maryland where, from 1952 until 1974, over 7,000 soldiers were, without their consent, administered various drugs such as LSD and exposed to, among oth 455, 456 things, radiation. For some reason West forgot to mention this in his chemical cocoon spiel. What's more, the committee learned of numerous psychosurgical operations that, although performed under the guise of therapy aimed at producing a more normal human being, were in reality experimental, and no more effective than the lobotomies of the 1950s. These types of surgeries were performed to alter the thoughts, social behaviors, personality, and subjective experiences of the patient. Included was the implanting of electrodes in the brain that could act as electric amplifiers, to remotely record electric signals and elicit specific behavioral responses. While the committee did not mention West, he was associated with a handful of the ones they identified as performing such operations. In their 1974 report, the committee acknowledged that it had no idea if such operations continued. Registered. The committee's report did discuss one particularly disturbing account about an otherwise normal and functioning man named Thomas who had been hospitalized at a civilian hospital for depression in 1965s. The committee did not mention that it was an MK-funded hospital, as MK Ultra and similar mind control projects were not yet publicly known. Regardless, While Thomas was not psychotic and had never displayed violent tendencies, Drs. Vernon Mark and Frank Irvin deemed him incurable and implanted multiple electrodes in his brain, telling his mother that he had simply undergone a minor surgical operation. The doctors removed the implants a year later and Thomas was released from the hospital. Weeks later, now exhibiting severe confusion and disorientation, he was arrested for a minor offense and sent to a VA hospital. Thomas told the VA doctors that the civilian hospital he'd just been released from was controlling him microwaves electrodes in his brain. He said they could control his moods and actions, and could turn him up or down at will. After hearing his story, the VA doctors, assumedly unknowing of what had actually occurred, diagnosed him as schizophrenic, delusional, and paranoid and declared him totally disabled. I'm not saying Drive West tortured this man, but he would soon sing the praises of the men who did and even suggested they come work on his own implant project. In the meantime, all hell was breaking loose. Or so it seemed. Newspapers throughout the country reported on the cataclysmic level of violence overrunning the streets of America. In fact, there appeared to be an epidemic of mass murders in California. Experts quoted in the reports told of the current inability but dire need for psychiatry to develop accurate methods of predicting who would become violent or commit violent acts in order to prevent them. Many of the reports quoted leading government-funded mind control doctors who, in retrospect, seemed to be driving the public panic in a desperate attempt to secure more funding which, for a few reasons, was becoming more difficult to obtain. Then, wouldn't you know it, in January 1973, California Governor Ronald Reagan addressed Congress asking for $1.5 million to help him wage a new attack on crime via the creation of the UCLA Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence that, he said, would help rid society of this cancer of violence. Although there had been other violence study centers established throughout the country, the center was to be the most advanced and far-reaching of them all. The center had been West's idea. He drafted the proposal and, as its architect, he would head and direct it. The center was West's baby, the culmination and synthesis of his many diverse research topics thus far. Its creation had the blessing and support of a number of high-level state officials and the full support of Gov. Reagan. The overwhelming support for the project came at just the right time as, wrote one UCLA psychiatrist working under West, federal funds for research support had dried up. Registered initially, news reports billed the center as an effort to reduce murder, rape, gang wars, assassinations, and the battery and abuse of children, to which the center's proposal added suicide, senseless maniacal killings, mass murders, deadly mayhem on the highways, skyjackings. Said the State Health and Welfare Secretary, Dr. Earl Bryan, a lot of things are being done by a lot of people in a lot of places, and the center would help create a preventative profile of violence-prone individuals. It would bring together the best minds with the intent of coordinating ongoing research, initiating an array of new studies, and developing practical applications to predict, control and prevent the eruptions of those prone to such behavior. This was important because, as West explained in the center's proposal, a veritable plague of violent incidents were occurring at a higher rate than ever before, a rate that was only increasing, and the specter of unproved attack haunts city dwellers alone outdoors after dark. To make matters worse, people weren't just hurt by unknown faceless criminal specters, husbands hurt wives, parents hurt children, children hurt other children, people hurt and killed themselves. In these desperate times, desperate measures were called for. Previous and ongoing violence studies tended only to focus on social conditions, neighborhood problems, and penal reforms. West Center had no concern for such issues but instead sought to get at the heart of the matter. Plans for the center quickly moved forward. The center would be located mainly on the UCLA campus but also at satellite facilities including state mental hospitals. It would be financed by a combination of state and federal funds provided by agencies including 457. 4S8. Ing the California Council of Criminal Justice, California Department of Mental Hygiene, the Department of Health, and the California Health and Welfare Agency. The bulk of the money, however, would come from the DOJ's Law Enforcement Assistance Agency. There were some problems though. The Mind Control Research Network, who for so long enjoyed ample freedom and funding, and of which West was an integral part, had been the subject of bad publicity as of late. While for decades, the public was unaware of horrific government-funded experiments using human guinea pigs, the recent exposure of a couple of them led to a rapid exposure of several additional ones. One such revelation concerned Vacaville Medical Facility, a prison hospital that was to be the center's primary satellite location but where Clockwork Orange-type activities had been occurring. For years, Vacaville had been a testing ground for the Army's research into diseases endemic to Vietnam, vaccines for the plague, the effect of pesticides and other chemicals. In addition, and what brought the facility to the attention of the public, was an ongoing brutal behavior modification program there in which highly addictive and experimental drugs were tested on non-consenting prisoners that led to at least 3 deaths and, a year after the center was proposed, the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. West had already secured the use of the prisoners as test subjects, which probably wasn't difficult, given what had already been going on there. As additional details of West's proposed center emerged and the good people of California learned what he was planning for them, a firestorm erupted. This concerned the specific research projects he hoped to initiate, the methods they would incorporate, the populations he hoped to cull test subjects from and the expert staff he recommended to work under him. To begin with, the center's most intensive work was to occur at a nearby Nike missile base, an Army installation with a vast and complex underground network that the Army was prepared to turn over for the center's use. According to West, it is accessible, but relatively remote, securely fenced, we could put it to very good use, studies could be carried out there, in an isolated but convenient location of experimental or model programs for the alteration of undesirable behavior. The center planned to, among other things, test drugs and hormones that could induce or inhibit violence, conduct comparative studies of violence among certain ethnic groups and determine genetic factors and devise other methods of predicting who, in fact, would become violent later in life. This would come in handy as the center also planned to assist law enforcement agencies develop a computer database containing profiles on pre-delinquent children who could then be tracked throughout their lives. No parental consent required. Methods of prediction, modification, and control included solitary confinement, electroshock, mind-altering drugs, chemotherapy, programming individuals with audio and visual stimuli and biofeedback devices, EEGs and other electrophysiology technologies. Currently, wrote West, it is possible, to arouse violent reactions by applying minute electric stimulation, the quiet support and encouragement that Jolly West has given in the field of human values in medicine. He then goes on to say something even more perplexing, when he recalls how, in 1973, he was approached by a group known as the Medical Faculty Wives Club who asked him to organize a panel about medical ethics. He naturally sought West's assistance in this matter, and West promptly advised me to have Frank Irvin speak on the panel, as Irvin had recently been working on plans for the center with West and was very much versed in ethical dilemmas in the practice of medicine. The project, at least as far as public funding was concerned, was scrapped, although one of the would-be directors of the center told reporters that private foundations had shown a great interest and predicted it would be fully funded by private organizations within 2 years. Although West changed the name of the center to the Project for Study of Life-Threatening Behavior, and continued to revise his proposal, reportedly 9 times by 1978, what he stated versus what he intended became increasingly dubious. West even appointed a respected UCLA doctor to act as an ethical oversight director, but the doctor quickly resigned. Another UCLA psychiatrist, who worked closely with West, in his recounting of the subsequent controversy over the center, remarked that of course the center was to focus on low-income and ethnic minority individuals because, after all, those populations were overrepresented in crime and prison statistics. The writer then derided those silly people who thought the center would perform unethical experiments or feared the potential political abuses of the center's work. What they learned, he said, was that one has to be very careful of the disastrous effect of publicity when it comes to proposing experimental research, especially if the experiments involve human subjects, and particularly if they have some relevant application to political social life. Degree 461. 462. Eventually, West's long-awaited project died for good, reportedly for lack of funding. Hence, remarked one news article, it appears that violence will continue to remain an enigma and the rapist a cipher. Rape might have become non-existent and Jolly West may have achieved his dreams, if it weren't for those meddling hippies, who he claimed to understand so well. West later said that the center's demise was the most frustrating experience of my career, a result of accusations, all of which were utter nonsense, that had originated with, ironically, many liberal organizations I belonged to. Revelations about the center and other brutal government-funded experiments led to congressional investigations and hearings in 1975 and 1976, and a few additional hearings and investigations in the years to come. During this time, the existence of MKUltra and related programs became known, but the full details remain hidden, as CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the bulk of the files destroyed. One can only imagine what they contained. The official hearings surrounding harmful government experiments, as with most official hearings and investigations, were limited in the time periods they examined, as well as the full scope of the projects. They characteristically tended to avoid some of the more gruesome allegations, including the sexual abuse of children in mind control projects. While the torture, brainwashing, and interrogation methods involved were publicly disavowed after the 1972 congressional hearings, during the Reagan administration, such practices gained favor once more, specifically in areas such as Honduras, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador. The CIA's Cubark Manual, containing the principal coercive techniques of interrogation, gave birth to the even more horrendous 1983 Human Resource Exploitation Manual, used, like its predecessor, to instruct the security forces of Third World military dictatorships in the fine dark arts of enhanced interrogation. Throughout South and Central American countries, disappearing, torture and murder of dissidents became commonplace. Interestingly, West, whose methodologies were contained in both the 1963 and 1983 manuals, told reporters in 1985 that his efforts were now concentrated on setting up a center at UCLA to study victims of torture, most notably the flocks of Asian and Latin American immigrants fleeing repressive governments. There are probably more torture victims than any other place in the world, except in those countries where torture is still sanctioned, officially or unofficially, he remarked with an irony completely lost on the reporter. Today, the direct lineage of the CIA/military-funded activities of West and friends during the Cold War can be seen in the practices now known to have occurred at Guantanamo Bay, Abu Ghraib and other black sites used for interrogation and torture in the global war on terror. Detainees were subjected to a wide range of psychological warfare tactics meant to extract information, sometimes at undisclosed locations in countries with little to no human rights laws. Either way, they get treated to some of the best interrogation methods that Special Forces SEER training has to offer. The first of the high-value detainees, Abu Zabida, was captured in Pakistan and taken to a secret Thai prison where, according to his interrogator, he was treated like a dog. Forced to lie naked in a box he came to call his tiny coffin for weeks at a time, in combination with other well-documented routine interrogation horrors, he was given what one CIA officer called the Clockwork Orange kind of approach. It worked insofar as he confessed to all manner of horrifying terrorist plots, including plans to blow up American banks, supermarkets, malls, the Statue of Liberty, the Golden Gate Bridge, and nuclear power plants, but was unsuccessful insofar as none of the things he confessed to were true. The old mind's Zenti trick. Interrogation at Guantanamo Bay, Abu Ghraib and other detention sites includes repetitive blasting of obnoxious music and sounds, waterboarding, forced standing, sleep deprivation, beatings, sexual humiliation, the entire gamut of DDD coercion methods, really. While first reported in 2004, only recently has attention focused on other, less pleasant practices including rape of women and children. Reported Seymour Hersh, the women were passing messages saying, "Please come and kill me, because of what's happened." Basically what happened is that those women who were arrested with young boys/children in cases that have been recorded, the boys were sodomized with the cameras rolling. The worst about all of them is the soundtrack of the boys shrieking that your government has. They are in total terror it's going to come out. In 2011, the rape of men was added to the list *, said Cofer Black, head of CIA counterterrorism in 2001, after 9/11, the gloves came off. In this political environment, psychologists and psychiatrists picked up better paying gigs working as interrogators or interrogation consultants, an activity fully supported by influential professional organizations like the American Psychological Association and American Psychiatric Association, even if their methods violated the Geneva Convention. This should come as no surprise, given the sordid history of many past APA presidents and high-ranking members' involvement in MK-type research, and really, who better to help disorient newly captured terrorist prisoners? In fact, the APA remains the only group of professionals who 463. 464. Have not wholly condemned the use of torture, and in fact have stricter, more specific standards for the treatment of laboratory animals than for human subjects such as detainees. According to psychologist Frank Summers, this is because the APA knows better than to bite the funding hand that feeds them. Their dependency on the military and defense establishment for the funding and therefore the growth of their field leads to a blind loyalty and the defense and justification of abusive interrogation practices and professional penalization of those who speak out against this policy. Indeed, wrote Michael Welch, a professor of criminology at Rutgers University, the genealogy of modern torture reveals that its theoretical foundations strongly depend on behavioral and psychological research, of the type that the highly respected members of the American Psychological and Psychiatric Associations who oversee and administer it are well acquainted with. Not just that, but abusive psychological and psychiatric methods that originate with and are at first contained within the military, have a way of seeping into and becoming institutionalized by the broader fields as practiced in civilian realms. Not long after the global war on terror began, the Defense Department called on inconvenient eyewitness hypnotist, Dr. Michael Gels and his military team of non-clinical psychologists to form a behavioral science consultation team to establish rapport with detainees. Apparently, this was supposed to curtain potential and ongoing abuses while still extracting valuable information. Gels trained interrogators and in some instances assisted in interrogations at Gitmo and other sites where reverse sear techniques were used against POWs. He would later note that, even after it became clear that abusive sear methods were too costly in the court of public opinion, it was hard to put the brakes on. For some, it was too easy and too addicting to brutalize other people. The problem, explained Gels, was that once you take the dogs off the leash, you cannot put them back on. In a 2003 essay co-authored by Gels, he argued that it is ridiculous to expect psychologists and other mental health experts working in national security fields to follow ethical guidelines expected of others in their profession. Gels himself has made it clear that he does not believe that psychologists participating in these scenarios should be sanctioned. Rather, he says, he believes in the accounting of history, not an accountability of individuals. After representing Timothy McVeigh, attorney Randy Coyne went on to represent, among others, a handful of GWOT POW, including at least one high-value detainee, and detailed the problematic nature of representing so-called terrorists within the Orwellian labyrinth of security rules that renders any attempt to do so a nearly impossible ordeal. The majority of inmates, he said, had never committed known hostile acts against the U.S., or anyone else for that matter, unless fleeing from American forces qualifies as a hostile act. Registered for his part, McVeigh's favorite head shrinker and Dr. Jolly West's pupil, Dr. John Smith, having closed his private practice in Oklahoma City in 2004, took a position at Fort Bragg, where he helped soldiers returning from Iraq and Afghanistan work through some of the issues they developed there. In 2008, Smith began to appear at academic conferences and in news articles to discuss the psychological impact of being a guard at Guantanamo prison, which he called an overlooked group of victims. His case study concerned a guard who developed such severe PTSD that 2 other psychiatrists gave up on him and referred him to Smith. Apparently, detainees brutalized the guard. Smith said the prisoners threw feces and urine on him, mocked him and even had the audacity to try and pressure the guard into sneaking out letters to their families. This type of behavior left the guard confused and terrified. He did, Smith acknowledged, participate in their torturous interrogations, but the sessions only resulted in the detainees' psychotic reactions, bizarre screaming and crying, leaving the poor guard all the more stressed out and causing him to cry as well. After treating this guard, an influx of others sought out Smith's services. Luckily for the guards, in January 2009, President Obama promised to close Gitmo and other CIA black sites within a year, announcing, "I can say without exception or equivocation that the United States will not torture." As discussed earlier, drones are more effective when dealing with known terrorists. As of December 2015, the detainees remain at Gitmo. It seems nobody really knows what to do with them. Certainly, they can't just be allowed to walk around willy-nilly, after so many years of abuse. Speaking of violence, in the years after the center closed, West bravely continued his strange career as a researcher, media commentator, and government-appointed expert. In the 1980s, besides his never-realized plans of opening a torture victim center at UCLA, West spoke at and chaired exclusive American Psychiatric Association conference sessions, where he expounded upon such topics as multiple personality, diagnosis and treatment, and terrorism and group influence, the psychodynamics of terrorism. He ended up acting as the chair of the APA's Task Force on Terrorism, whatever that entails. He then set about pissing off Scientologists with all his talk about cults and self-professed victims of child sexual abuse and implanted false memories. In 1994, West was one of a handful of experts appointed by Congress to the Institute of Medicine Committee to review the health consequences of service during Gulf War, a good fit, given the experimental nature of the war itself. The next year he got a call from the Jones team about their dissociated patient Tim McVeigh, dejected about the Kindi 466 shins of his confinement and for some reason unable to remember a whole slew of important things. There was probably no better person to consult. Maybe I've gotten West all wrong. A psychiatric textbook dedicated to his career written by close colleagues and students of his, praise him. He was a driving force in our profession, an implacable foe of every form of discrimination, not one to be tainted by all the sleaze and corruption that appears to have affected the American society at many different levels, a shining example of profession, a true light in the darkness despite all those false charges that he was an operative of the Central Intelligence Agency. Trademark. Perhaps not surprising then were the psychiatric and psychological professional societies glowing obituaries of Drive West. Upon his death in 1999, they honored him for his contributions to research and clinical practice that included, among others, a better understanding of the effects of inhumane acts, social violence, sleep deprivation, mind-altering hallucinogenic drugs, hallucinations in general, hypnosis, suggestibility, pain perception and dissociative states and dreams. He was, we are told, the outline of an American success story, who, guided by egalitarian principles, battled ceaselessly for individual freedom and dignity, opposing prejudice, bias, bigotry, violence, torture, and the subjugation, punishment, and mistreatment of others by governments. He took the side of the poor, minorities, children, the disenfranchised, the mentally ill, the uneducated, and the weak. A memorial fund in his name was established, as was the Award for Excellence in Psychiatry. Newspaper articles did at least note that he was, in fact, an expert on cults, torture and brainwashing. Said one colleague, above all, Jolly was a colorful figure, an alive person who loved being on the stage. West appears in many pivotal landmark episodes in American history, real, imagined, or just alleged. Here is West at POW brainwashing camps, at black sites conducting experiments on U.S. soldiers, handling America's most notoriously legendary assassins and patsies, terrorists and spies, with cults who brainwash soon-to-be-dead congregants, including Jonestown, Waco, and Heaven's Gate, fighting those who might implant false memories or alternately implanting false memories himself. Here is West hobnobbing with America's foremost mind-controlled hypo-programmed amnesiac sex slaves. My FOIA requests about West, meant to help clarify fact from legend, have been unsuccessful. It turns out that many government records about him were destroyed in a fire. Nothing like a fire. Despite all the humanitarian rhetoric of West and other officials about predicting and preventing violence and monitoring those who did or would perhaps someday act violently, West's proposed Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence was, in actuality, in the words of one headline, a dystopic chamber of horrors, and a rather racist one at that. West's center was a nightmare of epic proportions, but there was a method to his madness. Rebecca Lemov described West's ultimate goal as access to total knowledge. He spoke of building a massive databank of consciousness itself, which would consist of bioelectrical recordings gathered through electromyography, electrooculography, rheoencephalography, and CAT scans subsequently analyzed and coded, then stored in a centralized location such as the National Institute of Mental Health or the National Medical Library. The dreams of knowledge and power that had fueled human engineering for decades were propelled forward. West tends to be remembered either as a bold yet benevolent pioneer and progressive humanitarian who sought to liberate mankind, or a shadowy malevolent clandestine operator and pioneer of some of the most frightening types of invisible chains meant to control and enslave humankind. In this more disturbing depiction he becomes the mad scientist who implanted a chip into McVeigh's head or rear end, depending. Part 4. CalSpan, Rise of the Robots and the Database That Could. There will come a time when it isn't they're spying on me through my phone anymore. Eventually, it will be, my phone is spying on me. Philip K. Dick, mid-1970s. We monitor many frequencies. We listen always. Came a voice, out of the babble of tongues, speaking to us. It played us a mighty dub. William Gibson, Neuromancer, 1984. Brainwashing became a term applied to every circumstance in which one person was influenced by others to change his behavior or thinking. And when a word comes to mean too much, it loses what value it may have had. Brainwashing isn't a term I use myself, except in order to dismiss it and then focus on what really happened. Dr. Louis Jolyon West, 1985. After World War II, an increasing number of fictional and non-fictional conspiracy narratives emerged, many of them displaying what Cull 467. 468. Tyrrell theorist Timothy Melly termed agency panic, an intense anxiety about the apparent loss of autonomy or self-control. The first of two major defining features of agency panic is an uncertainty about the causes of individual actions, sometimes manifesting in suspicions that external forces are controlling, programming, or brainwashing the will of oneself or others. The second concerns the motive and means of the external controlling forces themselves, who are often identified as large, and often vague, organizations, on whose behalf the faceless controllers operate. The panic itself results, in part, from a sense that one is not in control and an inability to glean more specific information about the ubiquitous them. Agency panic is not a psychiatric diagnosis, however, but a cultural condition, an affliction of the masses born from technological and political realities or potentialities. Both admittedly fictional and purportedly non-fictional stories about mind control display linear shifts and changes that parallel the development and use of technologies of control and attempt to give voice to difficult, perhaps even impossible to voice, cultural anxieties about real-world conditions. The most famous of these fictions is Robert Condon's 1959 novel, The Manchurian Candidate, which tells the story of Raymond Shaw, an American GI captured by communists during the Korean War. Held as a POW, Shaw is brainwashed through DDD and Pavlovian conditioning to act as a sleeper assassin, unaware of the manipulations of his controllers and the triggers implanted within him that can call him into action. Only at the end do we learn that Shaw's mother, the wife of a powerful, high-profile right-wing politician modeled after Joseph McCarthy, essentially sanctioned Shaw's brainwash, as a means of realizing her own political aspirations. For some, the novel represents McCarthy-era fears of communism and the U.S. government's responses to it, but, as others have pointed out, the U.S. government's fomenting of this fear acted itself as a strategic fiction that, among other things, shielded their own development of advanced mind control methods and technologies and the testing and use of these on U.S. citizens. This Cold War duplicity had the effect of dissociating the public's knowledge of the state from its actual workings, replacing fact and history with implanted screen memories and skewed perceptions. While it would be decades before the public had an inkling of the actual scope of such activities, the novel, and its 1962 film adaptation of the same name, went on to inspire many other works of fiction about mind control as well as narratives about the actual brainwashing of real assassins, including Lee Harvey Oswald. Len Deighton's 1962 novel The Ipcress File, and its 1965 film adaptation by the same name, tells the story of a covert intelligence officer brainwashed through induction of psychoneurosis by conditioned reflex under stress, a process that employs a combination of West's DDD and Ewan Cameron's more technologically inclined psychic driving techniques. The subject is made pliable through sensory and sleep deprivation, an alternate inundation of visual and electronic stimuli, and through hypnosis and post-hypnotic suggestion. The controller implants cues and triggers into the sleeper, who can now transmit information deeply encoded within his mind. Harry Benson, the protagonist of Michael Crichton's 1972 novel, The Terminal Man, is a brilliant computer programmer who is helping to develop artificial intelligence for the Department of Defense. After a car accident, Benson begins to suffer from epileptic seizures and amnesiac blackouts, during which he becomes violent and is preoccupied with a persistent delusion that machines are conspiring to take over the world. In late 1970, Benson was arrested after attacking a man while in the throes of a seizure and was referred to the Neuropsychiatric Research Unit of a Los Angeles University hospital. The unit's director, Dr. Roger McPherson, had been waiting for just such a patient upon whom to test an experimental new operation, the implanting of electrodes deep in the brain controlled by an implantable computer the size of a postage stamp elsewhere in the body. The computer, detecting the onset of a seizure, would prevent it by stimulating portions of the brain. Due to his seizures, Benson is a walking ticking time bomb that the procedure could defuse. McPherson and his staff understand the controversial nature of the procedure though, and the potential loss of funding if the operation inflames the ignorant public's fear of brainwashing. Therefore, they must be very careful about how they sell the experimental operation to the public. McPherson explains that there's a lot of crap theory floating around about the social and cultural roots of violence, when in reality, people who engage in repetitive violent acts like certain policemen, gangsters, rioters are actually afflicted with brain damage. Ellis, a surgeon working under McPherson, echoes the director's sentiments, when he tells reporters that the fact that a high percentage of violent people have brain damage, and cites Texas Tower shooter Charles Whitman and Lee Harvey Oswald as examples. This, he says, shoots down a lot of theories about poverty and discrimination and social injustice and social disorganization. You can't correct physical brain damage with social remedies. Benson's operation is only the first step towards the realization of McPherson's true vision, the development of computer circuitry made from living human nerve cells and ultimately, brain prostheses. McPherson and his staff proceed with the operation, against the advice of Benson's psychiatrist, who feels that it will only exacerbate his delusions about the threat of intelligent machines. McPherson says, "We have created a man with not one brain but two. We have created a man who is one single, large, complex, calm. 469. 470. Pewter terminal. Degree. Eventually, Benson, tormented by the technology, attempts to destroy the state-of-the-art computer mainframe located in the basement of the hospital that controls his implanted technology, but is killed by his psychiatrist in the process. At the start of the novel, Crichton includes a historically accurate timeline of implantable technologies as well as an accompanying bibliography in which the recent works of José Delgado, Frank Irvin, and Vernon Mark are noted. In a postscript included in subsequent editions, Crichton explains that after the release of the book, several neurologists informed him that epilepsy and brain damage do not, in fact, cause violence, although Crichton insisted he was not so sure. Not mentioned by Crichton but noted in the 1974 Senate Subcommittee report concerning federal funding of behavior modification, was that Crichton based his terrifying novel on the actual work of Drs. Irvin, Mark, and William Sweet, and the character of Benson, on one of their patients. Not mentioned by either, but noted by literary critic David Seed, is the fact that Crichton, himself, an MD studied under Dr. Mark, and Benson's character was inspired by Thomas, the man driven insane by the above-mentioned doctor's operation on him. The terminal man, says Seed, follows in a long line of literature wherein the mad scientist proves unable to control their experimental subject and depicts the male-gendered arrogance surrounding existing medical technology that proves to have links with military hardware. In 1978, Don DeLillo announced the advent of an age of connections, linked secret relationships which he called the Age of Conspiracy. That same year, H.W. Boward released his groundbreaking nonfiction bestseller, Operation Mind Control, which included a foreword by Robert Condon, author of The Manchurian Candidate. In it, Boward conceived of the cryptocracy, a large incestuous institutional network of bureaucratic government agencies and private corporations involved in mind control research and operations. By 2000, embeddable tracking and control implants were no longer thought of as futuristic technology. People were choosing to have them placed in themselves and their children, although you were still crazy if you claimed to have one involuntarily. Developed by alliances of private and public institutions, this technology, when coupled with the Internet and advances in microtechnology, offered an untold number of brave new capabilities. There was a rumor going around that the military had placed them in soldiers during the Gulf War. In the 2004 remake of The Manchurian Candidate, Shaw is a Gulf War veteran. His brainwashing no longer relies on DDD and hypnosis, but now involves a private defense contractor utilizing high-tech brain implants and subcutaneous chips remote control the subject invasive technology, literally drilling into the brain. Platoon members are inculcated with manufactured memories, with memory chips implanted, wires and LV tubes. As previously discussed, although he denied it later, at various times within a span of 0.3 years, McVeigh told a number of different people in different locations throughout the country that he'd been implanted with something while in the Army. The first known instance occurred in early 1992 at Fort Riley, while McVeigh was still in the Army, but shortly before deciding to end his active duty military career. In reference to reports about McVeigh's alleged implantable tracking chip, a July 1995 Globe and Mail article derided such nonsense, opining that paranoid beliefs of this type originated from the public's fear of high-tech surveillance and a rumor that microchips are now being implanted in babies just after birth. McVeigh had discussed the latter with a number of people including Buffalo area AIDS/HIV volunteer, Peter Salino, and his Michigan friend Gwen Strider, among others. Upon his arrest, McVeigh displayed a disturbing eerie calm and reportedly gave only minimal identification information, and somewhere along the way, at least as reported by one outlet, claimed to have a biochip, as part of what the report described as a fantastical control project. *degree Whatever the truth of such reports, soon after his arrest, the Jones team began looking into a variety of fringe-type subjects that they suspected in some way pertained to McVeigh. In May 1995, they began research into Gulf War III-related issues including experimental vaccines and immunizations. In June, they began research into microchips being implanted into military personnel and others. In October, they began research into enlistees who are subjected to brainwashing and or electromagnetic mind control experiments. The findings of this research are unknown to me, and ultimately, for their purposes, none of these topics would come to bear upon his criminal trial. McVeigh's extra leg, government-sanctioned covert operative, lone bomber, and other stories demonstrate how, having stepped into the real or imagined world of Timothy McVeigh, the Jones team seemed to have a difficult time determining what, exactly, might be delusion, paranoia, outright deception, or what, in fact, might be the truth, or at the very least, somewhat truthful. To help resolve this, the Jones team mental health experts attempted to understand the inner workings of McVeigh's mind and the autobiographical details of his life, speaking to many people who knew him in their effort to do so. Meanwhile, and for quite some time, his attorneys attempted to obtain a complete set of his military records that may have helped fill in some of the gaps. When they called F.T. Riley to obtain the records, however, they learned that they had been transferred to the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who themselves requested them from the FBI. 471. 472. In a conversation with Dick Burr in October 1995, when asked if he was paranoid, while not mentioning any chip, McVeigh described himself as someone who experienced a spectrum of paranoia, that ranged from situational awareness to extra cautious to occasionally paranoid, but, he added, this stemmed from his knowledge of modern technology. To illustrate his point, McVeigh described a then recent New York Times story he had read, about police using high technology to fight crime and the privacy issues raised by videotaping public areas and using hidden microphones at airports and malls. McVeigh then made a slippery slope argument against the practice, citing a line in the Turner Diaries to support his point. Because the chains that bind us were forged imperceptibly, link by link, we submitted. Peter, the paranoid protagonist of Tracy Letts' 1996 play, Bug, and its 2006 movie adaptation, that follows the play nearly exactly, is a Gulf War veteran who may or may not be AWOL. Peter tells his new friend Agnes that after military doctors implanted a crude tracking device under his skin, he escaped from the VA hospital, only to be apprehended. Afterward, the doctors replaced his primitive tracking chip with a newer model, the Intelligence Manned Interface Biochip, a subcutaneous transponder, a computer chip imprinted with living brain cells, a bug sac that, when placed in the teeth, is able to spawn additional bugs. Peter was not the only lab rat used to test the biochip, they also tested it on another soldier working at Calspan at the time, Tim McVeigh. By the time he meets Agnes, Peter is plagued by an infestation of self-perpetuating, rapidly multiplying, brainwashing bugs. Burrowed under his skin and teeth, the bugs emit signals back to his controllers. When Agnes suggests that Peter see a dentist, he refuses, telling her that doing so would only assist the army doctors who are trying to recapture him. In one of Bug's more disturbing scenes, Peter enters the bathroom of the dingy Oklahoma City motel room he now shares with Agnes, only to emerge covered in blood, having pulled out one of his teeth with pliers in an attempt to remove the bug sac tracking device in his tooth. Eventually Peter's viral paranoia infects Agnes too, and she becomes convinced that Peter's bugs are now crawling under her skin as well. In order to shield themselves from the bugs and prevent them from transmitting their whereabouts to the army doctors, Agnes and Peter cover the motel room and everything in it with tinfoil. Bug convincingly leads viewers to believe that Peter's claims are the result of drug-induced delusions, and this is how the majority of critics have interpreted his actions, although questions are raised when the sound of approaching helicopters surround the motel room, growing increasingly louder until finally, there is an unexpected knock at the door. At the door is Dr. Sweet, Peter's former army psychologist from whose care he has escaped. Sweet attempts to convince Peter to return to the hospital. When Agnes protests, Dr. Sweet concedes, "I am his doctor. He is my project. We made a mistake. I made a mistake. I didn't know what they were using it for. What they're doing. It's dangerous, it's wrong. As the hovering helicopters grow louder, Dr. Sweet confirms that the motel room is under surveillance by a variety of covert agencies, and he tells Peter that he will be better off if he willingly surrenders to Sweet, and cannot guarantee what will happen if the other spooks catch him first. Peter, finding this option unacceptable, tells Agnes that Dr. Sweet is a robot, and proceeds to stab the doctor to death. Peter and Agnes, alone once more in their tinfoil-covered dwelling, invoke the deaths of the Branch Davidians at Waco, Texas, when they douse the room with ammonium nitrate and perish in a fire that they themselves set. Bug appears to be an amalgamation of purportedly non-fictional stories circulating in the realms of conspiracy theorists for quite some time, details reported after McVeigh's arrest and the incorporation of both into newer mind control narratives that appeared on the internet after. Most interestingly though, is the close parallels of details in Bug with those in a 1994 book written by Ronald K. Siegel, Ph.D., esteemed experimental psychology researcher at UCLA's Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science, who happened to be a close colleague of Drive West. The book, Whispers, The Voices of Paranoia, offers several case studies of Siegel's interaction with and study of paranoics throughout his career, at least 3 of which seem to have found their way into Bug. Included is the case of Dr. Edwin Tolman, a biophysicist with a high-level clearance and director of a super-secret research unit for an aerospace company in California, who believes he is being targeted by an advanced satellite system called Posse. Posse, Tolman says, uses low-frequency electromagnetic energy to track him and insert troubling visual images into his brain. The second relevant case study concerns a woman who believes that a dentist has implanted receiver/transmitter nanotechnology into her teeth. The technology was developed by the military and, for the most part, has been kept secret while a network of dentists implant the devices into their patients to harass and spy on them. Siegel reminds readers that the woman is not alone in her belief, but one of a number of people who have made similar claims, some of whom go to extreme lengths to remove the imagined devices themselves. Finally, Siegel documents several individuals who have come to believe that bugs have infiltrated their bodies, self-mutilate in an attempt to stop the bugs, and in some cases, are able to convince people close to them that the bugs are real and have targeted them too. In one case, a man who believes his bugs originated from the machinations of secretive government agencies, kills himself in front of his family. 473. 474. Throughout the book, Siegel makes reference to tricking or deceiving the individuals whose paranoia he was documenting and studying, including at times misrepresenting himself and his interest in them, at least until he can get their cooperation. This is necessary to get inside their head. In the case of the infiltrating bugs, Siegel, rightfully, attributes the bugs to the effects of powerful drugs such as cocaine and amphetamines. In the other 2 cases outlined above, Siegel acknowledged that the technologies exist. Nevertheless, he dismisses their claims as delusional, in part, because he does not think the technologies are in an operative stage of development and, even if they were, would not be tested or used against people in such cruel ways. While Siegel presents an elegant case for chalking up the beliefs of those he studies to paranoid delusions, he makes at least one critical omission. In his recounting the case of Dr. Tolman, the aerospace developer who claimed Posse was projecting images into his field of vision, Siegel neglects to mention a paper he wrote in 1968 that explored, although not satellites, technologies that could accomplish this very thing. Siegel, funded in part by the Defense Research Board of Canada, designed a device called Focus as described in his 1968 paper entitled A Device for Chronically Controlled Visual Input, published in the Journal of the Experimental Analysis of Behavior. In it, Siegel discussed the device's ability to maintain direct control of visual input and bring visual stimuli directly to the eye. The further development of this, and the inducement of specific visual images, he wrote, is both feasible and useful. Given this, Siegel's omission in his 1994 book, his peppering of sarcastic ridicule of Tolman throughout the account, and quite frankly, his connection to UCLA shortly after publishing his 1968 paper, takes on a somewhat more ominous meaning, as does the subtext of Bug. Unlike Siegel, who refuses to consider larger cultural reasons why his very real research subjects might have developed their delusions, one reviewer of Bug's 2006 cinematic adaptation did consider such factors in relation to Peter, who happens to display a long line of peculiar delusions discussed by Siegel. The reviewer felt that while Peter was manipulative and violently unhinged, a familiar American type, the paranoid loner with a shady past, his bugs were manifestations of a profound uncertainty about the militaristic applications of hyperminiaturized technology, rapid advances in nanotechnology and the increasing reach of the state. All such stories, fictional and purportedly true, raise questions about the relationship between technological development, behavioral conditioning, and the loss of autonomy and control. The real and imagined history of American brainwashing and its lengthy tentacles begins to help make sense of speculation, legend, and fact embedded within stories about McVeigh, Cal Span, Dr. Jolie, on West, and the intersection of all three. With that in mind, let us look once more at McVeigh's alleged implanted microchip in relation to the wider socio-cultural context in which it appeared. On December 14, 1994, 26-year-old psychology student, Ralph Tortorici, walked into a classroom at the University of Albany, and with a high-caliber rifle and hunting knife, held the class hostage. Tortorici believed he was part of a secret government experiment and was implanted with a tracking device in his penis and a computer chip in his brain that could control his thoughts and emotions. He demanded to speak to somebody about the experiment, but before this could happen, students overtook him and he was arrested. In fact, although they didn't usually take hostages or act violently, claims of this sort were becoming increasingly common. A few years later, UA shut down the X-Files type research of psychology professor Catherine Kelly, Ph.D. Since the hostage incident, Kelly had been investigating the claims of those like Tortorici that suspected or believed they'd been involuntarily implanted with communications devices for monitoring and control. In her related lectures and papers, Dr. Kelly noted instances of implant research funded by the NSA and DoD and the usually disenfranchised populations upon whom these devices were tested. She and her team of graduate students identified several companies who had developed transtympanic transducers, instruments that function as mini telephones, sending voice messages to the inner ear. She also spoke of RAATs. When operators transmit to or scan RAAT implants in victims, they can talk to the victims remotely and anonymously, and hear the victim's speech and thoughts. They could be easily implanted, leaving only minor sticks in the ear. She pointed out that, despite this, implant claims are generally interpreted as an indicator of schizophrenia. Her colleagues became concerned that she actually believed such implants would be commonplace in the future. In September 1995, the Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease published an article detailing the delusions of two individuals who complained of electronic devices implanted in the fillings of their teeth. Their respective psychiatrists, having concluded that they were mentally ill, intervened to prevent the dental extract ions they sought and prescribed antipsychotic drugs instead. According to the authors of the article, the crux of the problem, what made them crazy, was that neither seemed to realize the implausibility of their claims. Various theorists have posited that anomalous sensory experiences and episodic illnesses provide fodder for delusions. For instance, dental pain can correlate to the belief that an outside force had implanted a chip in one's tooth for the purposes of remotely tracking, controlling, or both. 475. 476. A 2002 article in Psychiatry added to a small list of case studies about this belief, and recommended diagnostic criteria for a culturally bound delusion, including the specific delusional belief of having a microchip implanted in one's body. This article, while acknowledging that such technologies do exist, the belief itself is nonetheless not credible in their local cultural context and therefore, is delusional. Larger social, cultural and political events and circumstances, including technological innovations and other scientific developments, may cause fact and fiction to become enmeshed in the delusional belief which, when organized around a particular theme, is considered a systematized delusion. S. For instance, José Delgado pioneered the development of such technologies during the first half of the 20th century and, along with his contemporaries, went on to advocate their use in a program of political control for larger society. On the other hand, poor Thomas, who Drs. Irvin, Sweet, and Mark implanted, certainly wasn't delusional when he claimed cruel doctors wrongfully placed implants in his brain. No matter what explanation any one member of the Jones team suspected or believed about the famed chip, the fact remains that, as an adult, beginning during the time he was in the Army, McVeigh became inexplicably familiar with the dentist's chair. His teeth continued to attract attention after his arrest and soon became the subject of shared delusions. As previously noted, excluding his numerous Army dentist visits, McVeigh saw a dentist in Michigan in late 1993. His discolored eye tooth was noted by realtor Bob Maloney in November 1994, and he saw an Arizona dentist in April 1995, just weeks prior to the bombing. Stephen Jones said that while he was at Tinker AFB, the FBI attempted to obtain McVeigh's handwriting sample, but McVeigh refused to comply and was not compelled to, as a judge sustained the objections his attorneys raised. "I now know," said Jones, "that in reality really didn't care about the handwriting sample. They were hoping that McVeigh could speak because they wanted to look at his teeth." Degree given McVeigh's observable cavities, his unusual dental records and his earlier offer to prove his honesty by subjecting himself to truth serums or torture, his response to a prison dentist who, in December 1995, asked him if he ever had any cavities, is curious. McVeigh told the dentist that he only ever had one cavity in his entire life and had it fixed in early 1995s. In a memo detailing the visit, Randall Coyne wrote, "Tim wants to be sure he is not injected with sodium pentothal and so asked the dentist, 'How do I know you won't give me sodium pentothal instead of Novocaine?' The dentist sharply replied, 'This ain't Nazi Germany, but Morris.' The unit manager chimed in, telling McVeigh, 'The truth is you don't know.' Teeth and truth, for whatever reason, appear inexorably mixed up in this story. Prior to his arrest, McVeigh claimed that his tracking chip was located in his buttocks, the part of his body cited in all reports that detail this belief. Not reported, however, is that after his arrest, McVeigh's chip seems to have moved into his teeth. Randy Coyne noted that, after 2 dentist visits during the first week of February 1996, McVeigh joked to Coyne the dentist implanted a microchip in his tooth and the government was now listening to everything I say. He repeated this claim about a week later, as noted by Jones' team attorney Rob Nye on February 15, 1996, who wrote, "Tim told me he recently received dental work, and is confident our conversations are being monitored via a transmitter installed in his tooth. He wanted me to make sure and indicate in the memorandum that he was kidding about the transmitter. I, on the other hand, am not so sure. I think there may in fact be a transmitter." McVeigh became enraged when, after his conviction, he saw a 2000 article by investigative journalist and Jones team ally J.D. Cash, who had written extensively about the bombing while moonlighting as a defense investigator. Cash wrote that the Jones team perceived McVeigh's paranoia early on and had serious concerns about his mental health, specifically in regard to the chip. While he insisted to them he had not been brainwashed, said Cash, McVeigh claimed the government had been able to track him all over the country because of a homing device they had planted in his buttock while in the Army allowed agents to follow him with their satellites. Thus, to avoid surveillance, McVeigh said he often lived in caves, especially caves located in the deserts around Kingman, Arizona. McVeigh wrote to his biographers about the article and told them Jones was responsible for leaking the fact of their concern over his mental state, denied that he ever lived in caves, insisted he did not have an obsession with Patrick Henry, as the article claimed, only a fascination, nothing delusional. He downplayed his earlier implant claims, attempted to assure them that he never once honestly believed he had a tracking chip. Further, he insisted he had not been brainwashed or manipulated and that any paranoia he had about prison doctors was reasonable. I had a rapport with the medical platoon. I had a friend or two in there. Through personal curiosity, buttressed by my own survivalist training, I would ask questions and was always inquisitive about medical procedures. Right before the Gulf War, we got a booster shot, right in the S. It was to boost our immune systems, our globulins. A big shot, 5 cc's as opposed to the normal 4 cc's. There were people who couldn't sit down for the whole day. Some of them passed out later in the morning in physical training exercises. It was a big-ass shot. I'll give credit where credit is due. I believe Chef Held Anderson, the guy who 477, 478 was always starting rumors in the company such as Congress didn't pass the budget, we're not going to get paid this month. I think he was the one who started the rumor computer microchip they put in your butt. People from my generation can make that joke because we know that computer chips are used, not in troops, but in experiments with pets. I think one community in California wanted to put them in children. Me and Anderson, part of Generation X, we felt free to joke about it. One day we were sitting around James Nichols' kitchen table at this farmhouse, and I told somebody, as a joke, that I had a computer butt chip put in me, in the Gulf War. Whoever was at that table that day didn't know me well enough to know I was joking and has spread that rumor ever since my arrest. It was a joke to start with. I knew from my medical training that it wasn't true. I was the principal. I used Nichols and anybody else that was involved. There was no secret person manipulating me behind the scenes. I'm friggin' old enough to know when somebody is using me. I'm not a brainless individual. In fact, I'm very world-weary, you might say. More so than what would meet the eye in my country boy appearance. The army did that to me. My aversion to prison doctors was based on my privacy concerns. I didn't want prison officials to take a picture of my penis and write the life and times of Tim McVeigh in prison. Was this delusional or realist? There are a few issues with this. For one, his rapport with the medical platoon and inquisitiveness about medical procedures do not mention more than 75 known doctor and dentist visits while in the army. Secondly, while he couched the chip in terms of a joke his generation would get, and while that is true, he made the claim to a number of other people, who then reported it either to the Jones team and FBI, independently of each other. One of them was Gwen Strider, who stressed that he didn't just think he had a chip, he firmly believed it. Another was Terry Nichols' brother James, who spent a lot of time with McVeigh and knew him well, or perhaps as well as one could, also said McVeigh thought he was chipped and also that he considered having his chip removed but, like Bugs Peter, felt that it would do more harm than good. To my knowledge, the fictional Bug, although an admittedly indirect representation, is the only account, other than private ones, to locate McVeigh's chip in his mouth. Critical context surrounding this story is revealed through juxtaposing McVeigh's real-life microchip with those depicted in other stories, fictional and non. Bug, a story of brainwashing, surveillance, paranoia, control, and controllers, has roots in and unknowingly borrows from actual circumstances and events pertaining to McVeigh's life. Bug's depiction, in combination with previous published accounts and archival and oral sources, demonstrates the ways in which fact, fiction, and folklore blur and the difficulty of determining which is which. In Dr. Sweet, we can see the many purported authors of McVeigh's hidden experimental medical narrative. Bug's Dr. Sweet acts as a stand-in for Drive West, who himself, within conspiracy legends, acts as a stand-in for his other, faceless, unidentified mind controller's colleagues. Even his name, Dr. Sweet, is lifted from the annals of American mind control history, Dr. William Sweet being a close colleague of Drs. West, Mark, and Irvin. Within seemingly paranoid conspiratorial mind control or brainwashing narratives, the recurring appearance of relentlessly cruel controllers and technologies of social control are positioned in opposition to the last bastion of human agency, one's very body and the interior recesses of the mind. But beyond UFOs and covered hybrid private/government domestic security operations, how does CalSpan fit into this strange story? While chatter from within conspiracy theorist realms about McVeigh's connections to West and microchips began within days of the bombing, it was Alex Constantine who, in 1996, first introduced CalSpan to these stories. In pondering McVeigh's reported belief of having been chipped, Constantine noted that it was at least technically feasible McVeigh was implanted with a telemetry chip drawn into an experimental black project involving the Buffalo facility McVeigh guarded. Other writers, sometimes with arguably less astute research habits, quickly honed in on this possibility, and CalSpan became the location where McVeigh was sent for indoctrination training and in at least one instance, found its way into fiction. The story continued to proliferate over the next 2 decades, becoming self-evident that CLA doctors at CalSpan helped manage McVeigh and are currently colluding with NASA to scan, classify, and database the brainwaves/thoughts of just about everyone. Some people were not so convinced. The blog of one former CalSpan intern ridiculed these conspiracy theories and noted that the only doctors he ever encountered there were PhD aerospace engineers, most of whom were also professors at nearby University of Buffalo. So what was all the fuss about CalSpan, and what made a link between CalSpan, Drive West, and McVeigh's microchip seem feasible? The roots of the legend begin in 1948, when Jolly West began his psychiatric residency at Cornell Medical Center in New York City, after which he took a position as psychiatric assistant at Cornell Medical College from 1952 until 1954, before moving on to Oklahoma City. Also at Cornell Medical College at this time were several doctors of note, including Lawrence Hinkle and Harold Wolff, both of whom were instrumental in mind control projects predating MKUltra and who established an AD 479. 480. Ministered the Human Ecology Fund, one of the major cutouts through which CIA channeled money to MKUltra research. Cornell Aeronautical Laboratory was a satellite facility of Cornell University until the 1970s. A number of other MK-funded doctors were associated with Cornell, and experiments on unwitting subjects occurred there during the years Cal was under its auspices. In addition, CalSpan's clients were, for the most part, the very government agencies funding MK-type research. While not a direct link, the interconnection provides the basic infrastructure for the experimental Wolf narrative and a potential link in funding, agenda, and possible lack of methodological restraint. Although best known for its crash test dummies, throughout its history Cal received billions of dollars of defense-related subcontracts. DoD and other defense industry-related contracts made up over 2/3 of Cal's total research and development budget during the Cold War, and over half of their projects remain classified, designated top secret. CalSpan contributed to more than just early and later stage drones to the Pentagon's brave new unconventional arsenal. It was instrumental in developing non-lethal electronic weapons, microwave technologies, biotechnologies including electronic telemetric devices and other human tracking and monitoring technologies, and systems to allow for the interface between man and machine. When Dr. Peter Venkman warned Dr. Ray Stans not to cross the streams in the 1984 movie Ghostbusters, he wasn't talking to CalSpan about aerospace medicine, psychotronics, cybernetics, and surveillance, but as it concerns the fate of humanity, he might as well have been. While CalSpan's accomplishments and fields of study are legion, for the purposes of this discussion, 4 areas of pioneering research and development concern us which, while originally separate, were related and would eventually converge, culminating in many of McVeigh's dystopic anxieties about society's imperceptibly binding chains and the bleak visions of conspiracy theorists. From the outset, Cal was in the electronic warfare business. They employed only the cream of the mental crop, including scientists involved in the Manhattan Project and one physicist who, during World War II, discovered the ability to talk over or speech modulate infrared light, thereby transmitting and directing verbal communications to precise locations. In 1958, they transmitted microwave signals at more than triple the power thought possible at that time, thereby increasing the effectiveness and range of radar, which led to their creation of Doppler. In 1966, Cal completed REDCap, an electromagnetic warfare simulation system, and the preeminent electromagnetic threat detection and wargame system, used by all major U.S. defense agencies. Cal maintained and improved upon REDCap until its transfer to Edwards AFB in the late 1990s. They were also in the robot business. A 1958 news article headlined "Navy working on electronic robot brain" told of a psychologist at Cal who had, on behalf of the Office of Naval Research, thought up and then designed and built the prototype of an electronic robot named Perceptron. The robot could match some of the functions of the human brain but eventually would be able to perceive, recognize, and identify its surroundings without any human training or control, assist with piloting tasks, translating language, and the automatic unearthing of scientific and other information buried in library books. In 1960, two NASA scientists coined the term cyborg, short for cybernetic organism. One of the earliest attempts to build a cyborg occurred in 1962, when the Air Force commissioned Cal to explore and design a powered suit of armor to amplify natural human capabilities. By 1964, they had developed the Man Amplifier, a wearable exoskeleton that linked man and machine and could augment and amplify strength and endurance and provide biofeedback to controllers in real time, thereby testing the overall man-equals-machine capability. The Man Amplifier promised to make a Superman out of a mere mortal. These were exciting times, and the DoD provided additional funds for further progress towards this aim. Beginning, for our purposes, in 1950, the ONR, Air Force and NASA, collaborated closely with the CIA and were steeped in unethical chemical and behavioral modification research. A covert behavioral modification research contract funded a 1958 symposium on sensory deprivation at Harvard Medical School. Attending the symposium were, among others, Norbert Wiener, considered the father of cybernetics. In the coming decades, all three agencies contributed significant funding to Cal's work. In addition, Cal was big on tracking and surveillance technologies and related databases. In the late 1950s, Cal's talent for all things remote gained them a contract to develop advanced eyes for those who would fight on and command the battlefields of the future in both large-scale and limited war scenarios. In 1967, the FBI awarded Cal a contract to develop the first automated electro-optical fingerprint reader, which culminated in the Finder system, first presented at the Electronic Crime Countermeasures Conference on April 19, 1972. In his four-sided 1978 book, Technospies, Ford Rowan specifically mentioned Finder as one of the technological developments that, along with associated repositories of information gathered, threatened the privacy and civil liberties of all Americans. NEV 481. 482. Nevertheless, the Buffalo-based company continued to improve upon Finder and engineer other electronic and intelligence gathering systems for law enforcement agencies and other interested groups. In 1969, at the height of the Vietnam War, the public learned of Cal's ARPA and DoD-funded aerial radar surveillance tests and classified counterinsurgency research projects in Thailand. The lab became an embarrassing liability for Cornell University, already under fire for revelations about their MK-type activities, and in 1972, the university cut them loose, leaving Cal free to pursue all the lucrative military contracts they desired. After this, the laboratory continued to change ownership, going from the hands of one well-known private defense contractor to the next. In actuality, of the 5-member CalSpan board of directors, 2 were higher UPS at Cornell University, and the school kept a 68% interest in CalSpan until at least 1978, when Arvin bought them out. In 1976, CalSpan attempted to sell their fingerprint search and identification computer to a South African mining company, to help them control black mine workers. Conflicting reports exist as to whether the State Department blocked the sale or if the futuristic system was too expensive for the mining company. Despite protests over the system's potential for human rights abuses, they were, however, able to sell the systems to a number of cities in the United States and other countries including Kuwait. Throughout the following decades, under various owners, Calspan serviced its clients through the development, creation, and testing of both classified and publicly acknowledged strategic defense initiatives. Since its establishment in 1958, NASA was a major Cal funder. Sometimes in collaboration with various defense agencies including the Air Force, NASA funded biomedical studies pertaining to the effects of space on humans, radiobiology, weightlessness, and space medicine. NASA radiation experiments included using human subjects, included total body irradiation and, in conjunction with the DOD, the effects of radiation on the human eye. NASA had no policy about test subjects' informed consent until 1972. Cal was part of NASA's broader aerospace medicine and biology research initiative that, during the 1960s and 1970s explored, among other things, hypnotic conditioning to reduce fatigue, the effects of hypothermic stress, the effects and uses of ultra-high and ultra-low radio frequency, X-rays, and microwave radiation on humans, brainwave monitoring, and implantable telemetry systems for use in animal monitoring. In 1973, on behalf of the National Institute of Health, Calspan conducted research into implant device development. In 1977, on behalf of the U.S. Department of Health, Calspan scientists investigated materials compatible with human blood in an effort to develop better prosthetic IC devices. The lead scientist on that project, Dr. Robert Bayer, happened to hold many positions related to military, industry and university biotechnologies research, won many awards for his innovations in that area, and is widely published on the topics of dental and medical implant technology. So perhaps he might have been able to figure out what was going on in McVeigh's mouth and elsewhere. A 1986 Calspan report entitled Future Research Needs in Biomechanics was cited in an issue Engineering in Medicine and Biology magazine. The paper discussed exciting new developments in biomedical devices and materials that held great medical potential. Soon, drugs would be remotely dispensable and prosthesis and implantable devices would degrade naturally into the body, electrical stimulations would help cure paralysis, and centralized computers would be able to track elderly people through their medical devices. Best yet, major breakthroughs in mapping the human genome were going to revolutionize biomechanics research in the not-too-distant future. The University of Buffalo Research Foundation, Calspan Research Center, a pioneering collaboration of public and private interests, released a 1986 report co-authored by the School of Aerospace Medicine at Brooks AFB, about a joint project partially funded by the Army Medical R&D Command at Ft. Detrick, MD. In this study, researchers induced sleep deprivation, heightened states of confusion, frustration, anxiety, anger, and depression in U.S. Air Force pilots to determine the effects of these states on performance. Related research investigated the effects of several drugs for their sedative, amnesiac and hypnotic effects as well as their potential to enhance performance. More than one of these studies involved the effects of pyridostigmine bromide, a drug that has been consistently linked to Gulf War illness. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Calspan, funded by NASA, U.S. Air Force Wright Research and Development Center, U.S. Air Force SAM, Walter Reed Army Institute, further explored human performance variables. These same funders supported research, which, while not conducted by Calspan, was presented at the same conferences on topics including the psychological and physiological factors and responses contributing to the susceptibility of blacks and Caucasians to cold sensitivity, and the effects of various drugs on EEG readings. Meanwhile, as early as the 1950s, government-funded scientists became aware that sound could be induced in both hearing and deaf persons from a distance of up to thousands of feet using extremely low and high-frequency electromagnetic energy radio frequency amplifiers. These same methods could be used to induce unpleasant bodily sensations. In 1962, Cornell researcher Alan Frey was hopeful that 483, 484. This would eventually replace remote stimulation of the nervous system without the damage caused by electrodes. Cal researcher Clyde E. Ingalls then expanded on Frey's work, as proposed in his 1967 paper Sensation of Hearing and Electromagnetic Fields. In 1974, Dodd researcher J.E. Shapitz wrote about the ability of the spoken word of the hypnotist be conveyed by modulated electromagnetic energy directly into the subconscious parts of the human brain, i.e., without employing any technical devices for receiving or transcoding the messages and without the person exposed to such influence having a chance to control the information input consciously. His belief was based on his ongoing experimentation, and he purposed further experiments, the results of which remain classified. The next year, in 1975, the director of a VA neuropsychology research laboratory in Kansas City was able to beam words into heads using voice-regulated microwaves. Degree in 1976, Cal Span received a $4 million contract from the Air Force to study the best applications of new electronic countermeasures and, in 1978, a $4.6 million contract for analysis of systems to help weapons penetrate enemy defense. A 1980 article in Military Review entitled The New Mental Battlefield, Beam Me Up, Spock, described newly developed and already operational lethal psychotronic weapons. The more conventional of these used electromagnetic energy and biofeedback to manipulate human psychology and behavior. Electromagnetics, said the article, held the key to the creation of a Manchurian candidate, and the military was harnessing, mimicking, and weaponizing a range of parapsychological phenomenon including telepathy and telepathic hypnosis. The author, U.S. Army Special Forces Vietnam veteran and director of the Non-Lethal Weapons Laboratory at Los Alamos National Laboratory, John Alexander, told of their use in the not-too-distant future. For whatever it's worth, Alexander was implicated in the government-sponsored alien disinformation campaign discussed earlier and was very encouraging of Colburn and Lear's alien implant detection and removal endeavors. In the post-Cold War world, electromagnetic pulse generators, lasers, and microwave devices could remotely destroy car engines, telephones, radars, computers, and all other modern technology the world had come to depend on. Deemed non-lethal, these still classified weapons could explode eyeballs and cook internal organs. If they had been widely available during the Gulf War, one military spokesperson said that a single pulse beam could have taken out the entire Iraqi army. Whose bright idea was this? According to military historians, John Alexander's 1980 article about the possible uses of telepathy and brain waves had captured the attention of the high brass and catalyzed research into soft kill technology. He has since established himself as an expert in this realm. In 1993, the Wall Street Journal depicted the battlefield of the future as one filled with induced sounds, and non-lethal weapons that could dazzle with lasers, putting them to sleep with calmative chemicals and even confusing them with holographic projections in the clouds above them, perhaps images of Muslim martyrs telling them to go home. These kinder, gentler methods could help subdue the U.S. domestic civilian and prison population as well. If it came to that, Cal Span remained at the forefront of radio frequency and electromagnetic applications and electronic warfare simulations, helping to realize this vision. In 1994, Canadian neuroscientist and head of Laurentian University's Neuroscience Behavioral Lab, Dr. Michael Persinger, attracted attention for his creation of the God helmet. Persinger's helmet used magnetic wire coils to send electromagnetic waves into the brain's field, thereby inducing feelings of anger, fear, mystical experiences, and even alien abduction experiences. Best yet, Persinger told reporters that autobiographical pseudo-memories of unusual events could be created in nearly 50% of readily hypnotizable subjects. Persinger, colleague of Dr. Jolly West and an accomplished hypnotist in his own right, would know, as the defense establishment funded the research of both and both were involved with the Pentagon's parapsychology studies, thought by many to be a cover for other, more nefarious activities relating to weaponized electromagnetics. In 1995, the DoD through the Air Force awarded a grant for Phase 2 of research into communicating via the microwave auditory effect. Asterisk. Some argue that while inducing sounds is well established, inducing understandable words or sentences is not, but that certainly didn't stop researchers from trying. From the late 1970s until currently, several patents to this effect have been filed and a growing number of academic and technical papers have outlined these voice-to-skull technologies. Perhaps not surprisingly, the 1980s and 1990s witnessed a growing number of individuals who claimed voices or subliminal thoughts were being beamed directly into their heads or that they were being subjected to other forms of electromagnetic and RF harassment, claims considered patently delusional. It is about this time, in the early to mid-1990s, that all of CalSpan's streams thus far discussed, electromagnetic warfare, aerospace medicine, human potential research, cybernetics, biometric surveillance and related databases, seem to collide, with implications reaching far beyond the life and times of Timothy McVeigh. Among the gripes McVeigh voiced to Buffalo area HIV/AIDS outreach volunteer Peter Salino in 1992, was his belief that government agencies like Social Security kept too much information on U.S. citizens and thought someone should figure out a way to destroy their files. Once. 485. 486. He said he wanted to set fire to the Buffalo Federal Building because of the large amounts of private data about people stored there. According to Salino, McVeigh railed against the Center for Missing and Exploited Children because he felt they were part of a larger effort to track all individuals. McVeigh warned Salino that by the year 2000 the government, in conjunction with the center, would collect the handprints, footprints, and DNA records of the entire population. This, he said, was only one example of the government's invasions of privacy and its plans of keeping track of people, which ultimately would lead to a total global DNA surveillance society in the not-too-distant future. Lending some credibility to McVeigh's paranoia was the actual creation of massive DNA databases prior to and after his death. In January of 1992, the DoD announced their plans to create a massive databank of genetic information, the first of its kind. The stated intent was to replace traditional dog tags with genetic ones that could help identify the remains of U.S. soldiers. The FBI had also begun pilot DNA fingerprinting programs. Governor Mario Cuomo was among the early enthusiasts and in May 1992, proposed that the state of New York begin gathering DNA samples from convicted murderers and sex offenders. Ethical concerns about DNA profiling and databases voiced at this time included the accuracy and confidentiality of the data and the availability of such information to employers, civilian and federal law enforcement agencies, and the potential use of DNA information to predict mental and physical illness. In 1996, the state of New York's DNA databank became operational. In recent years, DNA databases have proven to be beneficial in overturning false convictions as well as locating and convicting guilty parties. Meanwhile, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have created their own vast databases. Improving upon their Finder system over the decades, CalSpan, in conjunction with UltraScan Corp., another Buffalo area business started by a former CalSpan employee, created UltraScan, an ultrasonic fingerprint imaging system, and first tested on methadone maintenance patients beginning in 2001. In March 2003, Kubrick created the Western New York Population Health Observatory, whose twofold purpose included bioterrorism and health surveillance systems. Later that year, this partnership resulted in the founding of the Department of Homeland Security-funded Center for Unified Biometrics and Sensors, an interdisciplinary initiative to design newer biometric systems that could identify people by facial features, gait, and even chemical signatures. In 2006, Kubrick presented their ongoing research to the defense intelligence community at a sensor fusion conference whose topics included current challenges in DoD, government security and intelligence and homeland security applications, complete battlefield awareness, and total data fusion so that warfighters could better locate, track and eliminate their enemies. While civil libertarians warned about the impending total surveillance society, the military said biometrics was important in the fight against insurgents and terrorists. Biometric information, including DNA and iris scans, were regularly taken in the War on Terror from over 2 million individuals, including those working on military bases, detainees, and suspicious-looking Afghanis and Iraqis. In some cases, the U.S.S genetic sweep encompassed entire villages. In 2010, Kubrick formed a partnership with Akani Biosystems Incorporated, to better serve military and homeland security markets, and the Army awarded both companies a joint, collaborative contract the following year. Based in Maryland, Akani develops, manufactures, and sells genetic diagnostic and disease surveillance solutions. The company regularly received grants and contracts from government agencies, including one in 2010 from the National Institute of Health to develop a rapid molecular test for genotyping. Their corporate board includes Kubrick's Director of Biomedical Research as well as the Buffalo Labs President and CEO, who happens to be Akani's director. Other Kubrick members of Akani's board have interesting military biomedical research and development backgrounds. In 2011, Akani signed a licensing agreement with the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute, allowing them to market diagnostic tests with global biosecurities applications. The next year, projections of Kubrick's revenue were more hopeful than ever after being awarded 2 new federal biomedical contracts worth over $100 million. DNA appeared in the news throughout 2012 as the Senate approved Gov. Cuomo's DNA expansion bill, allowing law enforcement officials to take DNA samples for all criminal suspects, no matter the severity of the crime, while Congress allocated millions to help clear up the DNA backlog from the growing number of samples gathered. That same year, the Canadian military announced its own plans to expand biometric data collection to include scans of irises and faces at a distance and, in cooperation with the U.S., to begin using biometric systems on the border. As of 2015, many, if not most, local and state agencies share access to and information with the FBI's federal DNA database, called CODIS. Meanwhile, civil liberties groups continue to warn of the sweeping dangers such databases pose and actual abuses that have occurred. Even if their warnings prove true, there is no going back, as most civilized nations operate their own DNA databases. Around the time McVeigh applied for a job with the Department of Transportation, shortly before leaving Buffalo but while still working at CalSpan, the DOT, in conjunction with CalSpan, was developing experimental highways of the future as part of the DOT's plans for the NA 487. 488. National Intelligent Transportation System, i.e., smart highways. Satellites would track GPS-outfitted smart cars and, in the event of an emergency such as a car crash, transmit location data to the local sheriffs. In 1995's, privacy advocates warned that these smart highways, eventually renamed Intelligent Vehicle Highways System, would monitor and record citizens' movements and thereby gather private information about them beyond the scope of the DOT's needs. Despite their concerns, in 1998, the smart system was transmitting the exact location of at least 500 vehicles in the Buffalo area to a government satellite via a black box installed in the cars, and CalSpan planned to install 3,000 more. That same year, the Washington Times ran an article by philosophy professor and journalist David Oderberg, who envisioned a world where smart buildings would track the movement of all individuals via technologies at the time, most often depicted in fiction. In this world, all financial transactions would rely on technology and, humans, now reduced to cattle, would go about their daily business unconcerned with the Orwellian implications. 9 years earlier, At a 1989 Engineering in Medicine and Biology Society conference themed AI Systems in Government conference, researchers from Kubrick presented on their recent DARPA-funded project called Kubrickan, a superintelligence system, a superintelligence man-machine interface system designed to imitate the ability of humans to accept various sensory input while simultaneously producing output. Despite the predictions about the robot brain of the 1950s, there were some kinks in the development of a completely intelligent interface, including gaps of knowledge about human intelligence in general and the differences between people and their brains, although advances in brain sciences were quickly trying to fill those gaps. Cal Span's Kubrickan was mentioned in a 1991 Computer World article about the Pentagon's funding of research with peacetime applications. At the 1991 EMBS conference, Kubrick advanced prominent ongoing projects, including one related to biomedical sensor technology, funded in part by NASA. A Washington Times article named Dr. Carl Sanders as the inventor of the Intelligent Manned Interface biochip. According to Sanders, satellites had the ability to track people implanted with the chip, and that this very technology was done with military personnel in the Iraq War. Cultural theorists Douglas Kellner and Stephen Best described the 1991 Gulf War as a laboratory used for testing the battlefield applications of new technologies that blurred the boundaries previously separating humans and technology and transformed soldiers into prototypes for cyborg soldiers with imparted high-tech skills, through enhancement drugs and implantable psychotechnologies. They went on to explain how recent scientific and technological developments had bridged the gap between science fiction and science fact, between literary imagination and mind-boggling techno-science realities. These included forms of biological control, neurotechnologies, self-assembling nanotechnologies, artificial intelligence, pharmacogenics, and cybergenomics. Shortly after McVeigh returned home from the Army, on April 22, 1992, the Buffalo News reported on the rapid growth of the biotechnologies industry, one of the fastest growing industries in the country. Analysts estimated that by the year 2000, biotechnologies would generate $50 billion annually. In fact, several joint U.S., Canadian biotechnologies ventures were underway. Biotechnologies had already led to revolutionary agriculture and food processing methods, and enthusiasts prophesied that they would lead to the discovery of the cure for, among other ills, the common cold, cancer, cystic fibrosis, and AIDS. Best yet, biotechnologies were expected to create thousands of jobs for upstate Western New York. Alex Constantine noted a handful of individuals with direct connections to Cal Span, whose research had unsettling potential. Included was James Linus, head of Cal Span's Buffalo division, who, in 1995, spoke at the Navy Center for Applied Research in Artificial Intelligence about his research into bioengineering and artificial intelligence systems. Another was Cal Span notable, former astronaut Richard Covey, formerly Joint Director for Electronic Warfare at Eglin AFB, who engaged in, according to the AF's press release, tracking of mammals with subminiature telemetry devices with programmable capabilities ranging from frequency, transmission mode, input scaling and signal conditioning. A March 199% article in Defense News entitled "Naval Research Lab Attempts to Meld Neurons and Chips, Studies May Produce Army of Zombies" announced that the battles of the future would be waged using genetically engineered organisms, such as rodents, whose minds are controlled by computer chips engineered with living brain cells. The research, called hippocampal neuron patterning, grows live neurons on computer chips. The research and development for HNP was funded by the Office of Naval Research, a major client for Cal Span contracts as well. Sounding much like the distant ancestor of Perceptron, the early 1950s Cal Span robot, HNP researchers were sure the new technology would produce computers that could learn like a real human brain. Other researchers noted that HNP could be used to control a living species, and still others touted its medical potentials, including the ability to enhance memory by popping one of the chips in the brain. Some warned of its horrendous applications. While the article assured readers that genetically engineered soldiers would be unleashed on enemies, Lawrence Korb, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, said that technology like HNP could potentially be used on people to create zombie armies. 489. 490. In 1996, Tom Brown, the mayor of St. Peters, Missouri, drew flack from his constituents when he spoke openly at a Chamber of Commerce meeting about turning their town into an electronic village of the future. Mayor Brown thought it would be nifty if cash was eliminated, subcutaneous microchips carried one's medical history, and fiber optics monitor traffic. Some townspeople were not so enthusiastic, however, calling his plan too Frankenstein, too Revelations, too Orwellian, and expressed concern about the mayor's common sense. In 1999, controversial futurist and silicon chip inventor, Ray Kurzweil, predicted a merging of man and microchip and machine. By 2008, he said, many people would have computerized components embedded in their bodies, and some would have their brains scanned in order to upload their personalities into a computer. What's more, within the next 20 years, computers would look human and claim to be human, and who have convincing virtual bodies, display emotion, have spiritual experiences. Even better, humans would get to have computer-generated sex partners. In April 2000, the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division began conducting training exercises or war games at Ft. Benning that pit human soldiers against cyborgs, other human soldiers outfitted with high-tech land warrior suits. The helmets of the suits were equipped with telescopic, infrared, and nighttime vision capabilities, as well as computerized battlefield maps detailing their location and that of other platoon members. Remote commanders determined where to direct airstrikes by utilizing information processed in the cyborg soldiers' onboard computer. The Army expected to put 34,000 land warrior suits into the operational field that same year, just in time for the post-9/11 wars. Also in development in 2000, DARPA's new human armor called exoskeletons for human augmentation, apparently a descendant of Cal Span's Man Amplifier. In 2000, the South China Morning Post reported the future possibility of embedded implants that would translate individuals' thoughts and upload them into a network. The article, which mentions McVeigh's chip, noted concerns voiced by cultural theorists and scientists about the ethical dilemmas of creating cyborgs. In 2002, growing numbers of people were opting to have GPS tracking chips, called very chips, implanted in their arms that could locate and identify them and provide medical information in the event of an emergency. A 2004 article of the Journal of High Technology Law predicted that it was only a matter of time before subcutaneous tracking devices replaced traditional military dog tags and raised ethical and legal questions about compulsory military implants, conscientious objector status to chipping, consequences of refusal, and the removal of the chip upon discharge from the military. Military implants, noted the article, could pose threats to constitutional rights ostensibly guaranteed to both civilians and soldiers, including the right against self-incrimination, or recourse to civil torts claims if the chip happens to cause harm to the soldier, let's say in an experimental test of such technologies. The author then pointed out that, the very use of the chip be considered classified and, if that was the case, would be considered a military or state secret and therefore not discoverable in a court of law or to the public generally. When the remake of The Manchurian Candidate came out that same year, USA Today quoted the film's science advisor, neurologist Jay Lombard, as saying that the everything in the movie was already or would soon be completely possible, and Stanford University professor Judy Ills pointed out that brain chip implants were already used to treat Parkinson's and obsessive-compulsive disorder. The same article quoted a psychologist who said that while he'd met many people who claimed the CIA implanted them with a control device, he never saw proof of it in any brain scan. In 2006, The Guardian reported on a new dental ID chip implanted in fillings that stores personal information. The purported benefits: the ability to ID bodies in the event of terrorist attacks or natural disasters. Those who have undergone the implant process describe it as less painful than having a cavity filled. Microsoft, among other well-known companies, currently owns patents for implantable technologies such as audio tooth implants to facilitate wireless communication with cell phones and computers. While acknowledging the beneficial uses of such technologies to aid hearing and vision defects and movement disorders, news reports often mention their other, more dystopian possibilities. On October 4, 2007, the Buffalo News observed that the entire world enjoyed the legacy of Cold War-era Calspan research, the offspring of which included cell phones, Google Earth, global positioning systems and other luxuries related to military and commercial telecommunications satellites and satellite imagery. This type of pioneering, while perhaps making our lives more comfortable, unfortunately upset 21-year-old Oscar Ramiro Ortega Hernandez who, in 2011, fired shots at the White House with a semi-automatic rifle, claiming the president intended to implant computer chips in children to track them. Those who knew Hernandez described his bizarre behavior before the shooting, including his warnings of a government plot to install global positioning system devices, chips inside the bodies of U.S. citizens in order to track them. The topic of a cybersecurity conference, held at SUNY Utica/Rome's Institute of Technology in June 2012, was the burgeoning nanotechnology industry and the applications of combining cyber and nanotechnologies. Keynote speaker Lt. Gen. Ted F. Bold predicted that, in the not-too-distant future, all individuals would have radio frequency identification chips implanted within them in order to unlock their internet-connected devices. 491. 492. That probably wouldn't be necessary eventually, as researchers at the University of Buffalo were feverishly working on nanotechnologies research and had already demonstrated the ability to remotely manipulate cells, neurons, and even animal behavior through exposing nanoparticles in cell membranes to magnetic fields directed via radio frequencies. The researchers hoped to unravel the signaling networks that control animal behavior. The New Scientist pointed out that the UB researchers were among other biologists hoping to take charge of living cells using little more than radio waves, which if tailored to specific genetic machinery in humans, could kill cancerous cells and induce antibodies and immune responses. In his 2012 book, Mind Wars, Brain Science and the Military in the 21st Century, leading bioethicist and Hastings Center fellow Jonathan Moreno described how already existing implantable brain devices will enhance soldiers' memory and abilities, and the soon-to-occur use of these technologies in warfare. In addition, were non-invasive directed electrical energies that can not only remotely control individuals but also can detect and read neural activity at a distance, i.e., read minds. He suggests that just as telephones and internet technologies have gone wireless, neural implants allow for direct connections to the internet and brain-to-brain interfacing. Moreno wrote of the inevitability that nanotechnologies would provide direct links between neuronal tissues and machines. According to Moreno, the major challenge faced by scientists currently was the creation of systems that would enable a scenario very similar to Star Trek's The Borg, a species of beings that were once organic but have assimilated mechanical and electronic parts and have lost their status as individual beings but rather are more akin to a collective, ant colony. Another not-too-distant science fiction scenario involves an army of robots capable of movement nearly as precise as that of a human soldier, each controlled by an individual hundreds or even thousands of miles away. While some have expressed concern over such technologies, often funded by DARPA, the DoD, and other defense-related agencies, Moreno depicted them in noble terms, lauding their ability to develop and implement cognitive, behavioral, and pharmacological interventions that will prevent the deleterious effects of stress on warfighters. This, he says, is the culmination of defense industry-driven science developed in the atmosphere of total war. In February 2013, the Obama administration announced plans for the Brain Activity Map project intended to advance artificial intelligence, help cure various diseases and mental health issues and, ultimately, create a massive network of national brain observatories. Although Drive West would be happy, the terminal man's Benson might not. The project, soon renamed BRAIN, was similar to but expected to dwarf the Human Genome Project. The vaguely defined project could take up to 10 years to complete, but nanotechnologist and neuroscientist advocates said new technologies would speed the brain mapping process. Notably, they hope to create fleets of molecule-size machines to non-invasively act as sensors to measure and store brain activity at the cellular level actually occurring anywhere at all. Except, of course, the article sarcastically remarked, that time the army put one in Tim McVeigh. 14 years later, a 2009 Hastings Center report listed behavior control among the stated ethical issues that led to the creation of the organization. Modifications of the brain for the purposes of social control and the reduction of violence and aggression, said the report, have needlessly attracted ominous representations that emphasize threats to the perceived free will of the individual. On the other hand, the report acknowledged the danger of the Wizard of Oz factor, i.e., who controls such methods and how. Despite the report's comforting inclusion of this warning, their 2010 report debated the ethics of medical professionals' participation in the development of medicalized weapons which, while non-lethal, incapacitate individuals via neuroscientific, physiological, and pharmaceutical means such as lasers, inaudible audio and chemicals. While not mentioned in the report, the center had backed the work of Dr. Jolly West, pioneer and outspoken proponent of the use of these methods for social control and massive databanks to profile and track all potential thought criminals or violent offenders, a pioneering vision seen in the brain observatories initiated by the Obama administration. The irony and tragedy of this is that paranoid panic about existing technologies and abusive medical aims contributed to the type of violent behaviors that such means and methods are ostensibly meant to control. Aiding in the effort are publicly funded private defense contractors, publicly lauded for helping to develop medical technologies while developing the weapons applications of these same technologies behind closed doors. Leaving aside CalSpan's housing of Operation North Star, an initiative spun off of Operation Alliance and closely related to Patkin and its relation to McVeigh's real or imagined secret mission, CalSpan intersects with McVeigh's fears of society's imperceptibly binding chains and legends about Dr. Jolly West and mind control in general, in a number of important and interrelated ways. The Buffalo CalSpan facility McVeigh guarded was itself brain deep in the same militaristic cybernetic total information brave new waters as Drs. West, Sweet, Delgado, and friends. Stories about CalSpan, like West, allow for the formation of linkages between various episodes in American history. A closer understanding of several seemingly unconnected elements that continue to appear in experimental narratives about McVeigh and others, bring to the forefront major concerns about the current technological capabilities of the defense industry. Fictional and non-fictional cultural texts are always already political in that they reflect as well as produce ideology, they reflect, embody, reveal, mirror, symbolize through reproducing the myths, ideas, concepts, beliefs, images of an historical period. Purportedly non-fictional conspiracy narratives, the claims of self-proclaimed victims of government-funded mind control, medical abuse, surveillance and psychotropic harassment, and fictional works like Bug, that depict the aforementioned subjects, all indicate, in the words of Jody Dean, a shared and well-founded fear that the U.S. government values technology more than it values the body of their citizens. Degree 495. 496. The protagonist of the 1997 film, Conspiracy Theory, Jerry Fletcher, played by Mel Gibson, is an ultra-conspiracy theorist, obsessive-compulsive taxi driver who writes and publishes a conspiracy newspaper. Fletcher stumbles upon what he believes to be a plot by NASA to kill the president using a secret space weapon/weather modification device. Vindicating his paranoia, however, is his abduction by CIA psychiatrist Dr. Jonas, who forcibly doses Fletcher with LSD, interrogates, and tortures him, an experience leaving Fletcher with a sense of déjà vu and a vague memory of having experienced this before. Eventually, Fletcher learns he was an experimental MK-Ultra test subject for Dr. Jonas, who attempted to turn him into a mind-controlled assassin until John Hinckley, Jr. shot Ronald Reagan, at which point the program was shut down. Dr. Jones, evocative of Drive West, explains that the objective of MK-Ultra, which he described as science, sanctioned by the government, was to take an ordinary man and turn him into an assassin. It involved hallucinogenic research, electroshock to induce vegetative states, terminal experiments in sensory deprivation. He continues, saying the experiments were sometimes terminal, resulting in death of subjects. Filled with references to numerous other American conspiracy theories, especially brainwashing, conspiracy theory details Fletcher's obsessive compulsion to acquire numerous copies of The Catcher in the Rye and black helicopters that hunt him down when he attempts to evade the various government surveillances imposed upon him. Upon the movie's release in 1996, McVeigh faced his death sentence, suffering from paranoia similar to that of the fictional Fletcher and believed, for rational or irrational reasons, fantasized or deceptively claimed that he, too, was a cog in a larger subterranean machine, about to become a subject in one final experiment. Part 5. The Bourne Scenario. Everybody's first patient is a dead body. Louis Jolyon West MD, quoted in American Medical News, January 7, 1991. For me to feel less lonely, all that remained to hope was that, on the day of my execution there should be a huge crowd of spectators, and that they should treat me with howls of execration. The Anti-Hero, Meursault in Camus' The Stranger, 1942. Tune into to what I'm trying to say to you. Do you know what a sin-eater is? Well, that's what we are. We are the sin-eaters. It means that we take the moral excrement that we find in this equation and we bury it down deep inside of us so that the rest of our cause can stay pure. That is the job. We are morally indefensible and absolutely necessary. You understand? U.S. Air Force COL. Eric Beyer, Operation Outcome Damage Assessment Team, The Bourne Legacy, 2012. For every sufferer instinctively seeks a cause for his suffering, more exactly, an agent, still more specifically, a guilty agent who is susceptible to suffering, in short, some living thing upon which he can vent his affects, for the venting of his affects represents the greatest attempt on the part of the suffering to win relief, anesthesia. Friedrich Nietzsche, The Genealogy of Morals, 1877. The truth is no court, no punishment is ever enough. FBI Special Agent Dana Scully, The X-Files, 1996. And January 1996, during a conversation with Jones team attorney Randy Coyne, Timothy McVeigh expressed his dread that if found guilty, he would be incarcerated at a supermax facility, a possibility his guards at El Reno assured him was inevitable. Coyne then relayed to the other defense team members that, in the event Tim is sentenced to anything less than death, he suggested he would prefer a death sentence. On May 2, 1997, Jones team attorney Bob Wyatt, a partner in Jones' law firm, sent Jones his letter of resignation. In the letter, Wyatt wrote that while Wyatt knew McVeigh had made similar statements to others on the defense team, he wanted Jones to know that when he had met with McVeigh just a few days before, McVeigh clearly acknowledged that others were involved, and that is why there is so much factual conflict. On June 3, 1997, a jury returned their verdict, finding McVeigh guilty of 11 counts of murder, conspiracy, and using a weapon of mass destruction in what was the worst act of domestic terrorism in American history. During his sentencing hearing, when asked if he had anything to say on his own behalf, he simply quoted the dissenting opinion of Judge Brandeis in a 1928 illegal wiretapping court case, "Our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for ill, it teaches the whole people by its example." On June 13, 1997, McVeigh was sentenced to death. Roger Charles wrote that after his sentencing, all the members of the Jones defense team knew that McVeigh would take his secrets to the grave with him, including the identities of other conspirators, and he was happy to. 497. 498. Go down in history as the sole mastermind and lone executioner of the Oklahoma City bombing plot. As he feared, McVeigh was transferred to the Supermax prison in Colorado and began his appeals. McVeigh had Jones removed from his post-sentencing appeals team, although as per his request, other, formerly subordinate members of the Jones team continued to represent him, including attorneys Rob Nye, Randy Coyne, Christopher Tridico and Dick Burr. In July 1999, McVeigh was transferred to the death row facility in Terre Haute, Indiana. In conversations with his biographers after his conviction, McVeigh reflected on his then ongoing appeals and callously stated that whether the state assisted his suicide or not, he had won. If he died, his trial had still demonstrated the corruption of the government, and if he lived, he further aggravated those who wanted him dead. In December 2000, McVeigh decided he would go to his death willingly and as quickly as possible. He successfully engaged in a precedent-setting legal battle with the state to prevent the autopsy of his body, ordered his attorneys to drop his appeals and filed to have his execution date sped up. His requests met with little resistance and an execution date of May 16, 2001 was set. However, on May 11, 2001, the FBI suddenly announced that they'd withheld several hundred investigatory documents that should have been turned over during discovery prior to his criminal trial. Attorney General John Ashcroft delayed the execution for 1 month, and as his attorneys tried to make sense of them, additional documents were released. These included reports about other possible bombing suspects. The FBI chalked up their withholding of the material to bad record keeping and praised themselves for doing the right thing and releasing the documents. His attorneys argued that they were not given enough time to inspect the ones they had and expressed their suspicions that there were likely additional documents where those came from, but McVeigh was not interested in pursuing the matter. Christopher Tridico's explanation of McVeigh's stated reasons for giving up his appeals is consistent with the most widely known and commonly accepted account. Tim felt that if he won the appeal all he would get would be life in prison in a supermax where he's in an 8x10 cell, 23 hours a day by himself. In other words, he would spend the rest of his life alone in solitude and he just said I don't want to live like this, so he stopped the appeals. Then when he found out about the evidence the government had not given us, he said let's find out what it is at least, and so he authorized us to do what we did to try and stop the execution to see the evidence, and of course, we were denied at every step. And then right before we went to the U.S. Supreme Court where we thought we might get a stay of execution, he dared us to stop again. I don't think anybody wants to die, but he had resigned himself to the fact that that was his fate. So when he got ready to do it, it was time. He was resolute. The last time I met with him he was sane. He was rational. He understood what he was doing. He knew why he wanted to do it. It wasn't something we felt we should argue with him about because he had a rational basis for the decisions he was making, and so we didn't try to intervene. Bruce Jackson, seminal ethnographer of death row culture, noted that since the 19th century, there have been 3 major changes in the United States capital punishment procedures. The first is the issue of mens rea, or the criminal intent or mind of the offender at the time of his offense, which became a factor in sanctioning and legitimizing executions. The second change involves the level of physical pain inflicted on the condemned and the time it took to induce their death, both of which were minimized over time. Finally, while criminal trials and sentencing hearings may be public affairs, criminals are no longer hung at the gallows in the public square for all to see. Rather, with the exception of select witnesses, prison officials, and the state's designated death dealers, the sanctioned killing of criminals has become a private matter. The act of putting criminals to death, wrote Bruce Jackson, is not televised, and yet invariably, at least one of the officials interviewed informs the public how well or badly the condemned accepted the administration of death. *degree The execution of Timothy McVeigh was both a mundane and exceptional act. In April 2001, in a precedent-setting decision, John Ashcroft granted about 145 survivors and victims' family members in Oklahoma City the privilege of watching McVeigh die live via CCTV cameras. A media company unsuccessfully sought the rights to broadcast the execution live on the internet. Soon after, a U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a federal judge's earlier order to videotape McVeigh's execution for use as evidence in a different trial. McVeigh himself said he supported both the internet broadcasting and videotaping of his death. Oddly, in late May 2001, about a week after McVeigh's execution was delayed due to the FBI's release of the withheld documents, the front page of the Weekly World News announced, "Dead McVeigh on morgue slab," complete with a large picture of McVeigh, eyes closed, mouth hanging open and allegedly dead. On June 6, the still very much alive McVeigh mailed the tabloid cover and the accompanying article that discussed his death in the past tense, entitled "Exclusive Photo of Timothy McVeigh Will Rock America," to his biographers. In the accompanying letter, the last one he would write to them, he said he'd also sent a copy of the tabloid to the coroner's attorney chastising them for leaking. Ironically, the letter, which he closed by drawing a smiley face, arrived in their Buffalo mailbox on June 11, the morning of his execution. 499. 500. In the final months and weeks leading up to his death, McVeigh seemed to be acting himself. He joked around and was calm and in amazingly good spirits. According to partial prison logs released through FOIA requests, with the execution just days away, he became restless. He watched television, mainly news coverage, paced in his cell and, unable to sleep, tossed and turned in his bed, all the while smiling to himself. In the final 10 hours of his life, he simply stared at the wall, grimacing. According to Stephen Jones, his former client knew his final moments would become a matter of public record and so thus, as he had throughout his life, projected a facade of control. On the morning of June 11, 2001, swarms of media outlets and other spectators gathered outside the prison and provided extensive coverage of the execution, both inside and outside the prison, as well as from the site of the CCTV broadcast in Oklahoma City. T-shirts were sold with slogans like "The worst is yet to come, McVeigh hell, die die die," and "You are the weakest link, goodbye" above the image of two needles. At 7 o'clock that morning, prison officials drew back the curtain, allowing witnesses to see 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh, now much thinner, paler and with circles under his eyes. He was wrapped tightly in a light gray sheet, and strapped to a gurney. The prison warden then read the execution order. An execution team in an adjacent room fed a series of 3 chemicals through intravenous tubes inserted into his right leg: sodium pentothal to put him to sleep, pancuronium bromide to paralyze him and stop his breathing, and potassium chloride to stop his heart. After receiving his lethal doses, the communicative terrorist looked pointedly towards the 2 witness rooms and into the CCTV cameras and nodded to the unseen witnesses, acknowledging their presence in what seemed an unafraid, satisfied, and twisted kind of pleasure. Many of those watching through the glass or on the remote telecast said they felt McVeigh's purposeful gaze focused on them personally. His unblinking coal-black eyes stared right through witnesses and, coupled with a totally expressionless blank stare, formed a cocky and proud look of defiance. McVeigh then stared blankly ahead for about 5 seconds, put his head back down, stared stoically at the ceiling, appeared to fend off sleep, swallowed, blinked, went unconscious, and grew pale. His eyes glossed over. His lips turned white. His jaw quivered, his body twitched, and then, shortly before 7:14 a.m., his eyes, which remained open, rolled back in his head, his face frozen as blank and defiant in death as in life. He never apologized or expressed remorse. His final statement was an appropriation of a poem, declaring to the world that he was, in the end, master of my fate, captain of my soul. President George W. Bush agreed, telling the country that justice had been done and McVeigh had met the fate he chose for himself 6 years ago. He remains the only person executed for a terrorist act, although his crime is classified simply as murder. McVeigh had not been overly concerned about the FBI's last-minute release of withheld documents. He wanted to die and, by that point, had said all he wanted to say. After the release of Stephen Jones' book, others unknown. In 1998, McVeigh began to write his tell-all confessional letters to Dan Herbeck and Lou Michel, his official biographers, who set about writing their book, American Terrorist, released just weeks before his execution. The book told the story of the Oklahoma City bombing as McVeigh wanted it told and, for the most part, the same story told by the government to the American people. In it, McVeigh was the lone wolf bomber who, alone, conceived of, planned, and executed the deaths of 168 people with the objective of righting the wrongs of a tyrannical federal government. Any minimal assistance he had during the preparation stage came from Michael Fortier and Terry Nichols, whom he cajoled, tricked and, finally, threatened in order to gain their cooperation. Just like the Department of Justice claimed, says the book, no investigative stone was left unturned and no mystery remained. American Terrorist remains the most widely cited account, both of McVeigh's life and of the bombing. However, behind the scenes, McVeigh was characteristically narrating and hinting at other, very different versions whose details irreconcilably conflict with his official lone wolf story. In one of his earliest meetings with members of the Jones team, McVeigh expressed that while he intended to take full legal responsibility for the bombing and would therefore keep certain details of the plot a secret, even from them, he hoped that when all was said and done, the truth of the bombing would remain a mystery. His post-sentencing actions betray the fact that McVeigh had kept critical details secret and that the government would, for whatever reason, seek to do the same. His actions also indicate that, for whatever reason, McVeigh took steps to ensure that, after his death, at least some of the secrets he'd so vigorously guarded would eventually surface. One example of this was his request made shortly before his execution to Bob Popovich, a friend of his from Michigan. He asked that after his death, Popovich initiate an effort to have all sealed court documents in his case opened up, telling him that if the effort was successful, a conspiracy would be uncovered. The messages he sent to Salt Lake City Attorney Jesse Trentaja provide another example of this. In August 1995, Jesse received a call informing him that his brother Kenneth had committed suicide by hanging himself at the Federal Transfer Center in Oklahoma City, where he was being held after being picked up and imprisoned for a minor parole violation. Prison officials pressured Jesse to have the body of his brother cremated $1.02. Ed, even offering to incur the costs, contrary to standard procedure. The family declined, and when Kenneth's corpse was finally returned to them, they learned why officials had made such an unusual offer. The condition of his body revealed that Kenneth had been brutally beaten and tortured. He was severely bruised from head to toe and had suffered 3 major blows to the head. His face and the bottoms of his feet had been lacerated and his throat had been slashed. In 2001, Timothy McVeigh contacted Jesse from death row and told him a strange story. Kenneth, McVeigh said, looked remarkably like Arab bank robber Richard Guthrie. Guthrie and Kenneth Trentaja were the same height, weight, had the same color hair and eyes, the same facial hair, and even had a nearly identical tattoo placed in the same location on their arms. Guthrie bore a remarkable resemblance to some of the John Doe 2 sketches, and he was suspected of having been involved in the bombing, at least temporarily, until the issue of the John Doe 2s was dropped. The FBI, said McVeigh, under the mistaken belief that Kenneth was Guthrie, had sought to question him at the holding center. The interrogation had gotten horribly out of control and resulted in Kenneth's murder. Sure enough, after Guthrie was apprehended in connection with the bank robberies, he, like Kenneth, was found dead hanging in his cell. Only weeks before, Guthrie told a journalist that he planned to blow the lid off the Oklahoma City bombing investigation. At the time McVeigh relayed this, Jesse knew nothing about the bank robbers and only what he'd heard on the news about the bombing, but soon set out to learn everything he could about both. McVeigh's tip ultimately set him on an investigatory trail that led Jesse to uncover mountains of additional buried and aggressively suppressed information about both his brother's death and the bombing plot. Included among these discoveries was the existence of Patkin. Finally, according to David Paul Hammer, while McVeigh was telling his biographers the lone wolf story, he was simultaneously narrating his guilty agent's story to Hammer, with the understanding that Hammer would not disclose what was said until after his official biography came out after he was dead. Thus far, previously published works, oral testimony, and archival documents have demonstrated the ways in which all of the competing narratives about McVeigh and the bombing originated with McVeigh, who told variations of them all, prior to and after his arrest. Only afterwards were his stories expanded upon and circulated by other individuals and groups with diverse motives, including the government, the victims' family members and survivors, investigative journalists, and conspiracy theorists. With a few exceptions, in numerous instances, those telling any one of the many conflicting versions did so without knowing that they originated with McVeigh. Also demonstrated are the ways in which McVeigh's many questionable stories were rooted in works of popular culture, shared public histories, collective subcultural knowledges and, most notably, his actual experiences. Among the most striking of these stories, or at least the strangest, is one about McVeigh's death, or, rather, his immortality. While speculative elements of this story were publicly told and circulated prior to his criminal trial, it was expanded upon immediately after his execution. On June 12, 2001, a story appeared on the internet entitled "The Big Bad Wolf is Dead." Or is he? For years, said the internet post, there were rumors that McVeigh had been trained by the U.S. military to take a fall for the unexplainable. The trial was a show and the execution would be faked, with McVeigh's full cooperation. He had been trained, in part of an mcveigh-like program, to withstand his prison sentence and told he would be given millions of dollars and a new face and a new identity and sent to South America, if he cooperated with the public deception. In May 2001, perhaps in an attempt to repair the credibility damage done when they wrongly declared McVeigh dead weeks before his execution, Weekly World News announced, "Timothy McVeigh is alive." The CIA, said the tabloid, staged the terrorist's death, gave him reconstructive surgery, and set him loose to start his new life underground. In the months and years to come, such stories continued to proliferate. What is not widely known is that, as with all of the other conflicting narratives about McVeigh and the bombing, McVeigh himself first voiced the essential elements of this apparently delusional story. The earliest trace of it that I have found occurred in August 1995, in a memo written by Randy Coyne. McVeigh, said Coyne, raised the possibility of a plea bargain. He said the government could use me for a special mission. They could say they executed me. They want to punish me. They wouldn't have to worry about losing me. While admitting the chances of this happening were remote, he insisted this was a possibility. It is unknown when the possibility that he would escape death first occurred to him, but by 2001 it grew beyond speculation and developed into his occasionally stated belief. In 2011, Randy Coyne referred to this, the last guilty agent story McVeigh told, as the Bourne scenario, a reference to Jason Bourne, the central character of a series of spy novels written by Robert Ludlum and their film adaptations, the first of which was released in 2002. When the jury returned with the guilty verdict seemed stoic, Forlorn didn't seem afraid. I think for the most part he was realistic. There were moments of, I don't how to describe it, a psychiatrist would say there were moments, from time to time, where he S03 504 entertained the delusion that there might be some way he would not be executed. There were delusions he had. He thought about the possibility of the Bourne scenario and talked about being a special assignment guy and not being executed for the bombing. He sometimes mentioned he thought maybe they would pull him out at the last minute and fake his execution, and he would be placed on special assignment and used for something. That's something he talked about. He never articulated his reasons for saying that, just said there were forces at work that might make that happen. Death row inmate David Paul Hammer detailed McVeigh's legal efforts to prevent the autopsy of his body and his decision to give up his appeals. Hammer, though, ascribed a very different motive for McVeigh's decision than McVeigh publicly stated and the one most people accept. The prevention of the autopsy was one of the final steps necessary for McVeigh to complete his mission. At least that's what Hammer says McVeigh said. According to Hammer, who was unaware of the 1995 memo or Coyne's later statements about the Bourne scenario, McVeigh insisted his apprehension about the mutilation of his corpse was part of a script devised by the Major. McVeigh seemed to genuinely believe that the bombing had been a legitimate mission on the scale of a military objective. He was not at all certain that he would be actually executed. One scenario envisioned by Tim had the Major or members of his team infiltrating the execution process and replacing the lethal drugs with alternate drugs designed to feign the appearance of death. McVeigh was adamantly opposed to having an autopsy on his remains, mainly because of this prospect. According to McVeigh, the CIA and other U.S. agencies involved in covert missions had developed drugs to create the illusion of death in the human body and disguise signs of life. Tim would be administered these drugs by his executioners, and once his body was released to his legal representative, a squad of medical personnel would revive him. He would then undergo reconstructive surgery, and be rewarded for his efforts and loyalty to those he served. I don't know whether it was his paranoia, or something more, but as McVeigh's execution date approached, he told me he wasn't sure he was going to die. This is far-fetched, but it does reveal McVeigh's mindset. Timothy McVeigh walked past my cell here on death row and gave me the nod on his way to the death chamber. Sometimes I think about that moment. I still wonder if Timothy McVeigh was really executed at all. Degree. In 2010, attorney Christopher Tridico commented on Hammer's claims. Tridico, also unknowing of Coyne's earlier notations and observations, insisted McVeigh never made any such assertion, which, understandably, sounded outrageous to him. I don't believe for 1 minute that Tim made those statements. This is the first I ever heard about it. But look, knowing Tim the way I know Tim, that wouldn't have happened. I just don't believe it. Now here's the thing about the autopsy, and this is one of the things I actually respect about Tim a lot, is that he did not want to be a martyr for anybody. He wasn't looking for that out of life. He didn't want this autopsy report to be all over the internet. His ashes were scattered by Rob Nye, and Nye is the only person on the face of this earth that knows where those ashes were scattered. Nobody knows where it is. Rob hasn't told me or anybody else, and that was something that Tim wanted. He didn't want this place where neo-Nazis, or whatever you want to call them, would come and pay homage to him. He just didn't want it. He didn't want this autopsy that would live on beyond him, and he didn't want a final resting place that would become a shrine to weirdos or whatever. McVeigh gave very similar reasons to his biographers about his decision to forego an autopsy and the cremation of his body. Then again, Tridico had no knowledge of McVeigh's Army medical records, the real findings of the team's mental health experts, or his ongoing physical deterioration while in prison. When asked about all of these, he said, "McVeigh appeared healthy to me and had no physical or mental health problems that he knew of." In fact, in conversations with members of the legal team, the phrase "that I know of" appears often, many times followed by a disclaimer about the highly compartmentalized structure of the defense team. Tridico handled aspects of the case relating to physical evidence such as fingerprints and chemical traces. The legal defense efforts of the Jones team, he said, generated a mountainous body of documents, probably 1 million documents in Tim's case, and added, "I probably read about 10,000 of them, but the only person on his own defense team that read every document in the case was Tim." No one member of the Jones team had been privy to all of the information produced. Further, without exception, all former members of the Jones team that I spoke with, investigators and attorneys alike, claimed that, more so than any of the others on the team, they knew McVeigh best, were closest to him and had gained his real trust, therefore they each had special insight the others did not have. No matter who was closest to McVeigh or who, if anyone, McVeigh trusted, Tridico seemed to trust McVeigh, as evidenced by his suggestion that, if you really want to understand Tim McVeigh's psyche, read American Terrorist. Of course, given the leaky nature of the Jones team, for McVeigh to admit to anyone other than a select few individuals his belief that SOS 506 he might get snatched up and reassigned rather than die, would undermine the intended message of the bombing and transform his political act into a random act committed by a crazed delusional lunatic. What sense can be made of this? The last story McVeigh would tell. An essay by Benjamin Beid-Hallahmi, published in a textbook series entitled Psychology of Terrorism, offers one possible interpretation. The essay concerns beliefs about immortality held by groups and individuals, specifically in the context of apocalyptic end-time scenarios. Here, after a series of cataclysmic, supernaturally driven events, select individuals and groups will experience rebirth, either metaphorically or literally, through resurrection. Reinvention of the self, says Beid-Hallahmi, is not only a fundamental element of the American dream but also a universally shared hope of escaping and transcending one's destiny and identity. According to him, apocalyptical beliefs about immortality involve a type of magic thinking that often begins in response to dramatic personal events. Certainly, McVeigh was facing a dramatic destiny he might have wanted to escape. A related, but less religiously centered explanation is that McVeigh suffered from cotard delusions, a clinical term referring to an individual's belief that they are already dead, and in less frequently seen manifestations, that they are immortal. Both variations are associated with depression and psychosis caused by neurological or other physiological dysfunction or, alternately, appears as an attempt to quell overwhelming existential fears, especially those about one's own death. According to acclaimed forensic psychiatrist Dorothy Atnow-Lewis, a belief in one's immortality and the denial of one's eventual death, results from the unique logic of dissociation, which itself is comparable to the logic of dreams. Individuals traumatized by witnessing the death of others or experiencing prolonged fear may display ambivalence about their lives and the lives of others, a preoccupation with or increased interest in death, unrealistic, magical understandings about it, a heightened sense of invulnerability and fantasies about having some special protection or exemption from it. McVeigh's ongoing claim that he might not die at the time of his execution is a belief seen not only among the religious but also the traumatically dissociated, both of whom sometimes believe that, even if they appear dead, they will somehow escape actual death. On another level, the use of the name-born scenario for McVeigh's strange beliefs, should remind us of key elements found within other stories he told about himself, some of which other people came to believe as well. Furthermore, whether factually true or not, the Bourne scenario helps to explain why such stories exist in the first place. Jason Bourne, the fictional protagonist of 3 Robert Ludlum novels, 7 novels written by others after Ludlum's death, and several film adaptations, is an alias adopted by American Foreign Service officer David Webb, whose family is killed by the U.S.'s bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War. Afterwards, the CIA inducts Webb into a secret special forces unit called Medusa, essentially a fictionalized version of the real-life Phoenix Project death squads. His assignment is to assassinate suspected Viet Cong organizers and collaborators. In the course of his mission, he assassinates a double agent named Jason Bourne. Webb eventually becomes part of a CIA black operation called Treadstone, at which point he begins to use the name Jason Bourne as his primary alias, of which he has many. In the novels, Bourne is tasked with establishing a legend by taking credit for acts of terrorism and assassinations in order to lure and catch a real terrorist. In the films, Bourne's assignment consists of spying on and assassinating select targets including the leaders of other countries. At some point, a fisherman finds Bourne, who has been shot in the back and left for dead. Bourne has total amnesia, no memory of what happened to him, his name, or his past. As the fisherman tends to Bourne's wounds, he finds a device implanted under his skin. The device contains coded clues that Bourne follows in an attempt to figure out who he is. Along the way, he finds a stash of passports and other forms of identification, all in different names but bearing his picture, including one in the name of Jason Bourne. Over time, he learns of his previous, but unremembered, Role as the first subject in Operation Treadstone's experimental behavioral modification assassin training program. An encounter with the doctor who oversaw the experiments triggers Bourne's recovery of some of these memories. Throughout the series, Bourne endlessly relives his previous life through painful flashbacks and must live on the run, hunted by other CIA assassins, former government programmers and handlers who relentlessly seek to kill him in order to tie up Treadstone's loose ends and keep it hidden from the public. Bourne is able to stay alive only by the killer instincts installed in him through his Treadstone training. Although Treadstone has been terminated, Bourne learns of its successor, Operation Blackbriar, a CIA assassination program that targets U.S. citizens and is run by the agency's counterterrorism division. As Bourne sets out to expose Blackbriar, the hunt for him escalates. The advertisement for the 2012 film The Bourne Legacy reads, "Welcome to the program." Bourne does not appear in this installment. Rather, he has become the prototype for other, better constructed and controlled professional assassins and slash-or patsies, created under Blackbriar's successor, a Dodd-covered program codenamed Operation Outcome. As it turns out, many of the former Treadstone/Blackbriar operatives suffered a range of debilitating physical and psychiatric symptoms including depression, uncontrolled outbursts of anger, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and headaches. This, in combination with the rogue actions of Bourne, a malfunctioning $30 million weapon, led to the creation of Outcome, a program that culls its subjects from active duty Army Person 507. 508. Nell, transforming them into lone wolf super soldiers and spies through genetic modifications, and highly addicting physically and mentally enhancing pills. **** All Outcome operatives are implanted with tracking chips, including the protagonist Aaron Cross. The film depicts an Operation Outcome-created brainwashed mass shooter and a host of villains including the CIA, military, pharmaceutical companies, and scientists and mental health professionals with questionable ethics who act as shadowy controllers. One of them, a cruel government psychologist programmer interrogator, masquerades as a grief counselor in order to cover for his programming of human subjects. After the public learns of Treadstone and Outcome, the FBI and Senate hold investigations, causing the project's overseer, an Air Force colonel, to order the elimination of all Outcome test subjects/field agents through lethal injections containing a genomic targeting virus. A number of thematic parallels exist between the fictional Bourne stories and the purportedly non-fictional stories told by and about McVeigh, the brief exploration of which may help to shed light on the reasons they appeal to groups and individuals. Jason Bourne suffers from dissociative fugue. As noted, traumatic dissociation is an affliction generally resulting from extreme stress, sometimes coupled by physical injury such as neurological damage, after which, in pronounced cases, an individual may lose their autobiographical memories and sense of identity. In a dissociative fugue state, this occurs suddenly and the dissociated person travels to other geographical regions. Fugues can last hours, days, or months. In cases of prolonged fugues, the person relocates and lives under a different name under the belief they are that person until, suddenly, they remember who they really are, but lose all memory of the dissociated pseudo-life they've just led. ***. The first clinically documented case was recorded in 1891 and involved a man named Reverend Ansel Bourne. Other documented dissociative fugue states have involved Vietnam veterans, described by them as going bush. One assumed the identity of a friend recently killed in combat. Although true dissociative fugue is uncommon, amnesia and dissociation in general and fugue states specifically are a long-standing element in fiction. Hollywood's government-trained operatives and assassins frequently fall victim to the seeming occupational hazard of forgetting who they are and what they have done. In both fictional and real life, however, with the dissociative fugue state amnesia, the showreel of personal life malfunctions, and narrative gaps infiltrate story. Ludlum's creation of Jason Bourne in 1980 followed a deluge of revelations in the mid to late 1970s about the U.S. government's Cold War covert actions, including sanctioned assassinations and the effort to create amnesiac assassins to carry them out. After Bourne forces the public Disclosure of Treadstone, a CIA official who believed the program had been terminated laments that he'll have to face an oversight committee, and asks what he's supposed to tell them. He solves this by having the director of Treadstone killed and lying to the oversight committee, telling them the project had simply been a training program that was ultimately economically untenable and scrapped. Thereby, the full scope and activities of Treadstone remain undisclosed. Both the novels and the films highlight the futility and compromise of congressional oversight investigations and committees, which tend to learn just enough to assure the public that the threat has been uncovered, unsavory goings-on have been documented, and the problems corrected. In this way and through this process, narrative gaps about the covert workings of the state infiltrate, and remain dissociated from, American history. Psychiatric literature outlines the case study of a Vietnam veteran who witnessed the death of his platoon leader and the killing of a Vietnamese boy soldier in 1968, who began experiencing recurring dissociated fugue states. These continued intermittently for 20 years until the late 1980s, often after stressful life events. Finally, in 1991, his wife saw a television show about animals who were tracked for research purposes by matchbox-sized homing devices. She suggested her husband also be outfitted with one, which he was, and that, while not preventing future occurrences, seemed to reduce the stress his fugues caused her. The authors of the case study hope that this innovative application of biotechnological advances to psychiatric practices would, with advances in telecommunications, lead to the use of smaller, simpler, and cheaper tracking devices. The Bourne of the post-9/11 era, and his successor in the Bourne legacy, Aaron Cross, must contend with, avoid and even co-opt persistent global surveillance networking systems. Bourne traverse a frenetic gamut of electronic spyware and computerized mapping, magnetic remote trackers, security cam footage, CCTV cameras, GPS tracking cell phones, biometrics identifiers, drones and a host of other now mundane technologies, including those implanted in the very bodies of the hunter-turned-hunted. Similar to McVeigh's Orwellian reversal, viewers engage in a fantasy in which the very technologies the heroes must confront, offer the ways and means of resistance. While Jason Bourne did not appear in the Bourne legacy, he is expected to in the newest Bourne film, to be released in 2016. Actor Matt Damon, who plays Bourne, explained that the new film takes place in a post-Snowden world and will touch on issues about spying, civil liberties, and the nature of democracy. In the Bourne legacy, Cross has it a bit worse than Bourne, facing not only the erosion of the private will by surveillance and brutality but of organic biogenetic tampering and the secret interventions of neurobiology. Although he is not subjected to generic tampering, in a sense, Jason S09. $10. Bourne's body is never entirely his own, and as far as his employers are concerned, is nothing more than government property, a multimillion-dollar investment. The fact that Bourne and Cross have been technologized through implanted tracking devices render their bodies an even costlier investment. While Bourne must decipher and follow clues left by his now dissociated body as well as the clues left within it in the form of his microchip, Cross divests himself of his chip by placing it in a wolf, thereby making the wolf a sacrificial decoy. The Bourne stories, like McVeigh's Bourne scenario, resist closure by including seemingly infinite layers of conspiracies and cover ups which, when revealed, lead only to revelations about even more disturbing ones. This book's final disturbing revelation about McVeigh may well provide fuel for existing and future narrative fires about McBourne and concerns Alan Duerhoff, McVeigh's lead executioner and his specially chosen team of death dealers. In 2007, Duerhoff, a Missouri physician, gave testimony at a closed trial concerning the illegality of an impending execution that violated the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. The trial revealed that Duerhoff, who testified under the name John Doe 1, had been the subject of over 20 malpractice suits, his right to practice medicine had been revoked at 2 hospitals, and he had been reprimanded by a state board for concealing this information, all prior to his execution of Timothy McVeigh. Duerhoff testified that, For years, he designed and carried out execution protocols for the state of Missouri without consulting anyone. During one execution, he reduced the dose of anesthetic by half because, he said, it was difficult to put the entire amount in the syringe. When Duerhoff was asked about the exact doses of lethal drugs he typically used, he responded by saying, "I am dyslexic, so it's not unusual for me to make mistakes and was," he added, "simply not good with numbers." When asked if he used calculations to determine lethal dosages of drugs he administered, Duerhoff exclaimed, "Heavens, no." For the most part, Duerhoff continued, he simply made up procedures as he went along and admittedly sometimes mixed up the name of the drugs he used to kill people. Despite his dyslexic disadvantage and poor math skills, he insisted he could always tell when he'd properly anesthetized an inmate by watching them through cracks in the blinds behind a glass window. Duerhoff had conducted some of his Missouri executions in the dark with only a flashlight and a team that often included non-medical people who had never handled a syringe in their lives. Among those on McVeigh's execution team was a man who, although a registered nurse, had an extensive criminal record that included acts of violence and threats of violence. He had to seek permission from his probation officer to leave the state of Missouri in order to help Duerhoff kill McVeigh. Duerhoff's professional shortcomings also included poor record-keeping practices, which made investigations into his previous executions nearly impossible. Dr. Mark Heath, a Columbia University anesthesiologist, became one of the foremost experts in lethal injection after McVeigh's 2001 execution. His interest began when he read that McVeigh's executioners used what sounded to him like a bizarre and nonsensical combination of drugs and that McVeigh's eyes leaked tears after receiving his doses. This indicated to Heath, not that McVeigh became sad, but that Duerhoff failed to administer the proper dose of sodium pentothal. In fact, said Dr. Heath, Dr. Duerhoff didn't know what he was talking about when it comes to the use of sodium pentothal, the drug used to induce sleep and render the death painless. Although lethal injection is thought of as a more humane alternative to hangings, the electric chair or firing squads, lethal injections can actually take longer and be more painful, more brutal. This is especially so when any of the drugs that make up the lethal cocktail are miscalculated. If not properly anesthetized, the prisoner may experience feelings of suffocation and burning from the inside. Despite Duerhoff's self-assured peep through the window blinds, the second of the three lethal injection drugs, the paralyzing agent, prevents the condemned from doing anything but lying motionless and expressionless, making his guesstimates about whether or not the inmate has received an adequate dose of anesthesia, astoundingly callow. Thus we are presented with yet another story, one in which, on June 11, 2001, America's least competent executioner killed America's most notorious terrorist. Until 2007, Duerhoff enjoyed anonymity as he went about his business of ushering in state-sanctioned deaths. After the St. Louis Post-Dispatch revealed his name, legislators passed a bill making the identities of executioners a state secret. A number of comparisons can be made about the intents and methods of modern executions and torture. Both are acts of total theater that take place on skillfully designed stages and reveal only what the dispassionate playwrights and directors wish them to, never anything more or less degree. Sometimes interrogation and torture involve the staging of mock executions to induce fear, and sometimes executions involve torture. The identities of those who perpetrate both are state secrets. The Cold War notion of the sleeper agent was fictionally and factually associated with brainwashing, hypnosis, torture, interrogation, espionage, sabotage, and assassination. Cold War sleepers unknowingly carrying out actions scripted by others, but after September 11, the sleeper concept became increasingly associated with witting terrorists and an invisible but constant terrorist threat. No matter what era they appear in, at some point, all sleepers must wake up and remember who they really are. While it appeared to S11, S12, the public that McVeigh succumbed to death sleep, in the Bourne scenario, his controllers awaken him from his slumber. Like the tales of tracking chips in McVeigh's buttocks and tooth, in the years after his execution, his personal, privately told Bourne scenario took on a narrative life of its own and, like those about Elvis, legends about McVeigh's fake death continue to circulate, each year gaining new speculative details. Degree the lineage of fictional amnesiac assassin Jason Bourne can be traced to Raymond Shaw, protagonist of The Manchurian Candidate. Like Shaw, Bourne is both the agent and the victim of a government program designed to turn him into a lethal human weapon. Unlike the 1959 version of Shaw, who is the victim of an outside enemy, Bourne's dilemma is a result of the U.S.'s own actions, policies, and agencies. He is a tool and weapon of the U.S. security state itself, and the intrusive memories that plague him, but always remain just out of reach, are allegories for the details of an already always unknowable secret national history and the very spectacle of amnesia required to maintain national security secrets. The Bourne movies hint at such national secrets when viewers witness some of the behavioral modification techniques used to transform Bourne into an efficient killer, scenes clearly inspired by events at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay. The Bourne stories, said one cultural critic, raise troubling questions about the use of violence and the ways in which national security managers determine that a former U.S. soldier is himself a security threat and needs to be terminated. Shockingly, as it turns out, a man trained, programmed, and authorized to maim and kill, is disposable. Trademark McVeigh, like Bourne, seems to have had some serious memory malfunctions and knowingly or otherwise, enacted a number of different personalities, each with different functions. Like Bourne, he at times believed and sometimes claimed to be or have been, involved in an undercover operation of some sort. He had been the subject of experimental vaccines and drugs before the First Gulf War and exposed to terrible chemicals in the turkey shoot. He believed himself to have been the subject of experimental medical procedures including, like Bourne, implanted with a tracking chip. Further, he claimed to at least one person that he sometimes suffered from recurring blackouts that usually lasted 2 or 3 days, but in one instance, several weeks. During these episodes, he did things he could not remember later, episodes that sound a lot like dissociative fugue states. In the Bourne scenario, McVeigh's decision to block an autopsy of his body was his effort to help those behind the scenes stage a theatrical smoke and mirrors execution, as was his alleged autopsy. Dead men, however, tell no tales, and McVeigh was assuredly a teller of tales. Is it possible that his autopsy would have told yet another suppressed story by revealing evidence of the many physical illnesses that plagued him since joining the army? Was McVeigh's very body the site of some other unimaginable state secret? If so, the lack of an autopsy is simply one more in a long line of cover UPS. Or may it have worked both ways? Was his execution staged, and McVeigh spirited to some remote location to be used one last time as an experimental wolf, only to be taken out back and shot by shady doctors after getting the most value out of their investment? The possibility is chilling to contemplate, and yet, a number of details about the bombing and the subsequent obfuscation, as well as the details of McVeigh's life, call to mind the maxim, truth is stranger than fiction. On June 11, 2012, I found myself sitting in the basement of a private university in the remote mountain regions of western New York. I was going through a private archival collection that contained transcripts of conversations between McVeigh and his biographers, as well as the letters he wrote them during the final 2 years of his life. In response to a question about what he would change if he could, he wrote, "The culture of secrecy in government. I would open up everything to public disclosure and scrutiny. No more black budget crap, no more redacting government documents. Pavel, government secrecy means government operates by conspiracy. It breeds suspicions of cover UPS and actual cover UPS, and hey, let's be real, if someone/some entity feels they're doing right, there's no need for secrecy. The CIA policy of non-disclosure of names of employees. You only keep something secret or hidden because you know it's wrong or you fear reprisal, but why fear reprisal if you're the white knight, right?" On the other hand, not long after writing this, he told them that Stephen Jones still controlled his case file, and he feared that after he filed his appeal, which in part would claim that Jones provided inadequate legal counsel, Jones would find a way to overtly or covertly release the material to the public. What Jones was holding onto, he warned them, was the most relevant stuff. He was sure that someday a lot of it would be leaked, supposed to be protected. Jones thinks he can donate them. He thinks he owns them. We're fighting him on that. McVeigh fretted that if his legal documents were released 20 years from now, it would be too late for him to defend himself from anything within them, a lot of which, he said, was inaccurate, the result of both malice and honest mistakes. During discussions about his case file, he focused on the FBI 302, making it seem as if this would be the source of inaccurate information. $13. $14. What he did not mention was that the case file consisted of more than 00 boxes of potentially embarrassing documents, including his letters, some of his military records, statements by his family, neighbors, friends, and fellow soldiers, and many of his attorney memoranda documenting the Jones team's conversations with him. What he did say, his last words on the issue, at least to his biographers, were that if somebody accessed this material, especially if they already had it out for him, it could look pretty damning. Finally, he warned that the release of his case material would eclipse public interest in their book, American Terrorist, the authorized biography of Tim McVeigh. That is what I read on June 11, 2012, the anniversary of McVeigh's execution. As soon as I did, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up and chills went through me. I immediately went outside to smoke a cigarette. I felt dizzy. For 4 years, I had spent months at a time in the very boxes he was talking about. The boxes of legal files Jones donated, that Jones told me about, that became the basis for the book you have just read. I am, to date, the only person to have gone through the entire publicly available portions of this case file. Timothy McVeigh emphasized to his biographers that same sentiment he expressed to his attorneys prior to his criminal trial: no matter what happened, he did not want somebody coming along writing the secret lives of Timothy McVeigh, at least in a way that expanded beyond his own dictation. Even after years of historical and investigatory research, when it comes to the majority of McVeigh's stories, I cannot claim to know with absolute certainty where truth, deception, fantasy, and confabulation begin and end. Throughout this book, I have laid out what I know and what other people have claimed to know. I have provided information to help test competing stories, in the process telling a few new ones. Minimally, I feel I have provided context to help explain why certain people might find certain stories believable or at least possible, and why seemingly fantastic stories continue to be told. I have tried to corroborate claims made by others, and when I could not, attempted to present information in a way that would indicate this. People tell a lot of stories, to themselves and others. They tell stories for various reasons, depending on the story being told, the person telling the story, and the intended audience of a story. Sometimes stories are true. Sometimes they are not. Some stories continue to be told and take on a life of their own. While the major elements, basic structure, and plot of a story may remain consistent, a story changes, however slightly, with each new telling. This is true even when people intend to and think they are telling true stories. The meaning depends entirely on context, and this too changes. Stories are dynamic, not static. Stories are not photographs, and they are not video recordings. They are not and can never be exact representations of what occurred at any given time, even if told within minutes of an event, especially involving many people. There are always missing details. There are always gaps. Bruce Jackson wrote that real life often doesn't make sense, meaning not everything in life can be explained sufficiently. Sometimes things just happen in a whirlwind of contingency and chance. Even so, he said, the stories people tell each other should make sense, except under certain circumstances. Jackson said he could think of 5 permissible situations for telling nonsensical, fractured, and contradictory stories: when told by a young child, when told by the daily press, when communicating a myth, when describing a dream, and finally, when told by delusional paranoid psychotics. Stories told by psychotic murderers, wrote Jackson, are clutter, they make no sense. They can't tell a straight story. Nevertheless, their disjoint, fragmented, and contradictory stories serve a larger purpose. They help to create a clearly defined line in the shared cultural sand by delineating innocence and guilt, the right and wrong time to kill, the boundaries of society, the corridors of power, the heart of legitimacy, the good and the evil. Degree underneath the surface of McVeigh's life story, as told by himself and others, is a mystifying, enigmatic, and at the same time all too familiar tale of dysfunction, patriotism, medical abuse, torture, interrogation, militarism, the frightening reach of technology, perceived betrayal, secrecy, misdirection, violent spectacles, and remorseless murder. The complete history of the OKC bombing and the events leading up to it will probably never be known, due to withheld, ignored, manipulated, redacted and destroyed evidence. It is, in all its details and variations, a story about expendable people in a cauldron of hate. In a broader sense, stories told about McVeigh by himself and others, true, partially true, or totally fabricated, point to America's hidden history and the lengths that folks will go to conceal it. In his decision to have his body cremated, McVeigh told his biographers that he did not want somebody digging up his body in 100 years, saying this is the real Tim McVeigh. While awaiting his trial, he expressed a particular fascination with one X-Files episode called Apocrypha, that depicted doctors tending to barely alive disfigured people who eventually died, after which an official coldly instructed the doctors to get rid of the bodies to have them destroyed. The terrorist is an elusive, slippery figure, evoked for various reasons and intentions. On May 1, 1995, Time magazine declared the likeness of Timothy McVeigh as the face of terror, a title he retained in the years to come, usurped only briefly by Osama bin Laden. Amazingly, the corpses of the two faces of terrorism of my generation are non-existent. OS. Epilogue. Wearing the wolf's head. You don't fight the fight you know you can win, you fight the fight you have to fight, whether you can win or not. Jesse Trentaju, February 2015. Caput gerat lupinum Latin for let him bear the wolf's head, an Old English common law writ of outlawry. Once issued, an outlawed individual was stripped of all legal protections and recourse and banished from society, after which they became, in the eyes of the law, a wall for other wild animal, who could be legally hunted down and killed by any person who found or encountered them. Asked if Timothy McVeigh was Oswald's ghost. If not possessed by Oswald, said the writer, the ghost of Lee Harvey Oswald could be seen hovering around McVeigh. Either way, both men offered the public what it wanted, a face and an explanation, a name upon which to hang the outrage of a grieving country. While the current location of Oswald's ghost is unknown to me, I find it ironic, comically strange almost, that confusion about the finality of McVeigh's death exists not only among the most fantastical of internet conspiracy theorists but also among those who propagate the official version of events, that of the lone wolf. The perfect example of this occurred on April 19, 2010, the 15th anniversary of the bombing, when MSNBC aired a 2-hour special, The McVeigh Tapes, Confessions of an American Terrorist, narrated by Rachel Maddow. Reviews of the special announced McVeigh is dead, and yet very much with us, and McVeigh's victims were silenced forever, but their killer, it turns out, lives on. Although presented as a documentary, its theatrical production places it more accurately in the category of docufiction, a genre wherein documentary and fiction breed to create a better truth. The show used a look-alike actor to portray McVeigh in key scenes leading. He headline of a June 19, 1995, letter to the Chicago Tribune. $18. Up to and after the bombing, sequences made more realistic by digitally placing McVeigh's face, mapped in 3D, over the actors and overlaying previously unheard audio tapes of prison interviews with McVeigh conducted by the authors of American Terrorist. Viewers hear McVeigh narrate his confession while simultaneously witnessing cartoonish versions of Nichols and McVeigh building the bomb, McVeigh, alone, pulling the rider up to the front of the Murrah building, igniting the detonation fuse, and calmly walking away as the ground shakes underneath him. Such scenes are interspersed with interviews of victims' family members, survivors, first responders, defense and prosecution attorneys, law enforcement officials, McVeigh's former friends, and Dr. John Smith, his now deceased prison psychologist. Further heightening the emotional intensity, viewers hear McVeigh's cold and callous thoughts about survivors and victim family members. Maddow comments that, despite her opposition to capital punishment, McVeigh's profoundly unsympathetic, even repugnant statements caused her to rethink this position. The authors of American Terrorist appear and inform viewers of a recent rise in the militia and Tea Party movements, an increase in weapons purchases and stockpiling, and swelling anti-government angst in response to growing government regulations, widespread unemployment, and health care reform debates. Maddow, the encoulter of the political left, concludes by saying that even though 9 years have passed since his execution, we are left worrying that Timothy McVeigh's voice from the grave echoes in a new rising tide of American anti-government extremism. Reviewers described the anniversary special as creepy, jarring, scary and chilling, a cautionary tale, a somber warning about unchecked fanaticism and the dangers posed by fringe lunatics who cannot distinguish between fantasy and reality, a not too subtle reminder of the need to monitor dangerous individuals, ideologies, and groups' degree despite its dehumanizing and villainous depiction of him. The McVeigh tapes nevertheless relied upon McVeigh as a primary, credible, and authoritative source of information about both himself and the bombing. The motives and veracity of McVeigh's lone wolf story, like those of the experts, FBI agents, or the government officials featured in the show, are left unchallenged and unquestioned. Through critical omissions, the McVeigh tapes dismisses a wealth of conflicting evidence about the facts of the bombing plot, including those particulars that had recently surfaced. This, coupled with the emotional narratives of the bombing victims that circumvent critical audience reception, impose upon the viewer a historical truth, the questioning of which is equated to the very types of devilish ideology and psychological disturbance supposedly typified by McVeigh himself. The blending of authoritative experts and officials, narrator commentary, emotionally laden testimony and the posthumous voice of McVeigh, with cartoonish video game graphics, create the illusion of reality and transform acts of political violence into digestible popular memes, whose worth is found in their perceived entertainment value rather than the factual or evidential integrity. In this way, the McVeigh tapes is an artifact that exemplifies mass-mediated spectacles of terrorism, terms that refer to the porousness and fluidity of boundaries between fact, fiction, news, and entertainment. The show not only rendered McVeigh the first terrorist to come back from the dead and scare American television viewers, but perfectly illustrates the ongoing and aggressive nature of a large body of lone wolf texts to present self-evident truths about both McVeigh and the bombing. Through a self-authorizing framework and in a manner that resists alternate information and interpretations. In February 2012, the FBI issued a warning about the resurgence of lone wolf terrorism whose perpetrators they compared to Timothy McVeigh, the prototypical lone wolf extremist. The recurring comparisons of newer lone wolves weaned on hate to McVeigh, used terminology, labels, descriptions and media framing to explain their actions, ideologies, and motivations, remarkably similar and in some cases, exactly the same, as those used in initial media reports about McVeigh himself. Often detailed are perpetrators' transformations from boy next door into homegrown lone wolves. Such texts, while keeping with the lone wolf script that asserts the bombing plot was a lonely one, is still able to implicate broader segments of society by equating them with McVeigh, a phenomenon The New Yorker referred to in January 2016 as the McVeigh stigma. Not content to leave dead enough alone, reports of this type warn of the ubiquitous specter of militia past, the ghostly gang who assumedly keeps McVeigh company in the afterlife when not busy rising from the dead, intent on infecting others with the not quite clinical affliction of McVeigh madness. The acts, prevented acts, or ascribed fantasies of terrorists next door, even when their ideological motivation, if any, is unclear, provoke political and cultural debates about the need for measures to prevent, detect, and punish actual or aspiring terroristic wolves like those enacted in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. These debates weigh the demands for tighter security measures in public spaces, stricter gun laws, and mental health screenings against the preservation of civil liberties, with the latter usually getting the short end of the stick. For 2 decades, the name Timothy McVeigh has functioned as shorthand in discussions about lone wolf terrorists, the threat of right-wing ideologues, mass shoot. S19. $20. ERS, conspiracy theorists, disgruntled veterans, and dissenters generally. Given the conflicting information that has ceaselessly surfaced since his 2001 execution, the tendency to do so is simplistic and unproductive at best, intentionally deceptive and agenda-driven at worst. Whatever the intent, when the name McVeigh is mentioned in reports, everybody knows what is being discussed, or at least venomously think and assert that they do. But they don't. While born scenario enthusiasts claim the lonely wolf lived on, those who tote the official line make an even stranger claim, or when not explicated, an even stranger subtextual implication. In their minds, Lone Wolf McVeigh died but then somehow managed to return from the dead and possess untold numbers of potential terrorists who must be exorcised of his unconquerable soul by whatever means necessary. It seems to me, they don't want McVeigh to die, that his absence would rob them of a convenient spectral demon who reliably offers a means of reducing the complexities of actual threats to buzzwords, pop psychology, and politically expedient narratives. For all the talk of understanding violence and those who commit it, I'm not convinced the people who tout the McVeigh as lone wolf or even the pack story without the watched wolf caveat, or who label politically undesirables as McVeighs, really want to understand much of anything. Here's why. While the details of lone wolf accounts have remained consistent, after McVeigh's 2001 execution, all other narrative variations became increasingly complex due in part to the continuing emergence of case-related information resulting from ongoing formal and informal investigative, legal, and academic efforts. A 2006 congressional oversight investigation, more than one major network television expose, scholarly works, ongoing lawsuits, and countless investigative journalism reports, have continued to document additional instances of informants' warnings and other intelligence failures pertaining to the OKC bombing, comparable to those that occurred prior to the events of September 11, 2001. Included are 2 academically published books, both written by scholars of politically contentious social movements and former Jones team consultants. The first of these was Indiana State University criminologist Mark Ham's In Bad Company, America's Terrorist Underground, published in 2001, and the second, Lamar University sociologist Stuart Wright's book Patriots, Politics, and the Oklahoma City Bombing, published in 2007. Both purport what Ham coined the multiple John Doe number 2 theory, consisting of the usual litany of assorted bank robbers, white separatists, neo-Nazis, and gun show attendees. Both note the presence of more than a few federal agency and watchdog organization informants among the conspirators and their attempts to warn authorities about an impending attack. In Bad Company, valuable for its sociological insight, telling a more plausible story of the bomb plot than that of the lone wolf, and noting many of the related failures of intelligence surrounding the bombing, does not proffer possible reasons for the failures or explore the ways in which networks of informants contributed to the plot. Wright placed the bombing in the context of an escalating trajectory of contention between insurgents and agents of social control. In the years leading to the bombing, both sides of the conflict increasingly employed dramatic war narratives about the need to neutralize the looming threat represented by the other. This was aided in large part by sensationalized media reports that only confirmed and fueled their perceptions, resulting in and justifying acts of violence by the insurgents and the increased use of militaristic tactics by the law enforcement agencies, budget increases, and the passage of arguably unnecessary legislation. Wright noted the ways in which the sizable body of case-related information linking McVeigh to other conspirators that surfaced since 2001 allowed for the construction of a more complete picture, one very different from the government's lone wolf theory that had steadily disintegrated with each new revelation. Included among them was a Secret Service memo uncovered by Associated Press investigative journalist John Solomon in 2004. The memo referred to security cameras around the Murrah, stating the security videotapes from the area show the truck detonation 3 minutes and 6 seconds after the suspects exited the truck. While the FBI and federal prosecutors denied the existence of any such footage, the memo was allowed to be entered in as evidence during Nichols' 2004 state trial. This and other newly discovered evidence about the others unknown, created significant reasonable doubt among jurors and significantly undermined the story of the bombing as told by the FBI and DOJ. The continual appearance of newly discovered evidence such as the memo within media headlines and news reports, was followed by the FBI's announcement in early 2004 that they planned to conduct a formal review of their previous investigation and initiate a new inquiry into McVeigh's connections to the right-wing underground, the results of which have yet to be revealed. 521. $22. More importantly, Wright's conception of a much larger bombing plot, did not just mention but emphasized the proliferation of undercover informants and related intelligence gathering efforts of law enforcement agencies prior to the bombing. Ultimately, Wright concluded much more vigorously than Ham, who didn't seem to think it all that important, that several state and federal officials from different agencies had varying degrees of foreknowledge of the impending bombing, for one reason or another neglected to act on this knowledge and thereby, failed to prevent it. This was, of course, not a new or unique theory, but one whose legitimization outside of paranoid circles was aided, in part, by Wright's scholarly status. Wright went a few steps further than just documenting prior knowledge. He also called attention to the FBI's destruction of critical photographic and video evidence, a pattern noted but left unexplained. The deep embedding of intelligence agents and assets outlined by Wright is crucial to understanding McVeigh's role in the plot and many of the little-known stories told by and about McVeigh both prior to and after the bombing, and the related manipulation and destruction of evidence afterward. Other ongoing developments in the case occurring shortly before and at the time of Wright's writing including a History Channel special in late 2004 detailing contradictory evidence and lingering mysteries surrounding the bombing and the 2005 publication of After Oklahoma City, a book by Oklahoma City dissident Kathy Weiburn Sanders, whose 2 young grandsons died in the bombing. She outlined the personal impact of the bombing and its cover-up on grieving families and their process of uncovering evidence in the early stages of the investigation. Perhaps the most significant development at the time was a largely ignored 2006 congressional investigation led by Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, that looked at lingering questions about serious but circumstantial evidence pertaining to the involvement of other conspirators in the bombing plot. While the investigation did not look into any question that had not already been raised previously, it did so with the authority of the government. The committee's final report detailed a number of roadblocks faced by investigators including ex-FBI Special Agent and former Governor of Oklahoma Frank Keating's strange request that the investigation be called off shortly after it began. Another roadblock the committee documented was the FBI's refusal to cooperate, and Department of Justice's refusal to disclose the whereabouts of one Arab bank robber who, at best, was thought to possess critical information about the bombing and its perpetrators and, at worst, was a possible suspect himself. About these and other instances of the FBI's needless defensive obfuscations, the report noted, federal law enforcement has been accused of an institutional mindset that congressional oversight is a nuisance to be avoided or blocked. That mindset was painfully obvious during the subcommittee's inquiry into the Oklahoma City bombing. Former Oklahoma State Representative Charles Key, who spearheaded the impaneling of the similarly railroaded state grand jury convened in 1997, recounted. The investigators came to Oklahoma City and we met with them, discussing the bombing and what we thought was the most important piece of evidence they could obtain, the surveillance tapes that were in Murrah Federal Building and in the downtown area. I told them they should demand to the FBI that the tapes be released and reviewed. They said they did not have the ability to do that, they tried and were unsuccessful. During the criminal trials, the Justice Department had said they couldn't do this, or couldn't do simply because of the ongoing trial or investigation, but the Justice Department continued to deny this material to the congressional investigators even after the trial had concluded. They continued to use the exact same excuses to prevent obtaining information that's been sought for such a long time. According to the 2006 Rohrabacher Committee report, in June 1995, 2 months into the Oklahoma City bombing investigation, the FBI, much to the frustration of some of its own investigators, discarded the possibility of the existence of John Doe II, and despite evidence to the contrary, authorities still contend McVeigh was alone. It then expressed the opinion of the committee that the FBI was not justified in calling off any further investigation into John Doe II but had done so nevertheless. Further, the FBI failed to conduct an adequate investigation of the many credible links between McVeigh and others, links that may have led to the discovery of his other conspirators, and seemingly ignored crucial evidence about the origins and ultimate location of some of the explosives possessed by McVeigh and Nichols. The report concluded by expressing the committee's belief that authorities erred in allowing Timothy McVeigh to move forward the time of his execution, while major questions remained about whether others were involved in the crime. The McVeigh execution should have been further delayed until there was greater consensus on the sub. 523. 5924. Ject of John Doe II. Noting that the average condemned inmate spends well over a decade on death row and McVeigh spent only 4 years, the report opines that, perhaps McVeigh would have continued to adamantly deny anyone else's involvement, but simply keeping him alive closer to the typical death row stay would have allowed more opportunity for determining the truth. A convenient circumstance for some, disconcerting for others. In 2007, the BBC aired their own special about the bombing conspiracy, noting the many questions about it that remained. The show featured former FBI agent Danny Carlson, involved in the initial OKC bombing investigation. Carlson said that he was told by his superiors not to investigate the links between McVeigh and Elohim City, and felt that the only way to resolve the lingering mysteries in the case was to convene a federal grand jury investigation. FBI agent John Hersey disagreed and said that the FBI did such a thorough investigation that they actually over-investigated parts of the case. Despite some of their criticisms of Stephen Jones, a number of former members of the Jones team came to similar conclusions about the case. The most recent to voice them being Jones team investigator and award-winning journalist and producer Roger Charles in his 2012 book, Oklahoma City: What the Investigation Missed and Why It Still Matters, the latest full-length investigatory text. The book, co-written by Andrew Gumbel, details some of the results of Roger Charles's 20-year research and investigation and provides a comprehensive source of well-documented information and contributes significant details about the inner workings of the FBI's investigation, or lack thereof, while managing to avoid making speculative claims. A glowing review in the Wall Street Journal said Charles's extraordinarily well-researched book demonstrates how, in their zeal to obtain convictions against McVeigh and Nichols and avoid confusing jurors, the FBI's investigation of the bombing was badly flawed and missed, or disregarded, evidence of a larger conspiracy, thereby raising the question, how far did the conspiracy go? Registered. For a moment, between the publication of Wright's book in 2007 and Charles's book in 2012, it almost seemed as if the most widely popular narrative and publicly accepted history of the bombing had changed forever. In March 2011, nearly a year after the airing of MSNBC's The McVeigh Tapes, entertainment outlets mounted the planned filming of OKC, to be produced by Oscar winner filmmaker Barry Levinson. The upcoming movie was described as Hollywood's fictionalized, but based on true events, take on the Oklahoma City bombing conspiracy. Announcements of the upcoming production noted that the script for the political thriller, written by Clay Wold, was based on the experiences of his brother, Chad, a Jones team legal clerk who spent months of his life attempting to investigate evidence that others were involved in the terrorist act, often at the risk of his own career and safety. OKC is the story of the intrepid Jones team clerk's determination to expose the truth, an effort that ultimately led him to a bigger conspiracy and nearly destroyed the young man. The film promised to expose the real circumstances surrounding the 1995 bombing. Not everyone was happy about the type of clarifications made by Ham, Wright, John Solomon, the Rohrabacher Committee, or Roger Charles. Nor were they enthusiastic about fictionalized depictions along these lines. An anonymous editorial expressed the hope that Levinson's movie would stick to the facts and be accurate and devoid of embellishment, rather than a movie that only muddles history and dishonors bombing victims, a sentiment not expressed about the observably embellished and aggressively deceptive MSNBC bombing anniversary special. Similar sounding Right UPS appeared, all offering an abbreviated lone wolf accounting of reality. The film was never made, and like the John Doe 2S and Murrah surveillance tapes, it quickly disappeared down the memory hole. Registered memory is fleeting. Just before McVeigh's criminal trial began, a scandal erupted concerning the corrupt and compromised practices of the FBI crime lab that had manipulated its findings to bolster convictions. The scandal was quickly forgotten because, after all, this was the work of isolated people and corrective measures had been enacted. Or so the public was led to believe. History repeated itself in April 2015, when the FBI made a startling admission that for over 20 years its forensic experts gave flawed testimony at criminal trials, some ending in the death penalty. The mistakes, purportedly unintentional, were always in favor of the prosecution. Innocent people had been convicted, some had been put to death. The revelations were a colossal disaster, a sinkhole, a systemic failure. Interestingly, the CNN segment that reported these revelations on April 19, 2015, transitioned into a piece about the anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing, never once mentioning the earlier crime lab scandal or the questions that still surround the physical evidence in that case. Viewers were informed that, back in 1995, law enforcement really had to scramble to figure out what had happened, but, luckily, these days, people who pose potential threats on the scale of McVeigh are under a much stronger microscope, an assertion that, ironically, implies that the new McVeighs will be detected and stopped before they have a chance to strike. One man who knows all about the types of treacherous institutional and public memory holes outlined above is $25. $26. Salt Lake City Attorney Jesse Trentadue. For 20 years and counting, he has walked through fire to retrieve some of the critical information that has fallen into those holes and continues to act as a force of reckoning for memory hole diggers, although to do so he has gone down a road even the most determined and bravest of truth seekers dare not tread. He is, as one news article noted, no liberal crusader, nor is he an anti-government conspiracy theorist. However, as fate would have it, in his quest to learn why his brother was murdered, Jesse Trentadue uncovered the most explosive and aggressively suppressed information withheld from the public about the bombing to date, ensuring that the questions about the bombing remain in public view. Registered. The horrible story began when on June 10, 1995, Jesse's brother, Kenneth Michael Trentadue, a 44-year-old Vietnam veteran, was driving home to his new wife and child in San Diego, California. Kenneth was pulled over during a routine traffic stop near the California-Mexico border near where he'd been working a construction job. Wanted on a parole violation that occurred 6 years earlier, he was taken into custody and incarcerated in a San Diego jail until August 18, when he was inexplicably transferred to a federal transfer center in Oklahoma City, to be held there temporarily until his parole violation hearing. The next day, he called his family and let them know where he was. According to his family, Kenneth wasn't upset, knowing he'd most likely be released immediately after the hearing or at worst, would serve no more than another 2 months. If anything, he sounded upbeat and hopeful. He was looking forward to the future. As a young man returning home from the Vietnam War, he'd gotten into his share of trouble but since 1988, had pieced his life back together. He'd recently gotten married and had just become the proud father of a baby boy. Kenneth and his family spoke briefly and he promised to call back the next day, but his call never came. Early on the morning of August 21, the acting FTC warden called the Trentaja family to inform them that Kenneth had hung himself in his cell the night before. The warden then urged them to have Kenneth cremated and made an unprecedented offer to have the prison incur the expense of the cremation. The family insisted Kenneth's body be returned to them unmolested, and eventually, 1 week later, after several heated and bizarre phone calls, the prison complied. Upon seeing his body, the family realized why prison officials had been so insistent on a cremation, despite their protests. Kenneth's corpse was so heavily caked with makeup that, at first, the wounds underneath were barely visible. When his wife and mother cleaned off the makeup, it became evident that Kenneth had been brutally tortured and murdered. He was aired from head to toe with bruises, lacerations, and obvious fingerprint impressions. His skull was smashed in 3 places and, perhaps most damning, his throat was slashed. On August 30, 1995, when services for his brother concluded, Jesse wrote a heartbreaking letter of complaint to the Bureau of Prisons and enclosed photographs of Kenneth's body. Any reasonable person could see that this was no suicide, Jesse wrote, and, after outlining various possibilities about how such injuries could have occurred, expressed his opinion that the prison was in some way responsible. 2 days later, the BOP issued a press release claiming that Kenneth's injuries were self-inflicted, and over time concocted an amazing story about how Kenneth had tried to hang himself but fell. Since that didn't work, he attempted to slit his throat with a tube of toothpaste before making a second, and this time, successful attempt to hang himself. What the press release failed to mention was that, over the BOP's objections, a medical examiner had performed an autopsy as required by state law. The day after Kenneth died, Kevin Rowland, chief investigator for the medical examiner's office, filed a report with the local FBI noting his belief that Kenneth's injuries were inconsistent with a suicide, and indicated foul play. Fred Jordan, Oklahoma chief medical examiner, listed the cause of death as unknown pending investigation and, despite the BOP's demands, refused to classify it as a suicide. In the days and months to follow, Rowland filed additional reports noting his suspicion that Kenneth had been tortured and murdered, and the fact that prison officials refused to grant investigators access to the cell itself. Rather, they were only allowed to view the cell from outside, by peering between the bars, although by that time it didn't matter because the cell had been scrubbed clean in violation of standard procedure in inmate deaths, suspicious or otherwise. Because the medical examiner's office had officially noted their concerns through the proper channels, the BOP was required by law to investigate the matter, although, anticipating a lawsuit, filed their documentation of the supposed investigation in such a way as to be shielded from public discovery through FOIA or court actions. In the following months and years, Jesse attempted to use every legal means available to discover the facts surrounding his brother's death, a task that proved exceedingly difficult due in part to the BOP's destruction of a great deal of evidence, including, among other things, crime scene photos, prison logbooks, and Kenneth's blood-stained clothing. And then there was the issue of the videotapes of Kenneth's cell the morning he was found, the content of which were erased. Eventually, over the objections of medical examiner chief investigator Kevin Rowland, Oklahoma City District Attorney Bob Macy is $527.28. Sued a final ruling that Kenneth had committed suicide. Macy, you will remember, was the lead prosecutor in the Oklahoma City bombing case, and after unsuccessfully attempting to prevent the formation of the state grand jury investigation of the bombing, was appointed to oversee and control it. The significance of this, however, would not become apparent for another 6 years. In 1996, due to the negative attention of media outlets and support of sympathetic legislators that the case was receiving, the DOJ's Civil Rights Division assumed responsibility for the investigation and recommended evidence be presented to a federal grand jury, which would decide whether or not to issue any indictments. Meanwhile, the local FBI office set about to discredit the reputation of Fred Jordan, who had conducted Kenneth's autopsy and had refused to rule the death a suicide. Even a forensic pathologist, hired by the DOJ to give a second opinion, had also reached the same conclusion as Jordan. The grand jury heard only evidence cherry-picked by the government and declined to issue any criminal indictments. It took 2 months for the DOJ to inform the family or the public of this, because, as inflammatory internal reports, emails, and handwritten DOJ notes later revealed, they were busy devising a rollout plan, about how they would handle fallout from the lack of indictments, including the very real possibility of a congressional or Senate investigation. "We ain't looking for press on this," said one email. DOJ officials compared the damage control effort to coordinating the invasion of Normandy involving a long list of Trent-Adus and Trentadonts. Leading and controlling the effort was future Attorney General Eric Holder, who at the time was Deputy and Acting Attorney General, second only in command to Janet Reno. Holder's plan, dubbed by him and his DOJ team, the Trent-Adu mission, apparently included sending FBI agents to harass any person with influence who might affect an outcome other than the one the DOJ desired. Oklahoma Assistant Attorney General Patrick Crawley informed a DOJ attorney that, in what he described as an Alice through the looking glass situation, the BOP and FBI had obfuscated the truth of Kenneth's death. The agencies had prevented the medical examiner from conducting a thorough and complete investigation into the death, destroyed evidence, and otherwise harassed and harangued Dr. Jordan and his staff. The absurdity of this situation is that your clients outwardly represent law enforcement or at least some arm of licit government. It appears that your clients, and perhaps others within the Department of Justice, have been abusing the powers of their respective offices. If this is true, all Americans should be very frightened. The calculated and malicious pressure placed on Jordan finally became too much for him and, in July 1998, he complied and changed Kenneth's official cause of death to suicide, although in private he continued to maintain otherwise. In the meantime, just as the BOP had feared, the Trent-Adu family filed a wrongful death lawsuit through which additionally damaging information surfaced despite the government's efforts to destroy relevant evidence in the case that would reveal the identities of Kenneth's murderers, including blood samples from inside the cell that belonged to individuals other than Kenneth Trent-Adu. Then there were eyewitnesses, including a prison guard who told his neighbor that Kenneth was hung after he died in order to cover up the fact that he had been killed. In 1999, Alden Gillis Baker, an inmate in an adjacent cell, came forward to say he witnessed the murder and was willing to testify at the civil suit. He never got the chance because, soon after Baker told his lawyer that he feared for his life, he too was found dead, hanging in his cell. Although Baker's death was ruled a suicide, he was not the last helpful witness to turn up dead. In a strange and cruel maneuver, the DOJ requested that U.S. District Judge Tim Leonard, who presided over the civil suit, legally muzzle the Trent-Adu family. Specifically, the DOJ requested that the judge issue an order barring the Trent-Adu family from discussing with the media or any branch of law enforcement any evidence revealed through discovery or presented at the trial that might implicate federal employees in criminal acts including perjury or obstruction of justice. In August 1998, Judge Leonard complied with the DOJ request, explaining that he did not want the suit to become a pipeline of information to non-parties over whom the court has no supervision. While the civil suit was still being litigated and the Trent-Adu family gagged, the DOJ's Office of Inspector General conducted another brief investigation but sealed their November 1999 report. However, they did release a summary of the report relaying their finding that employees of the FBI had mishandled evidence and lied to their superiors, to the OIG, and to the courts about their actions during their initial investigation into Kenneth's death. In 2001, the Trent-Adu family was awarded $1.1 million for emotional distress, not for the BOP's role in Kenneth's death, but from their deceptive and otherwise shameful conduct afterwards. Money wasn't what Jesse Trent-Adu was after. He simply wanted answers about his brother's death and, now, the reason the BOP, FBI, and DOJ would go to such great lengths and spend millions of dollars to prevent him or the public from obtaining these answers. Asterisk. 529. 530. It was at this time that Timothy McVeigh contacted Jesse Trentadue and told him the FBI killed his brother during an interrogation gone awry. The FBI, advised McVeigh, had mistaken Kenneth for Era bank robber Richard Guthrie, whose whereabouts in August 1995 were unknown, but whom the FBI suspected had information about, if not direct, involvement in the Oklahoma City bombing. When he saw pictures of Guthrie, Jesse was struck by how closely he resembled Kenneth. Even stranger, after his arrest for the bank robberies in 1996, Guthrie was found hanging in his prison cell, after threatening to tell the media everything he knew about the bombing, which, Guthrie indicated, was quite a bit. Many speculated that had he lived, Guthrie would have revealed McVeigh's links to specific members of the Era bank robbery gang, some of the residents at Elohim City, the identities of federal informants, and the participation of all three groups in the bombing plot. Thus, Jesse set out to learn what he could about the bank robbers, his search for justice and truth for his brother becoming forever after inexorably intertwined with the Oklahoma City bombing conspiracy. As Jesse himself explained, he didn't start out trying to solve the Oklahoma City bombing, but as it happened, every lead I came across took me back to the bombing in Oklahoma City in April of 1995, including the message I received from Tim McVeigh shortly before he was executed. He quickly encountered the very institutional secrecy and denials that long plagued both his brothers and the OKC bombing case. Nevertheless, where others, including the Oklahoma dissidents and the Jones team, had failed to obtain information about a larger conspiracy, Jesse succeeded, but only because, in the words of journalist Andrew Gumbel, ever since the death of his brother, Jesse Trentadue had been all over the federal government like a bad case of lice. *degree Jesse Trentadue's lousy information-seeking infestation, as it concerns the OKC bombing, began in earnest in 2005, when he began filing Freedom of Information Act requests to federal agencies for information about the bank robbers, the FBI's and other federal agencies' investigation of them and their possible links to McVeigh. For the most part, the FBI responded by denying that any such information existed. The majority of documents they did produce were heavily redacted and virtually unreadable. Even so, the released documents revealed that prior to calling off their search for additional conspirators in the bombing, the FBI had actively investigated links between McVeigh, the Era, Elohim City, and others with possible connection to the bombing, and the existence of additional informants embedded within the plot beyond those already known about. Significantly, the documents referenced an FBI informant from Arkansas who had infiltrated militia and patriot groups around the country, a probable reference to Roger Moore, who provided explosives to McVeigh. Further, Jesse obtained documentation indicating links between McVeigh and bank robber Guthrie, which lent weight to the tip-off McVeigh gave Jesse in 2001 *. Some of the documents produced in response to Jesse's FOLAs made reference to other related documents, which should have been produced but weren't. His requests for these as well as other, more specific information were met with similar denials, including one instance where the CIA acknowledged the existence of the sought information but refused to turn it over for reasons of national security. Every time an agency failed to release the requested information or denied its existence, Jesse appealed, all the while continuing to file additional requests for other information. In doing so, he continued to uncover ever more damning information and encountered further obfuscations until, eventually, his appeals set legal precedent by reaching the Supreme Court level. In 2006, U.S. District Judge Dale Kimball, who presided over Jesse's appeals at this time, opined that he had unearthed significant evidence of foul play in his brother's death, and posed some very good questions about the factual history of the bombing. Kimball found it troubling that the FBI had failed to produce so many of the documents referenced in the material they had turned over, and further observed that the material Jesse had obtained indicate that there was an undercover operative in with McVeigh and members of various militia groups who aided and supported McVeigh. Plaintiff wonders why, given the subject matter, there are no earlier records that have been produced by the FBI. When Kimball ordered the FBI to turn over all of the information Jesse sought, they responded by giving him another 150 pages of heavily redacted documents, some of which they had previously claimed did not exist. Jesse responded by arguing that this was only a fraction of what the FBI continued to withhold, and Kimball once more ordered the FBI to look again. After the agency predictably returned with claims that the sought-after documents did not exist, Jesse produced heavily redacted copies of some of them, which had been anonymously leaked to him. Until this day, a pattern has continued wherein Jesse seeks information, the FBI claims it doesn't exist, Jesse proves it does, judges ordered the FBI to search harder, and the FBI comes back with even more heavily redacted pages. The majority of the information federal agencies have sought to withhold concerns informants embedded in or in close proximity to the bombing plot, the number of which continued to increase until it became undeniable that something larger than the bombing plot itself had been going on. Jesse's quest and the unthinkable information S31. $32. It resulted in, increasingly appeared in national news media. He had forced the discovery of information about the bombing and the machinations and troubling methodologies of the FBI. Although apparently unread by Rachel Maddow and the producers of the McVeigh tapes, by 2007, major media outlets began to ask the very same questions about the bombing that so-called conspiracy theorists had been asking for years, and advancing the very theory about Kenneth's death that Timothy McVeigh offered to Jesse years earlier. Democracy Now! Reported that the information Jesse dug up suggests that the FBI knew about the plot to bomb the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building and did little to prevent it. Trentaju was credited with revealing a widespread informant operation that had allowed the FBI and ATF to know well in advance of April 1995 that there was a bombing in place and/or planning, as well as the identities of those involved, although both agencies did nothing to stop it. Amazing as such acknowledgments may seem, in 2007, Jesse was just warming up. There were still many more questions than there were answers. With the blessing and support of the surviving Oklahoma dissidents, Jesse next requested copies of the 20 or more missing surveillance tapes from cameras that surrounded the Murrah building on April 19, 1995, all in different locations and managed by different companies. The tapes, which captured the moments before and after the bombing, could clear up the issue of who was with McVeigh that day. The FBI insisted that they could not locate the tapes and therefore, they did not exist. But, unbeknownst to the FBI, Jesse possessed FBI documents proving otherwise, which he presented to the court. In 2009, having denied their existence for 15 years, the FBI released video footage from 4 of the 22 or so cameras in and around the Murrah. Oddly though, while the cameras, operated by 4 different local businesses using 4 separate systems, contained several uninterrupted hours of footage prior to the explosion, all of them simultaneously malfunctioned at the same time, which just happened to be the moment the Ryder truck pulled up to the front of the Murrah building. The footage then resumes minutes after the blast. While some of the released footage came from a camera inside the Murrah, the FBI claimed there was no camera posted on the outside of the building and insisted there were no more tapes beyond those they suddenly discovered and dutifully provided. When he appealed in 2010, Jesse submitted irrefutable evidence to the contrary, including the FBI's own reports documenting agents gathering tapes from a great many more cameras than they claimed to exist. In addition, he presented sworn affidavits and photographs proving there were cameras on the outside of the Murrah in a position to capture the Ryder and its occupants. He argued that the FBI was withholding footage from additional cameras and that the miraculously malfunctioning video the FBI had turned over was doctored. The judge bluntly asked the FBI where the footage from the other cameras was, to which the FBI responded that, although additional footage capturing the worst attack of terrorism on American soil had once existed, it had since been lost. In 2011, citing the public importance of the tapes, Federal Judge Clark Wadoops ordered the FBI to conduct another search for the tapes and further, to explain why FBI officials had previously made false statements to the court about those tapes during a trial over the matter in July 2014, OCT officer and first responder Don Browning testified to what he had stated in his earlier submitted sworn affidavit. Browning, in what the court found to be the most compelling testimony heard at the trial, said that in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, as rescue workers were trying to recover as many survivors as they could, the FBI ordered them to halt the search. When Browning protested that there was a woman trapped inside the building who was still alive, a female FBI agent told him that there were files so critical to the government that there would be no recovery effort until the files were retrieved. As he waited for this to happen, Browning observed a group of FBI agents place a ladder up against the murah that they then used to retrieve a surveillance camera on the front of the building, the bracketing, and much of the wiring, essentially anything to indicate that the camera had ever been there. The FBI denied this and called Jesse's witness a liar. Jesse, however, happened to have two photographs that had appeared in news articles shortly after the bombing. One showed a camera on the building and the other, a ladder against the building but no camera. A colorful back and forth exchange ensued between Jesse, the FBI's witness, and the judge. Wadoops eventually opined that the evidence and testimony presented by Jesse supports an inference that these cameras were removed from the Murrah building that morning to conceal the fact that there was a security system in place that may have recorded the perpetrators, and that the FBI failed to prove that the camera didn't exist. The finding implies that the agency's pattern of lying to the court was an ongoing one. Their continued insistence that nobody was with McVeigh and the rider in Oklahoma City on April 19, 1995, was becoming increasingly tenuous and raised a number of questions. Even if the many eyewitnesses were unreliable, how could the FBI or anybody else for that matter know one way or another if, in fact, the tapes didn't exist or were lost? Along with the tenacity of their claims, the motives. 533. 534. Behind losing, hiding, or destroying the tapes also appeared increasingly sketchy. The reasons prompting the FBI's stubborn obfuscations became all the more suspicious when, in 2007, J.M. Berger, a writer for Foreign Policy and IntelWire, filed FOIA requests seeking information about federal surveillance of a Texas militia, and the FBI responded with several redacted documents, some of which contained reference to Patkin. Hoping to find out more, Berger and Jesse Trentaja requested more information through FOIA, the results of which revealed the FBI led a multi-agency national sting/provocateur network called Patkin, that, as we now know, somehow kept crossing paths with McVeigh and correlated to information about the FBI's informant network Jesse had already discovered. The Patkin developments ultimately allowed Jesse to forge further precedent-setting investigative paths and, in the process, fill in some major gaps in the known history of the Oklahoma City bombing. Jesse recalled how, in 2011, as he continued appeals in the surveillance tape case and pieced together the specifics of Patkin, he received a call from a man named John Matthews who told Jesse that while he had all the pieces he didn't see the big picture. Matthews told Jesse he had been a deep-cover Patkin informant and offered the name of his former handler, FBI Special Agent Don Jarrett, stationed in the Phoenix, Arizona office. Matthews, a Vietnam veteran, was dying from Agent Orange-related cancer. Jesse's story had moved him so much that he wanted to relieve himself of some Patkin secrets he harbored before he died and, in July 2011, traveled across the country to meet with Jesse. Matthews explained that the majority of undercover Patkin informants faced criminal charges and became involved in exchange for reduction or dropping of those charges. Matthews, however, said he chose to go undercover out of concern over the danger posed by extremist right-wing groups. He believed that he could serve his country by informing on them and thus went undercover for Patkin in 1992. Eventually though, after successfully infiltrating 23 groups, Matthews realized that although he was initially told, the objective was to infiltrate and monitor, he came to understand that, actually, the objective was to infiltrate and incite. Matthews outlined a number of instances in which Patkin operatives had provided the ideas, detailed instructions, and even live C4 explosives and automatic weapons to targeted individuals as a way of entrapping them into terrorist plots, so the FBI could capitalize on foiled and actualized plots. Registered Matthews said both Ruby Ridge and Waco were Patkin operations, and he believed Oklahoma City was too because, while he wasn't involved in the latter, he knew of other Patkin guys who had been. In fact, Matthews told Jesse that the year prior to the Oklahoma City bombing he had seen Timothy McVeigh at a militia training camp in Texas. McVeigh, whose name he didn't know at the time, was with a German man, and they were instructing camp attendees in the art of converting flare guns into grenade launchers. After McVeigh was arrested, Matthews immediately recognized him and called Jarrett to tell him that this was the same man he saw at the Texas training camp. Jarrett assured Matthews that they already knew and told him to forget about it. Matthews said he was disturbed by this for a few reasons. For one, this indicated that the FBI probably had informants spying on each other. Secondly, if they were watching McVeigh and friends back then, they had likely continued watching them throughout the bombing plot. Matthews provided Jesse with emails between him and Jarrett as well as other proof that he was whom he claimed to be, including awards he received for his undercover service. Much of what Matthews said fit with what Jesse already knew. The Patkin documents in his possession named the camp as an initial Patkin target, and Don Jarrett, the man Matthews named as his handler, appeared on several of the FBI investigatory reports about the bombing. Jesse also knew that McVeigh and Roger Moore had been involved in the creation of rocket and grenade launchers, and that such activity was of interest to Patkin. In addition, Matthews was just one of several informants and operatives who had crossed paths with McVeigh, and the German that Matthews saw with McVeigh sounded a lot like Andy Strassmeyer. Matthews told Jesse that he just wanted to tell his story before he died and inform the public about what had happened, so Jesse referred him to John Solomon, a former writer for the Associated Press and current editor of Newsweek. Solomon and his team spent 4 months confirming everything Matthews said. Solomon excitedly told Jesse that he had confirmed everything, and the 8-page story, which was supposed to run on the last Monday of November 2011, was going to be incredible. It would really blow the cover off Patkin. When the story came out, however, while it featured Matthews predominantly on the cover, and confirmed many of his stories, it never once mentioned Patkin and left out a lot of other crucial details, most of which dealt with provocateur activities. The real story had been quashed by the FBI, the DOJ, and the Obama administration. With only a few exceptions, other major media outlets have yet to report on either the existence or implications of, in the words of an Examiner article, the murderous covert program called Patkin. Registered 035. $36. Putting the Newsweek fiasco behind him, Matthews agreed to testify at the July 2014 federal court trial, where Judge Wadoops was to make a ruling about the FBI's release of the April 19, 1995 OKC surveillance footage. Jesse believed that Matthews' testimony about his role in Patkin and his having seen McVeigh at the Patkin-infiltrated militia training camp, would help provide motive for the FBI's continued denial about the bombing's relationship to a sting operation and their withholding of surveillance footage from April 19, 1995. Jesse told the judge that the reason the FBI could not find the tapes was that they would show that the person in the Ryder truck with McVeigh was one of theirs. The trial resulted in an entirely different conflict about other FBI shenanigans. Matthews feared his testimony would draw retaliation, and the judge took his concerns seriously, granting him permission to testify on CCTV from a remote facility whose location would be kept secret from the FBI. At the last minute, however, Matthews went missing. Neither Jesse nor Roger Charles could find him. Charles finally reached Matthews, who said he wasn't going to testify because FBI agent Adam Quirk had contacted him and told him to stand down, that it was best for everyone if he didn't testify, and made serious threats about what would happen if he did. Further, Quirk allegedly added, if he couldn't get out of it, Matthews had better come down with a bad case of the I don't remembers. His former handler Don Jarrett allegedly repeated the warning. Jesse then explained to presiding Judge Wadoops what had happened, and why his witness backed out. The judge was concerned and ordered the FBI to investigate the allegations of witness tampering. Not surprisingly, the FBI found that there was no basis for the claims of threatening a witness, but when the judge learned that their investigation consisted of simply asking the FBI agent if he had threatened Matthews, he ordered them to conduct a more thorough investigation, a report of their findings, and set a date for evidentiary hearings in the matter. Wadoops said that Matthews' testimony about Patkin would likely influence his decisions about the surveillance tapes. Although the evidence before him led to a reasonable inference of wrongdoing by the FBI, he was going to give both sides a chance to set the record straight. During the November 2014 hearing, the FBI, not in the business of setting records straight, failed to provide a report of their findings. After Wadoops expressed his displeasure, the FBI submitted an unindexed redacted version of a report which claimed, in part, that because Matthews' former handler Don Jarrett was retired and no longer worked for the FBI, he was not required to answer any questions about his duties as an agent. Because it was a civil matter, the court could not issue a subpoena outside the state of Utah. Jesse countered the FBI's denials of the allegations with emails, letters, affidavits, and other evidence supporting his claims, including some written by Matthews himself. An outraged Judge Wadoops observed that the FBI's redacted report failed to dispel the court's concern and announced that he would adjourn the proceedings while he decided whether or not to implement the judicial oversight mechanism of appointing a special master, who would investigate the FBI's witness tampering and ensure the Bureau's compliance with the court's orders. Further, Wadoops, who said he was perplexed by the FBI's willful disregard of his court, told the FBI to prepare arguments concerning why he shouldn't hold them in contempt of court. The FBI insisted such measures were unnecessary and that the court had no basis or jurisdiction to impose oversight over the agency. Despite the FBI's objections, Wadoops sustained the adjournment and reiterated his decision, telling both sides that the allegations were too important of an issue to leave with ambiguities. On April 30, 2015, Judge Wadoops filed an order appointing Magistrate Judge Dustin B. Peet as special master in the case and, at some point afterward, placed a seal on the case and a gag order on everyone involved, assumedly until Peet concludes his investigation into the FBI's alleged witness tampering. Wadoops ordered the FBI to turn over an unredacted version of their earlier report detailing their investigation of themselves, as well as a slew of other unredacted materials for Peet's review. If, during his investigation, the FBI claims that certain materials are privileged and not subject to disclosure to the court or Jesse, Peet will determine whether they are or not. Further, Peet will oversee the FBI's and Jesse's cross-examination of each other and their witnesses, including Roger Charles and agents Quirk and Jarrett, in the interest of completing the record on this issue, and may ask the witnesses additional questions as he believes in his discretion are appropriate to make a complete record. Pending the results of Peet's investigation, Wadoops postponed further decisions about or investigations into the FBI's compliance, or lack thereof, with Wadoops' May 2011 order to turn over the surveillance tapes and related documents. If Peet's findings are unfavorable toward the FBI, Wadoops may hold a new trial about the tapes and instruct Peet to oversee and enforce the FBI's compliance. Peet's investigation is ongoing and under seal, but as of January 2016, Special Master Peet was in the process of deposing witnesses. In authorizing and initiating Peet's investigation, Wadoops wasn't trying to embarrass the FBI and stick it to the man. Wadoops is the SOF. 538 man and was trying to ensure the integrity of his court as well as the larger American justice system. For 2 decades, critical eyewitnesses in the bombing case have claimed that the FBI had harassed them and pressured them into changing their stories. Some of their accounts are heartbreaking. Wadoops' decision to initiate judicial investigation of the FBI's witness tampering and obstruction of justice in the Oklahoma City bombing case provides official acknowledgement of the types of abusive institutional practices that have proved, not aberrations, but defining factors in the case. Nevertheless, The FBI continues to deny they or any other government agency or official had any foreknowledge of the bombing or the existence of John Doe No. 2, calling claims to the contrary ridiculous speculative conspiracy theories. Jesse's efforts have not always met with success, but the failures are noteworthy for the insight they provide. For instance, in late 2006, Jesse requested 12 CIA documents pertaining to the bombing and its subsequent investigation, suspecting that the documents implicate the involvement of German intelligence operative Andreas Strassmeyer and his relationship to McVeigh. The CIA refused to turn them over, naturally claiming that to do so would jeopardize national security. In 2010, after years of appeals, a federal judge ruled that the CIA was not required to release the documents. The judge added, however, that it was clear that the CIA and DOJ were cooperating in the prosecution of Mr. McVeigh. In response to the ruling, Jesse dismissed the national security excuse, calling it the King's X, the ultimate protection, a fail-safe way to ensure that embarrassing information remains hidden. Jesse explained to reporters that the ruling was a good thing because, minimally, the existence of the documents revealed either that the CIA unlawfully involved itself in domestic matters or that there was a foreign connection it was legitimately investigating. It wasn't the last time Jesse Trentaggiu encountered the looming and invisible specter of national security. It happened again when he stumbled upon the existence of the FBI's Sensitive Informant Program, a program that judges with the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals equated to FBI misconduct. The snitches in this program were not your run-of-the-mill informants. These were carefully selected and placed within management and executive levels of influential major media outlets such as ABC and CBS News. The FBI program also recruited and planted informants among the staffs of federal judges, congressmen, and senators, as well as in the White House and defense teams in high-profile criminal cases, including Timothy McVeigh. Jesse filed a FOIA asking for a copy of the FBI's sensitive informant manuals that would explain how they recruited and placed their plans. I thought they'd come back and say, "We would never do that because that would be illegal and unconstitutional." Instead, they came back and said, "Yeah, we do that. We have manuals on that, but you can't have them because of national security." The judge in that case wasn't buying it and demanded they return with unredacted copies of the manuals, although this has yet to occur. Though this briefly appeared in the news, the existence, scope, and breadth of the program and its implications were largely overlooked, even among civil libertarians' highly vocal outrage over the post-9/11, post-Snowden spying scandals. Even when failing to obtain the specific information he seeks, Jesse Trentaggiu still manages to contribute to the public's understanding of the inner workings and secret machinations of the FBI generally. Although one DOJ attorney mockingly testified that there was no indication that the FBI has a nefarious, secret record-keeping system, it turned out they do. Referring to the documents suddenly discovered just prior to McVeigh's execution, a 2007 National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers press release asked how the single greatest record-keeping agency in the United States ends up losing important information, especially information crucial to highly public capital cases, and, in any event, they are legally required to turn over in even the most mundane of cases. As it so happens, the answer to that question is that the FBI maintain their very own memory hole where the Bureau's real X-files are kept, inaccessible even to prosecutors and most FBI agents. In 2004, reporter John Solomon first learned of the system, which, at the time of the bombing, was called the Zero Files. After Solomon's discovery, Jesse, trying to figure out where all the FBI's information about their investigation into his brother's death had disappeared to, began to unravel its threads. The Zero Files are a special set of secret files kept by the FBI specifically for the purpose of obstructing justice. According to FBI agent Ricardo Ojeda, who himself was assigned to the OKC investigation, the Zero Files contained reports information the FBI would not generally want disclosed, and which were kept separate from a specific case file. The files were kept internally and typically not turned over to either prosecution or defense attorneys during criminal trials. This includes exculpatory evidence that may help establish the innocence of those accused of criminal acts. The system was nothing new, even in 1995. It had originally been called the June Files and was created in the 1970s, renamed the Zero Files in the early 1990s and renamed again in 1996, this time becoming the iDrive Files. Discovery of the Zero Files led to the initiatives of other organizations, media outlets, DA 540, and attorneys that further detailed the existence of such systems. Jesse's actions, specifically, revealed a separate but similar FBI file hiding classification called the S-Drive. A brief Iowa Law Review article in 2006 described some of the troubling issues raised by the Zero Files, adding that the file hiding systems only exacerbated the already existing issue of discovery abuses. The article noted the FBI's routine failure to turn over discoverable information during criminal trials, citing the trials of Timothy McVeigh, Ted Kaczynski, and the Ruby Ridge defendants as an example. These and other cases illustrated that even when the FBI knows where evidence critical to an investigation is located, history suggests that the FBI may be reluctant to disclose it. This is part of what many law journal articles and news reports have identified as a much larger and endemic pattern of prosecutorial misconduct. While withholding exculpatory evidence from defense attorneys is the most common form of such misconduct and can occasionally result in overturning a conviction, there is little to no recourse for holding specific prosecutors responsible, and oversight to guard against such abuses is virtually non-existent. Degree the existence of these and other elaborate file hiding systems goes a long way in explaining the FBI's continued confidence in withholding information about the bombing while deceptively denying its existence. For a short time, national news outlets reported on how the FBI's practice of hiding evidence in secret databases was not an aberrant one, confined to a few cases. Rather, it was routine, part of a much broader and ongoing pattern. In 2009, a media studies organization found that the FBI's rate of failing to turn over public information was 5 times higher than that of other major federal agencies. If information were a river, said a 2009 Associated Press article, the FBI would be a dam. Using the case of Jesse Trentaglia to illustrate this degree, the issue comes to bear not only on the supposed right to a fair trial, but also the government's ability to cover up its own mistakes and misconduct, such as those that occurred in the death of Kenneth Trentaglia and the Oklahoma City bombing. An Oklahoma Law Review article about precedents set by Jesse Trentaglia's efforts argued for more transparency in government, noting that while government officials can always be counted on to tout their exploits and successes, they could also be reliably counted on to hide their mistakes, abuses, and deceptions. The Trentaglia case, concluded the article, demonstrates the need to reveal government secrets to expose the possible cover-up of a murder, and exemplifies how even minor factual data could expose a conspiracy that stretches through several government agencies. Patkin, by the way, involved several government agencies, as did North Star and Alliance. Referring specifically to Patkin, Jesse said, "Let me put it to you this way, you've got the Secret Service involved, the ATF, FBI, Department of Defense, CIA, really, everybody but the IRS." Asterisk. When Eric Holder was nominated to become Attorney General in 2008, Jesse wrote a scathing letter to Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Patrick Leahy, informing him of the key role that Holder, in his capacity as Deputy Attorney General, played in the cover-up of his brother's torture and murder. This was not just his personal shocking opinion, explained Jesse, but one supported by the DOJ's own records. He suggested the nominating committee look into this and closed by strongly advising against appointing Holder to the position. Sure enough, only a few years after Holder became Attorney General, strange connections began to surface between Patkin, its operative Matthews, his FBI handler Don Jarrett, government-sanctioned gun running, sting operations gone awry, hundreds of violent murders, a little gun store in Arizona called Lone Wolf Trading Company, and Eric Holder. As it turned out, Holder went a long way in covering up and containing the Fast and Furious scandal that broke in 2010, through his hiding and destroying related documents from congressional investigators and authorizing DOJ officials to hinder access to the majority other ones. Fast and Furious, said Jesse Trentaju, is part of the legacy of Patkin. It was by no means the last scandal whose trail led back to Holder, who, ironically, spent an inordinate amount of time publicly expressing his fear of radical lone wolf terrorists, guns, and the need to combat these evils. Speaking of combating these evils, after the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing and until the time of McVeigh's 2001 execution, the FBI and ATF made continuous announcements about how their use of undercover agents and paid informants had led to the uncovering and thwarting of violent plots brewed by McVeigh-like extremist conspiracy theorists. In fact, prior to April 19, 1995, the FBI was investigating 100 cases of domestic terrorism, which by 1998 had grown to over 900 and continued to grow as the millennium neared. Media outlets and government officials praised the FBI's covert interventions for preventing these disastrous plots from coming to fruition, successes that went unquestioned and seemed to negate the damage from unacknowledged or aggressively denied intelligence failures in the OKC bombing case. Only after September 11 did it become clear to growing numbers of people that use of the phrase terror plot by authorities does not always equate to a concrete level of danger, or sometimes to any danger whatsoever, other than the FBI's own undercover counter-terrorism operas. 42. And methods. According to the FBI and other national security managers, their post-9/11 efforts to thwart domestic terrorist plots using covert methods, including electronic and physical surveillance and undercover agents and paid informants, have been wildly successful. However, around 2007 and increasing exponentially thereafter, growing number of news articles and investigative reports, watchdog organizations, and legal scholars have raised seriously troubling questions about these practices. A 2011 news report said the FBI had created a massive network of spies to prevent another domestic attack, but then asked if they were busting terrorism plots or leading them. A 2014 Human Rights Watch report indicated the latter. As it turns out, undercover FBI operatives regularly provided cash, explosives, guns, and other materials and supplied the terroristic ideas and plans to targeted individuals, after which FBI agents swooped in to arrest them for plotting violent conspiracies. With the goal of identifying and neutralizing potential lone wolves, FBI agents and informants target tens of thousands of law-abiding people, seeking to identify those disgruntled few who might participate in a plot given the means and the opportunity. And then, in case after case, the government provides the plot, the means, and the opportunity. The next step in the process involves the arrest of the terrorist and an FBI press conference announcing another foiled plot. Sensational headlines follow. A 2015 Creighton Law Review article explained how use of the highly emotive term terrorist plot is very often misleading, as many times, no plot existed prior to the intervention of undercover operators, and serious questions exist about whether or not a plot ever would have existed without the intervention of the government, most often the FBI. That is not to say that no threats exist or that counter-terrorism agencies have never prevented an act of terrorism, only that the claimed number of legitimate plots have been greatly exaggerated and that, when the details of the case are examined closely, they often appear to have been hatched from the minds of government operatives themselves, as they did during COINTELPRO in the 1960s and Patkin in the 1990s. The FBI sometimes creates terrorist cells or organizations precisely to recruit and ensnare individuals, getting them to voice interest in committing violent acts, many times so grandiose that these perpetrators would have no inclination, technical skill, or means of carrying them out. In doing so, violent ideologies and would-be insurgents' will to action is strengthened and encouraged. Moreover, the FBI, when no better, more legitimate target presents itself, has a habit of going after vulnerable people, including those with intellectual and mental disabilities and the indigent. The government, acting through informants, then actively develop the plot, persuade and sometimes pressure. The fake terror plots are so prevalent at this point, that the tactic and phenomenon is becoming its own field of academic study. Degree. A few examples of the exhaustive number of federally sponsored terrorism plots or their FBI-prepped plotters that have received widespread media attention include, the DC and New York subway bombing plots, the Christmas tree bomber in Portland, Oregon, the Liberty City 7 in Miami accused of conspiring to blow up the Chicago Sears Tower, and the second underwear bomber, to name a few. Not confined to Islamic jihadists, the FBI operatives do not discriminate and have been implicated in a number of other left-wing anarchist and right-wing plots, including that of the Hootery militia in Michigan. Brandon Darby, a paid FBI informant/agent provocateur who infiltrated left-leaning groups, proposed a plot to bomb a bookstore I myself frequent in Austin, Texas. Darby's deceptions directly resulted in the death of a peace activist. Protest over learning that this or that political activist has been an informer all along, or that those who share the same political beliefs as you have been targeted and entrapped, are contained within the political milieu immediately affected by these practices, to the detriment of everyone. While the left touted bookstore bomber provocateur Brandon Darby as an example of how the US government is using informants to wage war on dissent, he became widely respected, a hero even, among the right. Unfortunately, both sides are readily willing to defend those in their camp targeted by overreaching undercover activities and too readily willing to throw those in the other camp under the bus, without pausing to reflect how the same repressive measures used against one side one day, will inevitably be used against the other, the next. 543. 544. It seems you can't go anywhere these days without a Fed trying to hand you a bomb and some blueprints. Recently, a mentally ill homeless man in my hometown of Rochester, New York, was arrested for his own terrorist plot after the FBI drove him to Walmart, bought him a machete and other tools of terror, and pressured him into voicing his desire to hack up people at a local bar on New Year's Eve. The arrest immediately made national news and everyone was freaking out. One local news article actually reported that the man had been arrested for carrying out an attack, as if the Machete massacre of 2016 had already occurred. The mayor cancelled the city's fireworks so that more police could patrol the city looking for terrorists. It took about 24 hours before the FBI's own role in the totally bogus Machete plot surfaced, and an additional 24 hours of outrage and cries of injustice, before the incident was forgotten. Even when terrorism-related charges are thrown out or reduced, sentencing delayed and convictions overturned due to investigatory misconduct, overreach and entrapment, media coverage of these developments tends to pale in comparison to the DOJ/FBI initial announcement that yet another terrorist has been stopped. Thereby nothing is done to reduce the public's unwarranted fears or lessen their ignorance. This is necessary because if government-disseminated threats about terrorism fail to result in observable and memorable spectacles or arrests, national security managers would soon lose the public's support and money, as would untold thousands of paid informants. However, if accused terrorists are arrested for plots that never would have been hatched without government intervention, it calls into question the original information leading to the surveillance agency's self-promoting claims of having foiled a terrorist plot, and the legitimacy of the diabolical methods used to do it. Without access to the complete records of FBI surveillance and sting operations, it is very difficult to know if the FBI's actions stopped anything at all. However, because these operations are covered and because itemizing details of failed sting operations would raise the possibility of defamation of the suspect, there cannot be a public record of all sting operations, especially unsuccessful ones or those that have clearly caused violence. The creation of terrorism is essential to waging and winning a war on terror, and the FBI's role in post-9/11 terrorism plots was foreshadowed by and is just one more legacy of the murder of Kenneth Trentaju, Patkin, and the Oklahoma City bombing. The difference is that the OKC bombing plot actually came to fruition and resulted in 168 deaths. If we are to accept, as more than one federal judge seems to have, that the Oklahoma City bombing occurred in the context of and had connections to a larger sting operation, and that somehow the sting operation went awry, we must ask why and how. Personally, I wonder how, given everything we now know, it is so difficult for some to believe that a federal counter-terrorism sting operation could get that far out of control. A more heated and less frequently posed question is, at what point does a plot to entrap become a sanctioned plot to kill, directly or through an intentional looking away? At what point does a so-called terror plot become an FBI plot? Or the plot of another national security-minded agency? Where does the boundary lie? Even as information continues to surface that makes counter-narratives about the bombing all the more viable, and even as gaping questions about the plot linger, strong resistance to the evidence still exists, and those who ask questions, victims, survivors, historians, and journalists alike, are labeled themselves as, or equated to, conspiracy theorists, and at worst to terrorists if, for 2 decades and 3 presidential administrations, such great effort has been made to tell a patently false story about the worst case of domestic terrorism on American soil, a story consistently told whenever it is politically expedient. We have to ask questions about the facts and circumstances of other mass spectacles of violence, however uncomfortable this feels. Not to disrespect or cause further harm to victims, but to gain insight. Only through an accurate understanding of any horrific event, is there the possibility of preventing similar ones in the future. If our understanding and knowledge of an event is inaccurate, ineffective, and unnecessary, measures will result. As it stands currently, the full story of the Oklahoma City bombing is, as Jesse Trentaggiu observed, the story of what is missing.